Aha. And I'm going to stop at that because we are seeing bottom now, folks.
It's 13
I'm
meters
not
a
seeing
minute,
pillows, so
slightly.
I think you're right, Jasper.
There are some other things on the
There's some
seafloor,
other
but it
things.
looks a lot lighter colored.
Yeah, I think it's called sediment. And I see a fish already, but, you know, Bruce wouldn't be really interested in that, would he?
No, I don't
not
think
at
so.
all.
You do see some nice current ripples in the sand already.
Yeah.
We'll wait for the ROV crew to get completely set up to start looking around more.
It's very steep for sediment.
And there's another fish or a shrimp already, I can
Apex
see,
got,
and some other, I think,
29
shrimp
degrees.
on the bottom or a little high up. But I think
Yeah,
Bruce
I'd
is
say
going to
that's
be
about
really
right.
delighted to see the sediment bottom because, you know, down here in really deep water, we actually
you're
tend to
still
find
ahead,
more
probably.
fish on
Serious
soft
to
sediment
waypoint
substrates than we do on the rocky
is,
substrates. So
bearing
this could be a very fishy dive
1,
today, which would be a nice change,
Delta
I think,
20. I'm
for
stopping
Bruce
there
and
for
his
now.
colleagues
Copy
there.
bit ahead of me.
I see shadows of
Feathers
fish.
Yep.
Look at this.
Yeah.
What is?
There's probably a fish swimming in front of the light of
Bit
one
off
of the
to
other
starboard, actually. That looks great.
higher up light
It'll
sources.
Keep the tether away from us instead of under us.
Yeah, there's one that went swimming by, so we got a lot of fish swimming around already. You can see one up slope.
Yeah, Tyler looks great.
Copy.
See a lot of boulders here too.
Yep.
And those boulders look white, and so it looks like they're carbonate, as you said. So we're at 1,027 meters. There's a fish right there going by in the water column. Of course, we need to, again, just do a few adjustments here before we can start imaging things. But this is looking really good right now.
Watch lead pilot.
Yeah, pilot, go ahead.
Hey, we're just getting set up now. I think we're pretty stable and comfortable. First current estimate is northeast to southwest. As you can see, everything moving left to right across the screen. And I think we're all set to get moving here. We're going to do a watch change at 10:30.
Okay.
But other than that, we're good.
Well, let's go down and get some of these fish
fish.
here. Yeah.
Copy that.
There's
Seems
fish
like there's
all over the place, folks.
big
So
selection.
we'll get we'll get a few of these fish, and then they'll do a watch change. And
Bridge RV nav.
And you're saying that as
How
if
do you
we
guys
have
feel about light deployment?
Go ahead,
as
Nav.
if we have a say in the
Just
watch
let you know we
change,
are
that's,
safely on the
of course,
bottom,
their choice.
and bail
oh
out
yeah,
is
no, I know,
still
but there'll be a pause
315.
in the action here.
On the
As
bottom.
well.
Yeah,
Just to explain
315
to
degrees.
people why
Thank you, Bridge.
we hang out for a minute. Yeah.
Yeah, so Bruce is going to have a really busy
ahead,
day
Ed.
today. I can see already. He's going to have to call in lots
Yeah.
here to help us out.
But we're not close enough yet for me to really see what they are. There's, okay, there is a fish right
Pilot's
now in the
all
middle
right
of
if
the
I
screen
partially
that looks
deploy
like a
lower
halosaur
swimmers.
Yeah,
or
go
a
ahead.
spiny eel. And we need to
He
zoom
was
in
dark,
on the top of
wasn't
the
he, Rob?
head to see if
Yes,
it
he
has
was
scales
super
or
dark.
not, but they may be too far away for that.
They'll zoom in a minute for you. You'll see it.
Yeah, and they did zoom in, and unfortunately the fish was giving us his rear end or his ventral side, and so you're not going to see the top of the head. You can also see some shrimp, and it looks like another variety of these
Video, I brought
long-legged
the lower
shrimps.
swing arms out.
These
Is
have
that
got to
better?
be the most successful deep water animals
It
in
is
this
an
1,000 to
improvement,
2,000 meter
Just
depth
noticed
range.
a really hot
know,
spot in the center
You
of
see them
series of
everywhere,
feed.
and you see them with
Yes,
such an
I see that.
extensive depth
So
range.
that's the
that
light I'm
they're
trying to
pretty
disperse
amazing
out there.
creatures. They've figured it out, how to live down here.
That's right. It's pretty extensive depth range to be able to deal with.
So the further out we can spread that light, the better I can image straight in front of the vehicle.
Understood.
about upper swing bars.
Okay, so as promised, we're in the middle of this watch change right now. We're getting some musical chairs going on up front. So there'll be a little pause here while everybody gets settled and gets squared away in the front row. Oh, it makes sense. Yeah, I understand. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, looks good. Thank you.
All right, Sean.
Hey, pilot.
So as promised, the watch change is happening
think,
right now.
You're a little high.
Yeah, I'm
You
just
may
about
or
to
may
say I'm
not
going
have
to come
heard,
down a little.
Sounds good.
Our previous pilot, Chris, come by for a second.
Yeah, the nav position, they're still coordinating, making sure they know exactly where they are and what the plan is.
So pilots, I was just working with the co-pilot for light dispersal. Still seeing a bit of a hot spot in the front. I don't know what you guys have
Okay.
available as far as
Well, I'm
upper light bars.
gonna push out, and he's gonna come down, and then we'll have some flexibility to play with the lights. We'll get it adjusted for you.
Yeah, it's another
That's another-
halosaur. Still a little too far out.
Oh, and he is gone.
Yeah, I'll push out ahead here, Sean.
Copy that.
Bridge, RV Nav.
Go ahead, Nav.
A big shrimp on the bottom over there.
Hey, I
just
just
going
want to
off
let
to
you
the
know we
right.
are on bottom.
Interested in
I
zooming
want
in
to
on that?
update our bailout plan to
Um,
330.
Yeah, I mean, if you've got a minute or two here, that
New
would be
bailout
great.
is 330 degrees.
Good
And
copy.
then Dan, maybe you can introduce the first row as well when you get a chance.
Absolutely, yeah. So just had a shift change. Got a little bit of a late start today, but we've got Andy Lister as a navigator, and I'm Dan Rogers as the pilot, and Sean Kennison as co-pilot. Over in the corner, we got Roland Bryan, video engineer extraordinaire, on the camera, and then in the back we've got Art Howard doing our clipping, and we're all with the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration, and I hear we're going to be looking for fish today.
Well, we're seeing a lot of fish today. We'll look for corals too,
Okay.
but that's what we're seeing a lot of already. So,
And of course, we won't pass up any sponges.
oh,
I assume.
absolutely not. That would be a sin. So, I'm delighted to hear that.
All
Could
right.
be severe repercussions for passing up a sponge.
Yeah, so pilot, I think the only
Right.
other thing to do to try to eliminate the hot spot in the center is the upper swing arm, but that might offset.
Yeah, we don't
the
have
light.
control. That looks better to me. How about you, Roland?
It's still pretty, whenever you tilt your camera up to look
Yeah.
off into the distance, I can't
Okay.
really bring out the distance because the foreground is
Well, how
too
about-
hot.
I usually fly about this angle. Does this work for you? Does this look okay?
If we fly at this angle, at this height, by the way, there's a very circular object that is not normal in that debris. We'll have a limited field of view.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll adjust as needed. We'll start out with this and see how we do. I think ground fault, it's down at 246.
It's kind of low from bottom, right?
That's probably just about the lowest I've seen it.
I think I've seen it that low at surface, but maybe on bottom I think it's a little higher.
Hey, pilot.
Yeah.
Hold on a second. Hey, are we recovering at normal time?
So are
Yes,
these
we
rocks
are.
carbonate now?
Okay.
They certainly don't look like they're the manganese encrusted basalt.
Yeah, that's correct.
And I can
Bruce,
get
these
you a move whenever
are
you
this
guys
is
are
probably carbonate blocks and
Yeah, I think
pebbles.
we could do.
Laying
Let's see,
in
let's
carbonate
get a good-
sand. All this is probably
what does
debris
HIPAC say?
from the reef
It's going to be our
above.
general bearing.
IPAC says we're going to be looking towards 150 degrees. and we have to average only 0.08 knots
Okay.
to get
so we
to our
got
final
time.
waypoint.
Yep. I'm seeing like a 160.
Okay. Well,
That's where Sirius is. Why don't we do 30 meters?
Yeah, I can get us
160.
started
Just toward
there.
D2. And you got a bailout plan with the bridge?
I have one with them.
Okay.
What speed did you say you want?
Just 2.2.
Okay.
I'll back up a little bit, Sean. All right, we're settled in.
Great,
Watch lead.
Nav, we're
We're
ready
getting
for
a
a
ship
ship
move
move.
in.
Okay, well let's go fishing.
All right.
Send that nav.
30 meters,
We
160
could, do a
degrees,
little
0.2 knots.
Trapping too.
That's
Trapping
right.
on video, of
Yeah.
course.
Okay.
Hey Nav, can you
Ship
push
move
in my
30
sonar to
meters,
50
bearing
when you
160
get a chance?
degrees at decimal 2
My
knots.
impression
That's a
was
good
that most
copy.
of the
What was
shrimp
that,
that we're
Copilot?
seeing could be pneumatic.
Could you just push my sonar to 50 when you get a chance?
But
Yep.
maybe
you.
I'm wrong. Do you have an impression, Chris?
Yeah, there was at least one
How do you like
other
the game,
type of
Copilot?
shrimp that I did see, but most of them have been
I think it's fine for
the
now.
long-legged shrimp, the
Thanks.
Nematocarcinus, as you said.
Nav, bridge, ship's moving.
So we'll, if we get a chance, we'll confirm that just
The-
to make sure, since
The
this is a
port
different
swing arm
depth.
looks a little low. Do you want to bring that up, Sean?
Yes.
These also could be Plesionica, Bruce. There's one that's swinging into view here, right off the left corner.
Left corner.
Yeah, or sorry, right corner.
Right
Beg your
corner.
pardon.
Oh, the shrimp
Yeah,
over
the
there.
other left.
Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. All right, I'm with you now. All right, let's go ahead and zoom in, Roland. And hold there.
All right, so Bruce, this is going to be Plesionica. I'm pretty sure this isn't going to be a long-legged shrimp.
You can zoom further. Hold there.
Okay, I'm not so sure about that. How about if we say medium-legged shrimp? Not long-legged and not the short-legged ones. He's a little different.
Works for me.
It's a partial.
All right, is that enough for an ID?
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
Okay, let's zoom out.
He's got long legs, but perhaps not quite as long as some of the other examples in this genus that we've seen in deeper water.
There's something on the side of the rock there.
Yeah, we see it.
A little anemone, I think.
We can go in for that.
Also, one
Oh,
thing,
fish.
that's a shrimp.
No, that's a shrimp, yeah.
it's the
No.
same one.
Want
I
to zoom
think.
in, Roland?
Same type of species.
Hold there. That's a crab.
That's a crab with
With
an
an
anemone
anemone.
on his rear
Yeah.
end. And look at the coral. It's fossil coral.
Yeah. Yep.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, that's what it is, all right.
Partial zoom.
That's pretty neat. Let's go full wide and I'll sit down and get a more stable shot.
So, Chris, do you think that's a hermit crab or is it a brachyurin crab?
No, it's a
on the move.
pagurid crab,
All right,
Bruce.
zoom in.
And it's one of these that carries.
Hold there.
Well, you know what, Bruce? Let me look at this a little bit more. I
Pilot,
think
do you want lasers at all?
you had a sharper eye than I did. It almost looks like he's holding that anemone, which
Yeah.
he is. So he's not
Lasers
a
on.
pagurid. I've never seen this before.
He's on the move.
This isn't one of the homolog crabs, but there is the group called homolog crabs that have legs modified on the back to grasp things, and you often see them holding things. Maybe this is something similar.
Yeah, but I don't recall any of these crabs ever holding just an individual anemone before. We've seen them hold coral, we've seen them hold sponges, and all types of things.
Coming
So-
back, Roland.
Standing back.
So, pretty interesting observation here. Also don't
Can you zoom further?
recognize
Hold
this
there.
type of homelid or, this particular type of crab, this bright red. A lot of the homolids that we have in the Hawaiian Islands are sort of a wider, lighter
He's really skittish.
color.
Oh, all right. Let's zoom out. Partial. Yeah.
Yeah. So, pilot today, since we are
You can lose
looking
the skids.
for a little more fish perhaps if we could as we're transiting have the camera up just a little bit more into the water column so you can
Sure.
spot them.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Sean. We'll push out. Let's go full wide video. I like a clear shadow from Sirius lights today, huh? See that? You can see the tether.
Yeah, it's pretty defined.
We're coming up to the end of that ship move. Sirius will have a little bit, but not too much of a delay.
Yeah, won't be much delay today.
Yeah. I can keep us moving, or we can hang out. It's up to you.
Yeah.
It's just a shadow.
I'll push out and.
There's a fish right up ahead, right in the
There
top.
we go. Yep.
And we didn't get a head view of this particular species before, so this
You
might
wanna
be
go partial?
an opportunity.
Zoom in.
Nav,
Hold.
bridge
Yeah,
approaching
he's
the end of
fast.
move. 2.5 meters left.
Yeah. Those are going to be tough today, Bruce.
Oh, we got another one.
There's
Next
another
to
one
the
there.
rock there.
Yeah,
Actually,
it's- he might-
zoom in. Oh, he's gone.
But this one's a little
There's
slower.
another one in front of the
Yep.
rock too.
All right.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, this one right in front of the rock may be more my age, so he's kind of moving
Let's
a
go
little
partial.
slow.
No, he's getting
No.
the pace going too.
Oh, okay.
Very reflective.
everything okay, Sean?
Yeah, you are drifting. You have time, but there's a rock
A
you're
little
drifting
hard
towards.
to tell
Yeah.
whether he's got scales on the head. I think he does, Bruce. My first impression.
You might
You'll
bump.
see in a moment.
in a
Maybe
second.
you have
Yeah,
a
I'm
different
coming up.
impression.
Copy that.
Floating up with the fish.
Now I'm not so sure as he turned his
Let's
head.
come
but
partial video. And hold there.
Those fins are pretty high up.
Yeah,
See if I can get a better view.
pectoral
Actually,
fins.
I'm guessing
just
I'm
barely gonna
guessing
clear
that it
that rock.
doesn't have scales on the head, which would put it in the genus Aldrovandia.
All
We
right,
have
let's zoom in
Ken
video.
Sulak on the chat
Got a
room
scenery.
too. He, in addition
We'll
to
go and
working
zoom
with
in.
the
I'll give him
cutthroat
center.
eels that we were seeing
there.
on the deeper dives, he's worked with this group, and I think describes the species in this genus that was most recently described. So I'm hoping that he'll chime in with an identification on the chat room.
Yeah, and welcome, Ken. I see your name now in the
Zoom in
chat room
tighter.
as well, so
Still
great that you're
S-Max then?
participating today. This is very cooperative.
The other thing that I
let's go
see on
partial.
this fish are large scales along the lower part of the body. Those
It's
are
getting pretty
large
far away.
lateral line scales, which are
Concur.
something that Aldrovandia has. The other genus that we
Try to
might
get
be
another
looking for
couple
here would be
seconds.
Halosaurus, which has smaller lateral line scales and the scales on the top
All
of the
right, let's
head
go
up
wide.
to the snout above the nostrils.
Great, thank you, Bruce.
There's another something up in the water column. It looks pretty far away though.
Yeah,
I gotta push port anyway here.
we have more of these halosaurs. You know, at this particular depth,
Just one on the bottom.
these can be pretty common. A couple things to note here. Those of you again on the chat
Zoom
room
in.
can see environmental
Hold there.
data, but our DO is 2.2 right now, and our temperature is 4 degrees Celsius. And the DO is something we particularly want to point out today because we're going to be going through what's called the oxygen minimum zone as we move up slope.
Lasers are clear.
And there's a lot of us who believe that
The
this
lasers off.
oxygen minimum zone is one
Good.
of the
Thank you.
major environmental
Ready for
factors
tights in?
that's
Go ahead.
stratifying the communities down here.
Max in.
And that is a beautiful view. Should be able to tell what's going on the top of his head from that view. Bruce, for my video, I think you're right. I don't think it has the scales as you said. But maybe you're seeing something different than I am.
I don't see them. No, I don't
Alright,
see
let's come
scales
pull
either.
partial.
So again,
I'd
I
probably
think
just start to drift off
Algorovandia.
to
And
starboard.
there are several species in the genus. I'm not confident enough for a species identification.
Partial.
I think that if Ken would chime in, he could probably give us tell us what this is.
All right, co-pilot, you need me to come port?
If you are done.
So
I
these are
still
fish that are
have half you
characteristic of
in
the
my can,
soft
but
sediment habitat.
go any more
They feed on
starboard.
invertebrates that live in or on the
And, we're not
sediments.
moving.
And
the way.
again, I keep mentioning
Yes,
Ken. Ken is
stay
a
there as long as
co-author
you want.
of a paper that reviewed feeding in these deep sea fish, so he knows a lot more about this than I
Go
do.
further in,
with
Roland.
what they eat. But we're seeing these
Hold there.
not only at a different depth, but in this
Max,
habitat compared to the 2,000-meter dives that we did over hard, high-relief substrates on the previous days. So now we're seeing these halosaurs.
Well, we're good when you are, Dan. On this
Okay,
one, we can
let's
clearly
come full
see
wide.
it doesn't have scales on the head. So that was very
Come
informative.
up a bit and push port.
Copy that.
Now we're going to see
Man
if we can
made.
find one
We
of
also
these
see
rat
little-
tails that we saw. Go ahead, Bruce.
I was going to say, you can see that these swim with their
What were you saying, Roland?
bodies and tails
Sorry, I
slightly
didn't know
tilted up.
my
and the tails
mic open.
tilted
I
up
was
so
talking
that
to
they keep the
Emily
head
here.
down near the substrate for their feeding.
Oh, Ken actually does chime in.
What is this?
Aldrovandria, he thinks probably
another
Aldrovandria
coral.
phylacra.
You want to do
Okay,
a snap
great.
zoom?
Thank you, Ken.
And some
Some more
more
of these fossil corals.
pieces of
Oh, that's
Oh, that's a
cool.
beautiful shot.
That's
Very
really
nice.
cool.
So these are all pieces of the
Excellent.
corals that are or were located above and have broke off and have come rolling downhill.
These are likely not Cretaceous corals, right?
No,
these are more modern.
These are more modern, likely.
Yeah. So probably a couple thousand years old, maybe, or
I'm
100?
not going to guess. I have no
No
idea.
No idea.
But my guess is that most of the Cretaceous corals are going to be more on the inside of this sort of carbonate structure on top of this volcano. The younger material has covered it up.
Yep. So this is going to be one of the members of the group Sclerotinia. These are the hard corals that you typically find in shallow water coral reefs in the tropics. And I don't know these well enough to even hazard
Okay,
a guess
let's
as to
zoom
what
out.
this could be. But there are people who know them
Thanks, Roland.
extremely well,
My
and
pleasure.
should be able to identify what that is.
So I'm just gonna plan on doing just floating snap zooms unless you want to get a close look at something, and I'll sit down and get a more stable shot.
Great, thank you, Dan. Appreciate it. Yeah, that should work. More of these medium-legged shrimp that we imaged just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, we've got a pretty strong port to starboard current, so northeast to southwest. I'm having to fight it quite a bit.
Okay.
You ready for that next move?
So they're going to be, if you didn't hear that, they're going to be fighting a bit of current today.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do it.
30-meter hop.
Got a strong
30-meter hop.
northeast to southwest current coming across
Still
this
have the direction.
little
160,
escarpment
yeah.
that we're on. And
Bridge, nav, ready for that next ship move. It's going to be the same as the last. 30 meters, 160, 0.29.
Ship move.
So
Same
for
as
the,
last. 30 meters, bearing
geology
160
sampling
degrees.
today, we will be looking at
2 tenths of a knot.
taking one of
Good
these
copy.
bigger pieces or some variety of these carbonate structures to the surface. So that is something to keep in mind.
Fish.
Nav,
this is
bridge,
the same
moving
one,
to shape.
Dan. Maybe
It's
we
the
could,
same one.
yeah, we could probably pass on this one.
Okay.
We can find something a little different. At these depths, these halosaurs can just be all over the place. At least they are off of Oahu. They really seem to like low oxygen environments. To put that in perspective, when we're saying we've got a dissolved oxygen of 2.2 milligrams per liter, at the surface we're looking at somewhere between 6 to 7 milligrams per liter. So right now we're not at a value that would be considered oxygen minimum right here, but we're still about 25 to 30% of the oxygen levels that we have at surface waters. A nice little rubble pile.
Yep.
We've got a big anemone on a rock over there in the upper left. Wonder if we could take a peek at that. Something's on that rock.
Way
It's
over
the
there.
darker-
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah,
the
yeah, I
darker-
see that. It's an anemone. Ship move is underway.
Oh, there. Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yeah, another
Another one of those.
Aldrovandria.
Yeah.
Same
Yeah,
thing.
we'll be there
Tell those fish 'cause
momentarily.
they're really straight,
Never mind.
and then they have a little sort of sinusoidal tail motion. On the halosaurs, you can usually peg from quite a long ways away. So Asako Matsumoto has taken a stab at that fossil coral, and she is a coral specialist, and so that's great. She's weighing in. She thinks it looks like it's in the family Faviidae, and that's in the Sclerotinian group. So thank you very much, Asako.
I think perhaps I saw a
Wanna
large
zoom
anemone
in?
or cup coral that was off to the left of the
Yeah.
Yeah, we're zooming it
there.
right now, Scott. They had to wait a minute to get sort of set up.
Up to
Yeah.
that.
I don't quite have enough tether to go over there right now, but
Yeah.
you want to zoom in tighter? Hold.
So I typically default to members of the Exosalactidae for this type of anemone, which has the little balls on the end of the tentacles, and it's quite large. Doesn't have really tentacles near the mouth. Can't really see the
Ooh,
skirt where it's attaching, but just put it down as a tentative exosalactid.
And of course, we had a shrimp swim by that really wants to be part of this shot.
Are you going to want a closer look when we
Nah.
get tether? Or?
No, I don't think so. This is fine.
Okay.
None of us really know the anemones well enough. This will work for all of us.
Yeah, these definitely don't work as far as the beauty.
And as I
Post
mentioned
edit
before,
shots.
these are notoriously difficult to go past family from a video image. You actually have to dissect these anemones out and take a look at the internal structure in order to see what
Get your tether shot.
genus they could possibly be in.
I know.
That's crazy.
And just have really clear water today.
Wow.
Okay, then let's go ahead and zoom out. Thank you.
So I don't know if you happen to see those small
Okay,
sponges that are in that
there's-
cave-like structure.
Is that
To the right of the
another one of
anemone.
these halosaurs up there to the upper left? Or is that an eel? I think it's an eel. I don't know if we can get there, Dan, but I think it's a little different. I may be wrong.
Not seeing what you're looking at.
He's
It's
about
to the
halfway up
upper
in the
right.
middle.
I mean, he's middle, and right now he's in the upper 1/3. They're above. It's above
Oh,
the
I see him.
lasers.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Gotcha.
I think this is different.
Let's zoom in.
Yes,
Hold
it's
there.
different.
What was that now? I couldn't hear you.
Sorry, no, I just was amazed. I didn't even see that.
Yeah, good eye, Chris.
Okay, Bruce and Ken, I am going to need some help with this thing. I might
ship
be
is
able to
on
go to family,
location,
but
by
I'm
the way.
not even sure about that. So you
Let's
guys,
keep it moving.
Okay.
it's on you guys.
Bridge, Nav.
Actually,
interesting
wait
to
now.
know.
Well, this
Uh,
is Bruce.
hold on.
I'm going to toss out an idea, then see what Ken has. I think this might be in
Let's
the
do
family
150.
Congridae. And it's
Okay, Bridge,
either,
Nav.
could be in the genus
Go ahead, Nav.
Ship move 30
Bathyconger,
meters,
Bathy
150,
Euroconger,
0.2
or
knots.
Euroconger.
Should copy
Does
copilot.
Copy
come up with
that.
what you're thinking,
150
Ken?
degrees.
Yeah, I could go to
150.
Congridae, but I wasn't
more
sure at
zoom
all
if you want it.
beyond that.
Let's hold it here for now.
It's got a large mouth, a very blunt, robust snout and lower jaw, and I bet if you really got a close-up, you'd see some large teeth on this thing, too. So
Skill lasers.
I'm going to have to check and see which of those genera, Uroconger
Okay,
or
zoom in.
Uroconger,
Nah, bridge, moving
might
initiative.
be.
Next thing.
But I'll do some
Thanks, pretty
checking, and
far
I'm
away.
also hoping that Ken Sulek might chime in as well.
No tooth shot today.
So Scott
let's
has
zoom out.
made a comment regarding the substrate and the possibility of seeing corals. He's seeing this coming at this
bring your heading
very
over to
sedimented,
150, Sean.
rubbly type of bottom.
Yeah, it
really
actually
not that
is,
conducive for
just oscillating
large coral
Okay.
from that point.
communities, and I would completely agree with that.
Come back a bit.
You know,
Got a little stretched out
oftentimes
there.
this type of rubble, it's just too unstable for filter feeding animals to really settle out on, and that's what we think at least.
Yeah, a lot of rubble here. Yeah, no, let's just, I guess, try to just keep it moving as best we can.
You got it.
There's a big chunk of coral right there.
That has an interesting structure to it.
Yeah.
Which one?
This one right in front. We're looking at the striated, kind of large
Okay. Yeah.
coral. Yeah, a lot of this you can clearly see is old coral. It's pretty interesting.
You want to do partial zoom? Hold there.
Yeah, look at that. You can see fossils in it. Right there in one of the layers. It's embedded in it. Yeah, a lot of these chunks are old coral. It's really fascinating.
Yeah,
You
look
see-
at this guy here.
Yeah,
It
I
looks
was
like a
looking-
fan almost.
Yeah, I was looking at that. I want to get my pick out here and get my collecting bag.
Yeah.
Just sort of
Pick some nice pieces.
yeah.
Well, we can certainly get a sample if you want.
Yeah, you know, we probably will, but we're going to get there's so much coral here to choose from. We want to get a really nice sample.
Okay.
This big boulder right here, this is a big coral.
Some
Larger
rocks on
one,
the starboard side. Hold on.
Yeah.
Let's zoom out video. Just don't want to bump these rocks.
All right. There's a fish over to the right, and
I
this
see
could
him.
be a
Yeah.
macrurid. This would be really good to zoom in on this guy.
Okay. All right, let's zoom in video.
Oh, it's not a macrurid, but I think I know what it is, Bruce. I'm going to give you a
Partial.
chance. Haven't seen one of these in a long time. That won't give him any type of a hint. That I don't
He
have-
doesn't know what you haven't seen.
I know. In fact, I actually have to look up the names of these things I've forgotten.
Well, I'm seeing it. I'm not getting a good view looking at the back, but I'm wondering if it might be one of the deep water pearl fishes, a carapid, a
If you center up on the
Paramenon
face, I'd give
ventralis,
it time.
perhaps.
It's exactly what I was thinking, Bruce. I can't tell whether it's ventralis or not. All I remember is the
You want to
two different
Come up
types
a couple
there.
meters,
Something
Sean.
about a sort of type of stripe
Copy
going
that,
down
coming up
by
a
their
couple
gill
meters.
plate,
let's
if
do
I
a
remember
quick zoom on the
correctly, but
face.
It's been so
Yeah,
wild.
that's right. There's a bar from the corner of the mouth back to the gill cover on the lower part of the head, but this fish isn't cooperating. It would also be useful to see if it had pelvic fins, little thread-like fins on the stomach, but again, it's not cooperating. But there are several species in Paramida, and I think there's only one in this part of the world, but I'll have to check.
So, Bruce, are the Schneiderida, are they here, to your knowledge, around Wake or in the Western Pacific?
Zoom out partial. Hold there.
Yeah, Schneiderida and Paramidon ventralis, I think, are worldwide in distribution. I think the Schneiderida is supposed to be more pelagic, but this may be reacting to the lights, too. Unfortunately, with the angle looking down, it's a little bit difficult to see. very long pectoral fins. That's a little bit confusing. And again, Ken Sulak may chime in with some other ideas.
Pan down towards the aft.
So I'm going to go ahead and mark him in as a possible Pyrmodon species. And obviously we can't possibly go beyond even that if we could confirm it's Pyrmodon. I mean, unless you know, I don't know how you could tell whether this is Pyrmodon ventralis or something else. I don't know these fish very well, but
Let's zoom out.
maybe you saw something there.
Hold there.
Bridge, RV Nav.
Go ahead, Neff.
Now,
All
this
right.
looks a little
Hey,
different.
white,
and
please.
they're a little bit more
Ship move in
shiny
of
than
30
the
meters
Pyrmodon or
at
Pyramidon,
1,
Pyrmodon, I guess,
5
than we've seen in the
degrees
Hawaiian
at
Islands. They
0.2
tend to be
knots.
more of a dull brown, so maybe
Roger that.
this is
Copy, move
something
at
else.
30 meters, bearing 155, decimal 2 knots.
So we'll probably
Thank you, good
forego
copy.
describing the living
Copy that,
habits
Nav.
of the
155.
non-free living
Yes,
pearl
pilot, that was
fishes,
at
right, Bruce?
155.
Because I don't think I want to go there, but if you'd like to go there, that would be fine.
I have to think of how to phrase that, but in essence, these pearl fishes, a lot of them are inquiline. They live with other animals, and particularly echinoderms and mollusks. And some of them are called sea cucumber fishes because they live in sea cucumbers.
Ship move initiated.
One way to phrase it is that they go into the back end of the sea cucumber, on the underside of the sea cucumber.
Could we?
Some of them are actually parasitic, eating the sea cucumber. Others are just using it as a host and come out and forage at night.
Yep. I'll head up there.
It's a very unusual life history strategy.
I think we got another congrid coming up here, Bruce. It's not clear whether it's the same one, but we're going to take a look at this.
Can zoom in.
And I suspect it probably is. It's got a pretty blunt snout. This is a little more of a head-on view you're going to get here, so maybe you can see those teeth that you were talking about. Might allow you to go a little further than, you know, the two genera you proposed.
Zoom in tighter.
Yeah, also the length of the jaws, I think, is important. If we can get zoom in on the head, I think one of them has a slightly underslung lower jaw, and the other one has jaws that are about an equal length. The
this looks.
conger
this-
has the slight.
Yeah, Bruce, this looks equal length here.
I can see some teeth on the front.
Nice shell
Which would
fragments. in
imply
the
that
sand.
it's Bathyuroconger bicinus. I think there's only one species in the Pacific.
Give you a little more zoom if you
Hold
want.
on. See the teeth there. Moving in. Touchdown. Stable. Hold on. Alright, zoom in, rolling.
Max zoom.
Oh, look at the. I think I see teeth. Tell me.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, those are the teeth. So these things have large fangs. They're predatory conger eels. So to really pin this down, I'll have to get the images and send them to a fellow named David Smith at the Smithsonian Institution. Works in the same area as Mike Vecchione, but actually works for the Smithsonian. He's retired now, but he's the expert on this group.
Well, they're getting marvelous pictures of the head,
A great
Bruce.
image.
So I think you got a shot.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks to
Alright, let's do full specimen
thanks to
rolling.
the pilots and videographers. These
yeah,
are great. These
yeah,
are
that's
perfect.
marvelous. Thanks, guys. That's
Beautiful.
beautiful imagery.
Full specimen shot. A little wider, please.
Yeah, really
Push
nice full
forward.
specimen shot.
Please just pull out.
These
I'm
are really
set down right
important
now.
for the animal gallery to get these full specimen shots too.
There we go.
Some more coral structures in the boulders to the right.
Okay, will that do for you, Science?
Yeah, that's terrific. Thank
Okay.
you very much.
Alright, let's zoom out.
Full wide.
Alright, coming up. Pushing out, Sean.
Copy that.
Shrimp is going towards the fish.
It's just like a shell fragment because we're closer to the surface, and it's so steep here that we're probably getting a lot of shallow water stuff rolling down. Couple larger size boulders there, but
Yep.
and what that little black thing is on the bottom there,
In the
that
middle?
brown thing. Yeah,
Looks
I
like
wonder
a
if we
fish.
could take a look at it.
Yeah.
I think it's a sea cucumber.
Yeah. And another fish too.
Oh yeah, we could skip the fish.
Oh,
That's
I see the cucumber
yeah,
down below.
the
Okay.
fish is another one of these Aldrovandria.
Gotcha. Okay.
That looks.
Yeah, this sea cucumber would be good to
Okay.
image.
All right. You want to zoom in, Roland? Hold there. Going tighter.
I'll take a stab at this. I don't know if we got any Echinoderm people on right now. It doesn't look like it. Allison Miller has been on some of these dives, but this could be an Orphanergus. It's in the family Dematidae. I'll go ahead and put that as a tentative ID on it, based on the very long pseudopodia that are on the back, these long projections coming off of it. That genus Orphanergus, at least in Hawaii, is known to be at these depths.
I guess I'm already kind of touched down. Let's get settled here, Roland.
It's not really clear what the purpose of these
zoom out just a hair.
projections are coming out of them, but sometimes I've sort of speculated that perhaps it helps increase surface area.
Should
and
have stopped.
you know,
Thanks,
to
Matt.
be a little more efficient at
Give you a couple
extracting
minutes and then get the next
oxygen
one.
from the water. If I'm not mistaken, sea cucumbers like these respire through their skin. They don't have a set of gills or anything.
I'm going tighter.
I hope that's right. It's been a while since I.
Well, there's nobody here setting you straight, so.
Yeah. Well,
That's
Allison.
basically correct, Chris. And I think you can see this one grabbing bits of sediment with those oral tentacles that are modified, highly branched at the end. You can see it scooping up some of the broken up coral
That's
bits,
7.5 on
probably
my camera
ingesting
pilot.
bits of it and
Yeah, ship has
digesting
stopped.
whatever
So
bacteria and other organics are in that sediment or on that rock. And I think most sea cucumbers are getting their oxygen from the water across the tube feet or perhaps those podia, as you say. But there is some groups that have some extensions off of the intestine that can exchange oxygen into the interior of the body. So they actually have a current going in and out the back end, basically.
Oh, that's terrific. Thank you, Scott. That was Scott Franz from the University of Louisiana Lafayette. And as I mentioned when we were doing introductions earlier, he's a coral specialist, but he sure knows a lot about a lot of the animals down here as well. So you can see a beautiful image of these, the way these things feed. They're picking up these little bits of coral, kind of like, you know, well, I guess the way to look at them is they're Holothroidian potato chips. He's grabbing them. They look like.
It's more like rock chips with a little bit of something on it that he can eat.
okay, let's zoom out.
Yeah,
I gotta
he
push
didn't
out.
like that one. He
Full
just dumped
specimen?
it.
Some nice coral
With
branches
lasers?
on the
Yeah.
ground there.
Yeah, and there look like there's some perhaps
Lasers coming
urchin
on.
fragments as well mixed in.
Lasers are on.
The purple ones.
Yeah, that are modern day, of course.
Yeah.
Just
Okay, video's clear.
Okay, let's zoom out. Lasers off.
Lasers off.
so our DO hasn't really budged. You know, we've come up a little bit. We're at 998. I guess we wouldn't expect it to budge that quickly. Oh, there's something shiny straight ahead. It's a fish, and it's a different fish. There he is. He's kind of moving around. And this will be our first macrurid, I think, or
Can
rat
zoom in?
tail.
Hold there.
Oh, I think I know this guy.
Partial.
That pauses to give chance, give Bruce
Chris,
Mundy a fighting chance to identify
yeah,
it.
Chris.
Go
So
for it.
from the shiny reflective body, the black spot on the dorsal fin, I'm guessing this is a Ventrofossa species. Is that what you think?
No, I was thinking could be Barrettsi with the black pelvic fins and the white right at the pelvic axis, plus the black tip of the dorsal. I don't think Barrettsi is in the Ventrofossa, is it, Bruce?
No, that's a Nizumia species, and Nizumia is another good possibility.
Yeah,
Now,
I'm drifting
Nizumia
back, co-pilot.
barrettsi is supposed
All
to
right, we
be
gotta
an
let him go,
emperor
video.
seamount
Yeah, I have
northern
it
Hawaiian
8.5,
region semi.
yeah.
So before we
Full
jump
line.
on that,
Thank
we
you.
probably need to send these images off to Tomio Iwamoto, who's retired but still active at the California Academy of Sciences. Lots of species of Nizumia, and a lot of them seem to have restricted ranges in the Pacific, so we need to send the images out to get a better idea of what we're looking at. But Nizumia seems like a good idea to me.
It's another anemone.
I'm going to put in a little plug for the Hawaii Undersea Research Laboratory animal guide. It's a bit of a shallower animal guide than the Okeanos Explorer animal
Two of
guide.
them.
Both of these are online.
Any interest in these, Chris? We got 3 fish in the
There's
frame
3
right
fish
now.
in
Yeah,
this
let's see,
view.
where's
Yeah.
the 3? These look like they're all at Aldrovandria. You could maybe do a snap zoom on one, but I think they're the same things that we imaged before.
Okay, snap zoom.
So Bruce,
You ready for that next one?
Barrettsi right
Hold
now,
on one
unless
second.
it's been changed, was in the genus Malacocephalus. At least that's what it's got on the Hurl gallery, but we haven't updated that gallery for a long time, so I'm not positive about that, but I think it is.
Yeah, you're right. Thanks for correcting that. I'm way off base with
Partial.
these. I'm just making wild guesses. So, but yeah, I believe
zoom
you're
out.
right.
Drifting here.
Yeah, that's a lot of these halosaurs swimming around. They all are hitting kind of down slope. That's the way they're oriented. I gather the current's sort of coming from that, or a long slope, I guess.
Yeah, it's still coming port to starboard, so northeast to southwest. Pretty strong.
Yeah, so they're drifting slightly backwards. They're not really holding position. They'll probably drift back a little bit, and then they'll do a little burst swimming maybe to stay roughly on position, but I'm not sure what they do down here.
All right. And
We could go ahead and take a look at this. Not the one on the right, but how about this? I think it's the same type of shrimp, these long, medium-legged shrimps.
okay. Go ahead and zoom in. Hold there.
Yeah, I think that constitutes long-legged. I think we could go to Nematocarcinus on this thing. Those are,
They look like long legs to me.
yeah, they did.
Okay, and zoom out. And just gonna touch down here. And Sean, why don't you jump in? Yeah, yeah. Auto head, enjoy lock-in.
We're doing a quick switch between the ROV pilots.
Yeah, they're trading seats. It's not a watch change. They're just trading seats.
Hey, Washades, yeah, we just swapped seats real quick.
So we've got Sean Kinnison, who's now piloting, and Dan's going to co-pilot.
Let's see, was there anything right here you want to look at before I take off?
No, I think
Let's
we're
get
good
a
to
ship move
take
in.
off.
Ev.
Copy that.
Copy. Last one was at 155.
And toward waypoint 2 is 150 roughly.
Let me double check where we are right now. Let's see. It's actually roughly 152.
Okay. Well, let's do 155. That's fine. That lines
Copy
up
that.
well.
30-meter hop.
Yeah.
Bridge, Nav.
All sounds good.
Go ahead, Nav.
Ship move, please. 30 meters, 155, 0.2 knots.
Roger that.
Efficient, all right.
Copy range
Yeah,
30 meters, bearing
Another one of
155,
these,
speed
Alexandria,
decimal 2.
which we've gotten some images of already.
Yeah, no interest wash leads,
Good copy.
right?
I'm just looking a little longer. I don't think so. I think it's the same one.
Copy that.
Sure.
I'll just keep going.
Yeah, zooming on the head occasionally is good just to verify.
Sure.
Nav, this is bridge. Ship move is initiated.
Thank you.
So there's a pretty strong port to starboard current, Sean. And right now I'm facing 155, which is our current direction of motion. So
Copy that. I'll
just so you know, you'll have to fight a little hard to get back over to center if you go too far off.
copy that.
Daisy chain looks good today.
It does. It looks fantastic.
Did you guys add tape on the tether? Or just on the BSR?
No.
It's on the BSR
So
only.
just
it's just a lot
like
tighter.
three tight small loops
Very small.
at the beginning of the tether.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And there was no slack in it. Like we just started with tension on the daisy line.
Okay.
Daisy chain.
Yeah, it looks good today.
It's a bit of a barren bottom here at the landing site.
Yeah, wash leads. We have ships moving, so we'll get upslope soon.
Yeah, no, I was
Yeah, I
sort
would,
of, just commenting. We're
Move down slope and
on a little bit of a
down a little bit.
I
You're
guess
pretty far out there.
I don't know, we wouldn't
Yeah,
call this a
copy
talus
that.
slope, would you? You call it
Yeah,
a rubble slope.
This is basically just all material sliding down slope from the reef above.
Yeah, and pilot, this could be another one of these sea cucumbers, but maybe we could take a quick look at this and see if it's the same thing.
Yeah, that'd be fine, Sean.
Copy that. Video quick snap zoom. Let's see what this is.
Looks like it.
And yes, it's the same Morph Nergus, so we could probably pass this one by. We got some really good video of them.
Copy that. Video, do you copy?
Copy that.
So you can come on out when you're ready.
So far, I'm going to have to agree with you that the shrimp seem to be the most successful here.
There's something else. They are definitely doing something right down here, and water is below.
Oh, copy that.
Oh,
Understood.
shoot. Center up. See how I'm stretching the tether?
All the bed forms.
Yeah, copy that.
Yep. Lots
Bed
of
forms,
ripples.
ripples, yeah.
So I would try to not push out
What that is,
too
it
far
almost
ahead.
looks like
I would try to stay
old
centered.
line, could
Just
be
do some
debris.
Like where my
or,
camera view is now. Try
coral
to stay
skeleton.
centered down below there.
Okay. Yeah, I won't go forward anymore.
So this is not going to be what the seafloor is going to look like on this whole dive. I think we're kind of in a little bit of a rubble slope, and then when we get in
When we get
a
to
little bit
about
steeper
halfway, it's going to
topography.
be more sturdy.
Yeah.
So when I
So
heave,
there's
I'm
a
pulling
fish
you.
straight ahead, a pilot. He's kind of a smaller guy. Right near the
Yes,
center.
I see him.
This would be good to zoom in on this one.
Copy that. Give me 1 second. All right, video, do you want to come in with me on this fish?
Copy that.
Ooh, that's another one with those
Yeah.
big fins.
Yeah, so no, this is different. So I've got an idea about this one, but I'm going to let Bruce take the first shot across the bow on this particular species. Mostly I'm trying to protect my reputation more than anything else.
Yeah. But you're giving away that that's
Okay,
what
Chris,
you're doing.
you've got me kind of spooked now. After that last one, it looks like it's generally the same type, but maybe a different species. So I'm
All right,
still
video,
gonna
if
go
you
with
want to come in,
Nezumia,
if you have
but,
more.
Ventrophos is
Copy
a
that.
more reflective, shinier genus. But
Max zoom.
so right now I'm thinking Nezumia. But what are your thoughts, Chris?
So I think it's a good match to possibly Nezumia, maybe even Nezumia propinqua, but or at least what we're calling Nezumia propinqua in Hawaii.
I need to call up some resources and look at the distribution and find out. Again, Nezumia is a genus with a lot of species, and a lot of them have restricted distribution. Some of them are widespread, though, so I'll have to find out if propinqua has been reported from the Western Pacific or not. But, of course, we always have the chance that we're seeing range extensions, discovering things. We've certainly seen things previously unreported in a lot of areas on these Okeanos and
Looking down at you at 65 degrees.
Explorer expeditions
Copy
so
that.
far.
And
so,
we should be stationary.
I'm
Oh,
going
should
to be
be
cautious
stopped,
about
okay.
putting species
Excellent.
names on these.
Yeah, no, I
You might have a
agree,
minute or
and
two,
I'm
though.
also looking at some
Copy
of the
that.
Ventrofosa right now.
I mean,
and
co-pilot
you
might
really
have a minute
can't
or two
rule
to
out
slide,
that
swing.
that genus either. I would agree. You sort of mentioned that as another candidate. It's pretty shiny. I'm trying to remember what you actually have taught me about these fish over the years, about the size of the eye and the height of the dorsal fin, and the narrowness of the body behind the head, etc.
All right, Washleads, is that good for this one?
Yeah, I think that's good. Thank you, Sean.
All right, video, when you're ready, you can come on out. All right, Dan, I will push ahead.
Yep. Not too far.
And I can give you another ship move when you're ready.
We'll wait to make sure that Sean doesn't get distracted with something on the way up. I'm
Absolutely.
sure he's going to find a cool fish or something.
Shark.
Or a shark.
That's what I'm banking on.
There's another little sea cucumber, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Same, probably.
Washleads, any interest on sea cucumber?
No, I think it's the same one.
Copy
So
that.
thank you. Jasper is bolted to try to grab some lunch. We actually didn't even notice that lunchtime is already halfway over. A little update on what's going on here. Excuse me?
I was going to say Ken Sulak typed in that he thinks it's Nezumia too, and he also noted that one had a scar on the side of its body that suggested that it had a parasite at one time. I'm looking at some of the identifying characters for these genera of macrurids, and it's very important to zoom in as tightly as possible on the head, and particularly the area of the snout, under the eye, above the mouth, to see what the nature of the ridges are and scales along the lower part of the head.
Okay, thank you, Bruce. I think that's an Aldervandria, but I wasn't absolutely sure. There's
Can you
fish
zoom out on high
scattered
pack a
all
little
over the
bit?
place
Sure.
here. We're trying to
You wanna
spot
see what
ones
point you-
that maybe we had
Yeah.
an image before.
Okay. Move it down a little bit. It's right there in this purple right here.
Okay. Alright.
And there's
Yeah,
waypoint
that's
3 for you.
one of the halosaurs that we
Yeah, we'll
imaged
just want to be
before.
careful as we
These
get
are
to
really
Wick. I mean,
common
I don't even know if we'll get to it
down
on this
here,
shift. Probably
so
not. But
seeing a lot of them.
be
not
careful as we get to
surprisingly.
that boundary.
I don't know if I said that right. anyway, it's not a surprise.
You can see from waypoint 2 to waypoint 3, we kind of come up that part that's shaded blue, and then it starts to form a pretty
Yes, that's
steep
another
cliff on the other side of that feature.
Yeah.
Or halosaur, at least.
We'll start right about here, it looks like.
Yep.
Oh, you can't even see my... Got that fish there.
Getting a bit more debris here at this particular portion of the slope.
There's one in the background, too.
Yeah, there's a couple.
Not really sure what that long thing is there, Pilot. You see that on the seafloor there?
I do. I will go towards it.
I'm not sure it's alive, but
So
I don't
again,
know what it
depends
is.
on how much time you have.
Go ahead, Bruce.
To say to every now and again for one of the halosaurs to get a better identification, you still need to see the top of the head. But I know it's a trade-off between seeing a lot by covering a
video,
lot of
quick
ground,
zoom on
and
this.
zooming in on different animals.
Copy that.
Yeah, what I'll do is I'll pick and choose, Bruce. So if there's a good chance that you can get a really nice image on the top of the head, we'll go ahead and do that. Those were maybe a bit of a challenge to try to get that really good close-up. So I don't know. This could be a coral branch. I guess that makes the most sense, I suppose, which may mean that there's some corals upslope.
Okay, so is that good, Washley?
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
All right, video, you can come on out.
Copy that.
Okay, there's a white sea cucumber that's coming toward the center from the right. It doesn't really look like one, but I think it is. Or I'm totally full of beans. I'm full of beans, it's a rock. Never mind.
Copy that.
There are actually some sea cucumbers that are white like that, but that wasn't one of them.
Here's some
So
more.
this one, these fish,
All right,
this
we can
might
get a ship
present
move
itself
toward
as a
155.
possibility to get another close-up of the head, since you're heading straight at it, and he seems to be
Actually, you know
cooperative,
what?
so I wonder if we
Looks
can
like
get a
the
zoom on one of these two.
It's going to shift a little more
Yep.
southerly. Let's do
Copy
160.
All right, video, do you
Copy
want to
that,
come on
160.
in?
Bridge, nav.
Focus on the one between.
Go ahead, Nav.
Ready for a ship move.
Yeah,
30
that one.
meters, 160 degrees, 0.2 knots.
Okay, Bruce, we're
Roger that.
getting another
Copy
halosaur
range,
now.
30.
So far, at
Bearing.
least, is cooperating.
160. Speed, 2.
Okay, copy.
For the general public that's watching, the tricky part of identifying these fish is that
This is
you got to
partial.
look at aspects of these fish really close up in order to be able to identify them from video. And what they're trying to
All right,
see
video,
here
come
is
on in more.
whether there are scales on the top of its head. So it's pretty challenging for our videographers to actually do this, but they're doing it.
Nav, this is Bridge.
Let's try.
Ship move initiated.
And this does not have scales on the top of the head, Bruce.
Thank you, Bridge.
Like the other one. You can actually see, I think, his brain right above his eye there. He has a very transparent head.
Yeah, so that's an Aldrovandia, and
Yeah,
I'm
video,
hoping that
come on
Ken
out.
Kulak will
Kick it up.
chime in because he had some observations
Sand.
about the transparent skull on these things that allows you to see the brain.
Video's
and so
full
he could
wide.
have more knowledgeable things to say about that than I would on the chat room. So we'll see what he types in.
Yeah, thank you. Just remind everybody, but that's the voice of Bruce Mundy. He's with the NOAA Fisheries Science Center at the Inouye Regional Center on Ford Island. And he knows lots and lots about deepwater fishes. Also joined by Dave Jordan in the chat room. Dave is going to be particularly interested in tomorrow's dive. He's a marine archaeologist, and he was instrumental in finding a debris field for the aircraft carrier Kaga up in the northwestern Hawaiian Islands that we tried to get to earlier this year, but couldn't quite do it. The weather was
ship
not
move underway at
cooperating.
160.
We were all
160.
very
I'm
disappointed
lined up with now.
that we were not able to dive
Copy
You're in a
that.
good.
and try to find the main
You're at a good
hull of
distance
that
from
very
Cereals
historic
right now.
shipwreck.
Nice.
But
Just gonna wait for it to start
Dave is
moving.
going to be definitely joining us for tomorrow's dive when we hope to find a destroyer that was sunk during World War II. Les Watling has joined us now. I think he's in Maine, but he also works at the University of Hawaii. Les Watling is a deepwater coral expert, focusing primarily on bamboo corals and chrysogorges, but he's another one of these people that knows a ton of animals, not just those two groups. So I'm delighted to see that he's joined the chat room. Deborah Glickson is a geologist with Harbor Branch, and she is joining us. You may recall that she was on our leg one in the Marianas. So again, delighted to see the chat room list increasing right now. And Abby Laponce is in the chat room as well, another deepwater coral specialist. So we've got a lot of experts on the line helping out with this dive. All right, we've got a fish in the upper left quadrant there, that larger one.
Yes, I will try to get there. I think I have enough tether.
I think it could be something that we've imaged before, but it's certainly worth taking a look. This is a different perspective than we had on the earlier one, so this might help us to nail down the identification.
All right, video, come on in.
Copy that.
That is a pretty fish. That is
Partial?
a beautiful copper cone.
All right, you can come
cone,
in more.
metallic copper on this thing. Oh, that's magnificent.
Max zoom.
Okay, I think on this one we can see a little bit of that streak from the eye through the corner of the mouth, the lower part of the gill cover that we were talking about, and so this looks like Pteranodon ventralis. I also see what look like pelvic fins folded up underneath the on the chest, just behind the
How am I
throat.
looking, Copa?
And this
be okay.
species of pearlfish,
Feel a little tug on the tether here and there.
ventralis, gets the
When I
species
heave.
name ventralis because of the presence
Copy that.
of pelvic fins on the ventral part of the body. In the past, those were called ventral fins. It's the only genus of pearlfishes that has ventral fins.
Thank you very much, Bruce. So because of that close-up
ready
image,
for full
Bruce is
specimen?
actually fairly comfortable
yeah.
going to species, and obviously this will be checked and
And
double-checked
can we
by
get lasers?
himself and by others.
Copa, lasers, please.
Just being able to get that type of a close-up is just so useful for identifying these animals from the video.
Well, I'm going to recant what I said. Now that it lifted up off the bottom a little bit, I'm not sure that I saw the pelvic fins. I was
Right,
maybe
Sean.
seeing a
So-
shadow or something there. So
Copy
now I'm a
that.
little bit more
moving.
confused about the
Video, when you're
identification.
ready, I need to
It's one of the
move
difficulties
ahead.
to try to do identifications from the videos.
Video's clear.
All right, come on out, please.
Well, I mean, you're going to have plenty of time to look at this video again and take stills and other things. So there's yet another fish, I apologize, right above the lasers.
Yes.
You got
Quick
time.
snap zoom
Do
to
that.
see if it's the same congrid, and if it is, then we can pass it by, but if it's different, maybe
Copy
we can-
that. Video, quick snap zoom.
So,
Copy that.
let's see. I think it is the same congrid. I'm just, if you can just hold for a moment while I wait for Bruce to confirm that. He's got a nice set of teeth on his lower jaw there. Look at that.
Yeah, he does.
So what do you think, Bruce?
I think it's the same species that we were seeing previously. I'd call it Bathyura conger or Bicinus.
Great, thank you very much. That'll work, pilot, whenever video's done.
All right, video, when you're ready, come on out, please.
So I've never
Copy
been
that.
able to control certain types of jokes, as everybody knows, and I have to say this one because we haven't actually been able to see pearlfish. I don't think we've seen pearlfish on any of the dives so far, but this is a fish, as Bruce Mundy
All right, why don't you
mentioned
go ahead and
earlier,
push out,
actually
Sean?
lives in the
Copy
rear end
that.
of sea cucumbers. These are the actual, not this particular fish, but other members of this family. And so I can't help noting that a fish that lives in the rear end of a sea cucumber actually is in the family
we're on
Crapidae.
location.
And I know that's inappropriate, but
Should
now
be
I've gotten it out of my system.
that.
Ship move's
and
done.
I won't
Yeah.
mention it again.
Copy that.
There's probably a few kids maybe chuckling out there. Oh, but that wasn't too inappropriate, I hope. Anyway, it's done. I'm finished now, and I'll go down to lunch and leave everybody in peace in a few minutes. Yeah, Scott, of course, very appropriately said he was going to say that, but then he remembered he wasn't 10 years old, and I obviously did not remember that I'm older than 10 years old. So, all right, Jasper is back from lunch, and so I'm going to go ahead and head off, and I'll be back shortly.
I'm too timid about saying things like that, especially off of the.
Hey, Bruce, I think your mic is still open.
Whoops. So I think I just said I was too timid to say things like that. I hope I didn't say anything else. Nobody's commenting. So, unfortunately, I can't hear if there's conversation on the bridge, but on the control room, rather. But Ken Sulak just wrote some things about the halosaurs that we're seeing, and particularly the one that had the transparent roof of the
Start
head,
mowing the lawn the other way.
skull. He says that the roof of the head on these halosaurs is usually transparent to allow the minimal amount of light at these depths to penetrate into the pineal organ on the head. But that, let's see, that in mature males, the top of the head has dark pigment that blocks that light. I'm trying to read this while I'm staying close to the microphone, so excuse me. Okay, and then also the snout and area of the nostrils in the mature males become dark with pigment as well. So there's a difference in the color of the head between most of these halosaurs in the genus Aldrovandia and the mature males. And it's all related to reproductive
How's our progress,
state,
Nav?
and mating,
Just curious if
spawning.
we're-
of these
To what
fishes.
point 2, you mean?
Yeah, just
Or to
on the
end?
dive in general.
Oh.
Are we moving at a good enough pace, or?
Let me double check everything.
There's one small fish swimming
So
away
we've
from
gone
us.
about 120
Left
meters.
of the screen.
And
Copy that. Watch lead. Do you want a zoom?
waypoint 3 is
Why not?
557
Sure.
meters away.
Video quick zoom on this fish coming into center.
Copy that.
And yeah, we're doing good. We just need to average 0.07 knots.
So we're actually moving too fast.
Yeah.
So we were 0.08
A little bit.
before, right?
Yeah.
That's fine.
You're doing too good.
Good,
Giving us
good
a
pace.
nice little show.
All right, video. It's moving kind of quick for me.
This is another one of the halosaurs.
That's pretty good.
One of the spiny eels from a slightly different
I
angle.
heard
I think we're
identification
looking at
from
its belly right
FAX. I
now.
think we're good on that.
It looks like it's got the enlarged scales along the lower part of the body. We're not seeing the top of the head, but my guess is that it's another Albrovandia species.
Did you see that?
Like the others that we were able to zoom in on previously. So it certainly seems to be a dominant genus of fish in this habitat.
Yeah, the fish took off.
And that's very different than what we saw
No,
on the
you
earlier
should joke
deeper
about that.
dives
That was
we
actually
all over hard,
really?
hard
Yeah.
relief
I didn't see it.
substrates.
Right.
That was weird. So is ship stopped?
Ship is not moving.
It's not moving. Okay.
Get another one in, I guess.
About 160.
Yeah.
Yeah, 160 is fine.
I think that's good.
Bridge, nav, we're ready for another ship move.
That might be another sea cucumber we just went over.
Nav, bridge, go ahead.
30 meters, 160 degrees, 0.2 knots.
30 meters, 160.2. Stand by. Here it comes.
Okay, copy. Thank you.
All right, video. Do you want to come in with me?
Or it's just a rock.
That is.
No, that's probably part of a sea urchin.
Sure. A little more video?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, video, you can come out.
Definitely not.
I was thinking sea cucumber too, Jasper.
It looked like it could have been a bivalve.
Yeah, I was thinking that was not an urchin. It looked like it was a shell fragment.
Yeah, something like a
Some big
scallop or
boulders coming up.
And the fish looks similar to the big fin sort of macurids we'd seen before.
Video quick snap zoom, just for an identification. And
Watch your swing arm, Sean.
No, this looks a little different.
See that?
Oh yeah. Video come out for a second.
I'll wait for Bruce to
I'm
chime
waiting
in.
to get a closer view of this.
Yeah, he's not being helpful. He keeps floating out of the picture.
Video, come on out. I need to recenter.
Okay, but it does look sort of similar to, I think, the last macrurid that we saw. So it is a rat tail, or grenadiers are sometimes called. And I think it could be in the genus Mizumia.
Yeah, Dan, let me know if I get too far behind.
Again, zooming in on the head as much as possible can be very helpful because the genera are distinguished by presence or absence of ridges above the mouth and on the snout, or size of the scales, that sort of thing.
Right. Yeah, they're trying to reposition as the
All right,
fish
video,
is moving
come on in.
downhill.
Mouth and on the snout, or size of the scales, that sort of thing.
Right. Yeah, they're trying to reposition as the
All right,
fish
video,
is moving
come on
downhill.
Yeah, and I know it's a trade-off between trying to get what we can from the videos and then spending too much time with the fishes. So do what we can in the time you think you have.
Yeah, I think you'll see this is a pretty good view right now.
Yeah, this is good. Yeah. Actually, I think what we'll end up doing is seeing what the still images look like. We're getting frame grabs from this video segment, and then sending it off to the expert on this group at California Academy of Sciences, Tomio Iwamoto.
Copy that. Washley, did you say that's good? All right.
At these depths, this can be a
video,
very
come on
abundant
out.
group of fish, the rat tails,
I'm
and there are
gonna
hundreds
push
of these
ahead a little.
worldwide. It's very complex, and a lot of the identifications are done on the basis of fairly subtle characters,
Video
of
swapping
scale
out?
patterns, or even internal characters. So it's not easy for most of us to identify these things, with the exception of a few distinctive species.
Thanks.
Why don't you work to push out here?
Yeah, I'm pushing out.
Okay. You got that big boulder up ahead of you?
Yeah, there's a couple. I saw earlier.
Ooh, there's a large shell next to the right of your lasers, a little bit down.
Large shell.
Yeah, it looks
Right
kind of
there?
like a wavy pattern right there.
Yeah, I see it. Give me one sec.
Yeah, you really don't have much time here, Sean.
All right. Video quick zoom on shell.
Okay. That's a partial zoom.
Yeah, so it looks like that one is covered in the sediment, but you can tell the ridges are still showing quite nicely.
All right, video can come on out. I need to push
That looks
ahead.
like a shell of a giant clam.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking
Or
too.
full wide.
Thank you. Let's look at this boulder.
Oh boy.
How much left in that move?
That is
Nav?
a big boulder.
1 meter.
Okay.
Actually, I think we're stopped. I might have the point a
Yeah,
little
we're
further.
just gonna.
That's quite an interesting find at this depth. It's certainly not something that lives down here. These giant clams have photosynthetic algae in their tissues, like a lot of the reef-forming corals have. So they're restricted to the very sunlit areas in the upper parts of reefs. So seeing that shell down at this depth is really interesting.
I'm looking down at you 90
Well,
degrees.
he's in a pile of sand,
Copy
right?
that.
So he could be.
Just gonna
he
go
could
to
have
the side.
come
I
down
think you're
a
more on
long
this
way
side, so.
with the rest of all
But
this
remember,
material
the
slumping
tether
down.
Here's your tether.
is blowing in which direction?
It's
Yeah,
blowing.
absolutely.
Starboard.
Yep, from port to starboard. So I would come up and over it, just to be safe.
Copy that.
Nav bridge. If it's not apparent, we've completed that position move.
Yeah, copy that. Thank you, Bridge.
Yeah, why don't you punch it, Sean?
Copy that. I can punch it.
Watch your toe.
Let's go look at this guy.
I think this could be the same eel, but we could do a snap zoom on it.
Copy that.
And that means Chris is back from his lunch too.
Back from my lunch. I wolfed it down.
All right, video quick snap zoom.
Digest some other
Okay.
time.
Yeah.
So that's a partial.
And suspect it's the same eel that we've been seeing. That it's beautiful shell fragments.
Yep. Looks like
Yeah,
it's that
that's-
abalone kind of thing.
Yeah, not sure. It's good for science, pilot.
Copy that. Video come on out.
Okay. That's full wide.
ROV nav, watch lead.
Go ahead, watch lead.
Roger, so as we're getting closer to this kind of fault escarpment edge, I wonder if we could try to plan to hug that edge as closely as possible. We might see some corals right along it.
Okay, yeah, we can do that.
Thank you very much.
Hey, pilots. I had a request from Watch It. I don't know if you heard, but we just want to hug that edge of that ridge.
Yeah, I think It's still going to be a little ways before we see a hard edge, but
That's
we'll
another
keep an
one
eye on
of
it for
the
it.
pearl fishes, the pyramodon that we just
That might end up
imaged.
taking
Yes,
us.
it is. So we could probably pass this one up.
Copy that. Passing.
I think we're
More like 140.
let's
We'll see that one.
but we don't want to end up on the bottom of it, so I'd say we just keep heading toward waypoint 2. I think we're still a ways from seeing a hard
I did
face.
some checking, and we only have one species in that genus in the Hawaiian Islands. It's not recorded from Wake Atoll at all, of course, because nobody's done any exploration at this depth. But in the Western Pacific, North Pacific, there are actually
yes.
2 species in the genus. So once again, we need to be cautious about assigning species names. I've been a little too free with that.
Well, I guess one way to sort of look at it is we're sort of identifying these
Video,
as
come on in.
looking alike that particular animal, at least on our first view.
That's a partial.
But I'm going to pause with this because, Bruce, we've got another macrurid right now, and is a different macrurid than we've seen so far.
Looks similar to the one we actually just imaged while you were eating.
Oh, while I was eating?
But I'll let Bruce make that actual call.
Okay. Yes.
To me, it does.
Okay, yeah, I missed this one earlier. So this is the one that they ID'd as the
Our video, you can
Malacocephalus
come on in more.
nizumia.
Okay.
Oh, well, there's 3 candidates.
Yeah.
I see.
No, that's right. I was unwilling to take it further than that. It seems more likely to be Malacocephalus or Nizumia, but I'm getting very timid now about my identification. Because, I think I said when we saw the previous one, there are a lot of species in this group in the rat family for the rat tails, and they're often difficult to identify. Unfortunately, this was not letting us see the side of its head, but seeing the nature of the scales and ridges on the head, particularly on the snout and above the mouth, could be useful for identifying this.
Well,
But
Bruce,
this was a little bit on the shy side.
yeah, he's turned his head, so you may get what you need here. Getting a really good view of his whisker and actually his teeth. You can actually see the teeth in his mouth.
Yeah, that's really good. That's great. So part of the characters are the presence or absence of scales along the snout and the area under the eye. I'm not sure if we can. It looks like it might have small scales in those areas.
Yes, it does, Bruce. I can see that with the view just
should
now.
Should make it in the genus Nizumia.
Okay.
Is that good, Washley?
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
All right, video, come on out, please.
Okay.
Starting to get under me.
You have full wide?
And I remember Randy
You want me to
Singer
come out all
making
the
the
way?
comment that the genus
yeah.
Nizumia in the rat tail family,
There we
rat
go.
tail's named because of the shape of the tail. Nizumi is Japanese for rat. So that's the origin of the genus name.
Right.
Yeah, thank you, Bruce.
top.
We got a big shrimp that's on that. The rock, it's now coming
Oh.
into the upper center. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, this is a different shrimp than we've seen. Actually, one of the earlier ones is over there on the left.
Yeah.
You can see those. You can see the comparison of the sizes. Yeah, another one of those Orphanergus sea cucumbers.
All right, video, come on in.
Okay.
Chris,
That's a
earlier
partial.
when we were talking about identifications of rat tails, you tossed out a species for one of the Nizumia that you thought we were looking at. Can you remember what that species was?
Yeah, so it just struck me as being similar to
All right,
what we
come on in
call
more.
Malacocephalus barretsi in
That's
Hawaii.
cool.
Just the white pectoral fin axes with the black tips on them, and the black dorsal fin patch, and just the overall gestalt, if you will. So let me comment on the shrimp since he's in view right now. So this is Heterocarpus. It's in the family Pandalidae, and it looks to me like it's awfully close to or exactly Heterocarpus levigatus. Some of the things we're looking at here are the serrated rostrum. You can see it's kind of curving up, and it's got keels on the main, the thorax, right by the eyes. You can see those ridges. These are all characteristic of this particular species of pandalid.
All right, video. I think, what else would you like from this?
If we could zoom out and get a shot of this one and the one next to it, that would be great.
Copy that. Zoom out. And where is the, okay.
Just right there.
There's two of them up there.
Yeah, so we've got these shrimp already, the long-legged shrimps.
Okay.
Standoff.
Yeah.
Copy that. All right.
I think
Video?
video's clear.
Yeah,
All right, come on out.
Okay. All right, we're full wide.
So that chunk of coral that the shrimp was sitting on that we just imaged, it looks to me like it's an overturned upside down kind of a plate coral. That it, see, we're seeing where it was attached to the substrate.
Yep. There's another piece of
Yeah, Chris,
like
I think you missed it earlier, but there was a giant clam shell that they came across at Tridacna.
Actually, Dan, I'm going to back up slightly. I think I saw a shell.
Sure, that's fine.
Just a little bit.
Well above you.
Is that a holothorian?
Yes, give me 1 second.
No, there's a beautiful shell on the
There
left
it
bottom,
is.
yeah.
It's a scallop shell, pecten.
Is that worthy of a zoom, Washleets?
Well, we're here. Let's go ahead and get it. It's a dead shell.
Oh, yeah.
It's a modern day shallow water, probably shell made its way, but maybe it isn't that shallow. Who knows?
Copy that. We'll do a quick one. All right, video quick zoom.
Okay.
It's the shell that the old company is named after.
And then, yeah, I think just a quick one will be good video.
All right. So I can come on out whenever.
Later on this fall,
yeah,
I
you
hope
come on
to
out.
be
Doesn't seem that
scooping
once
a bunch of
much
these
interest.
up off of these little ponds off of Cape Cod when I'm on vacation. I like to go up there and I like to go scalloping. I haven't been up there for a couple of years, so visit some relatives.
All right, video, if you want to come in on this guy.
Okay.
We've got that already. That's
Oh, we
one
do?
of the, yeah, sea
Okay.
cucumbers.
Never mind.
Yeah, we got a couple of them actually already. It's Orphanergus.
We even had the misidentified one that I found.
Is that right?
That
We're
just
just
ended up
about
being
ready
a
for a
fragment
watch
of
change,
something.
so we'll
Oh, okay.
let them put the next move in.
Yeah.
So they're just
I can just center up, put them in a nice spot.
We're still in this very rubbly area, as you can see. This is all
I
coral
suspect this
rubble.
is going to keep continuing up the hill. As
Yeah.
we're just going to get steeper and steeper. It's probably going to get closer and closer to where this stuff came from.
Yeah, and at some point we're going to wind up getting into a little more consolidated substrate. Another one of those Heterocarpus on the rock. So they're the type of shrimp that don't swim. They kind of just sit there on rocks and do whatever it is they do to make a living.
Somehow, apparently, it works.
Having a watch change here.
Yeah, I think
so
this
we're
is the
gonna-
post-lunch watch change
Yeah.
for the ROV guys.
Got it.
Hey, co-pilot.
How you doing, pilot?
Good. So ship stopped. I think we're just gonna keep going once the shift change is complete.
Copy that. Sounds great.
Sean Josh is going to be a few minutes late, but he'll be
Copy that.
Now, what's our heading to waypoint 2?
Give me a second.
Copy. Yeah, just select waypoint 2 and then I can see it. Yeah.
Waypoint 2 is about 148.
I think they want to just ride this ridge, kind of.
Another one of those Orphanergus
Copy. Cool.
sea cucumbers and
Thanks,
more
Nav.
of these long-legged shrimp.
Any interest on zooms, wash leads?
Not here, thank you.
Copy that.
Sure what that long thing is over to the left, but I guess it's just a piece of debris.
See over to the darker
Yeah,
item.
I think it's just a branch. I think it might have
Got
been
a little
the
bit of
same-
tether,
maybe
but
the same
not
thing
a
as
whole
the
lot.
Rama. Maybe
Yes,
that's
I'll
one
stop.
This is a
Yeah, you can put in a
could be a dead branch
move.
of coral, or
Okay.
could even
30
be
meters is fine.
from shore.
It looks like you've been
that's
moving
blown.
160. The target
Into the
is
water.
like,
Into the water.
Video, quick zoom.
150.
Just identify.
Any strong feelings one way or the other?
No, it's a sea pen that's rolled over.
Cut the difference.
Look at that. So the rock
Copy.
that
Right.
he's on
Video if you have any
has
more.
tipped over, and now he's lying on
Alright,
the
so it'll be
side.
50 meters or 30
That's
meters
full
at
zoom.
155.
Copy
I'll
that.
call that in.
That's about as far as I can get to it
Sounds
right
great.
now, too.
I guess this is a rock pen. I'm not positive.
Bridge, RV nav.
About the only thing I
Go ahead, RV.
Can we get
go
a ship
to
move,
now is
please?
just
30
peninsula.
meters, bearing 155 degrees,
Peninsula,
0.2
excuse me.
knots.
Roger that. Copy range 30. Bearing 155.
All right, wash lead. That's
Decimal
about
2
as
knots.
close as I can get to it right now.
Yeah. No, that's good.
Is that all good?
Yeah.
Copy that.
Clearly see that he's unhappy.
All right, video if you want to come on out.
All right. We're full wide.
Excellent.
Yeah, pilot will be coming your way once the ship moves. And
Yeah, what's the
Kind of
direction?
surprised thinking we're just
155?
going to see a
Copy
piece of
that.
debris and
Yeah, and
wind
that
up
should be
seeing
pretty quick.
another animal.
RV
bring your
nav.
sonar in.
This is the bridge. Ship move initiated.
Thank you, Bridge.
pilot, you want to bring your sonar in or leave it?
It's fine like that.
Okay.
You can almost see the edge of the drop-off over there to the port when he pans over there, because
Just
we're
checking some
kind of
numbers
coming
on
along a really sharp
speed.
escarpment here.
Off bottom and such.
Yeah, I think it's a regular recovery time today.
Yeah, that's what it's been relayed to me too.
So one of the things we wanted to do, pilot, I think I mentioned this to the nav last time, was that we wanted to try to hug that drop-off on the port side if we can, because we might find a little more consolidated substrate there.
Copy that. We can definitely do that.
Yeah, we made the ship move a little bit closer to that. So
Oh yeah, watch it. Did you hear that? We've
No,
adjusted the next ship move to hug closer to the port side.
Oh, great, thank you.
So yeah, that should keep us there.
Yeah, so we need to average 0.07 to make it to the dive-in waypoint. We shouldn't have any problem doing that.
Yeah, it used to be 0.08.
And we've got a fish
we
down
did
below
good.
here. Might be worth a zoom.
It's got a big
We're
fin
in
in
position
there.
for it.
Copy that. All right, video, come on in.
All right. So that's a partial.
I think this is a really tall fin fish that we got an image of, but we'll go ahead and take another look at this because we weren't really sure of the ID.
Just gonna set for a second. All right, coming up.
I was thinking this could be
Yeah.
Nazumia something that
Are
looks
you
like
coming
what
video?
we call
Okay.
propinqua, and I think Bruce said that Ken Sulak thought this could be in the genus Nizumia as
So
well.
that's a partial zoom.
All right, do a quick. Oh, let's do it quick.
That was actually the one I was asking about earlier, Chris. I was looking up some information on that species. Some of the things that we
It's
see
moving
in
fast.
Hawaii
Yeah, he's
are only
moving
known
quick.
from the
Come on out,
Hawaiian
video.
Islands.
Okay.
But Nizumia
Just a little
propinqua
quicker
has a
than I
wide
can tell.
range, so it's a very good
That was
possibility
pretty
here.
good.
All right.
Yeah, you can
Known
come wide.
from
Okay.
East Africa all the way through the
So
western
wide.
Pacific to Hawaii. So Nizumia propinqua is
Well, you
quite
were off to my
widespread.
starboard side there.
Oh,
Copy
excellent.
that. I'll
Thank you, Bruce.
recenter.
Looks like I'm starting to move nicely.
It's just sort of a small note of interest, but each of these animals we're imaging today, they're going to be new records for this part of the Pacific because
Because nobody's been here.
Yeah, no one's been here before. So even though we might know or think we know what the animal is, it's still extremely valuable.
Yeah.
Because this just improves our understanding of how widely dispersed some
Did you
of
want
these
your
species are.
aft light bars on or not?
It's another one of those sea cucumbers again.
Actually,
that we
yeah,
had
you can turn
before.
them on. They must never have been turned on.
Now there's the edge, and there might be some harder rocks there, if I'm not mistaken, in the background. Something's larger there.
Yeah, it's
Come on.
nice.
Have a better chance of corals here.
Something over there.
Yeah, this is a good place to be here. We are seeing some harder rocks.
Yeah, once this move settles out, we might have to adjust our movement direction.
Yeah, copy that.
Maybe this could just be a big rock, I don't know.
We came across one of these about 20 minutes ago.
Did you?
It's a big, massive one in the middle of nowhere.
Copy.
This one might be a tad bigger.
Yeah, look at that drop off.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a pretty nice drop off.
Yeah, I kind of like this, just looking down into the abyss, although we're kind of in the abyss, but looking down more into the abyss is always kind of fun.
Some nice little ripples in the sand.
Yeah.
And then this big rocky formation on the edge.
So this could be pretty old rock, right? I mean, this.
Yeah.
Is that manganese crusting on this carbonate?
I'm
maybe?
guessing not, but
It's just weathered carbonate?
I think
or?
it's weathered, yeah.
Okay.
How many meters left of the move now? Or the ship?
Move is just about done.
Just stopped, okay. Copy.
And I don't expect much of a delay this step for you.
Yeah, there hasn't been much.
Pretty steep.
Yeah, it's been pretty steep the entire dive.
Those, yeah, I'm talking about just this rock too.
Oh, yeah.
I can see shadows in your light pool.
Yeah.
Watch that port lower swing arm if you keep moving
It's
like
almost
this.
starting to look a little karstic, wouldn't you say, Jasper? All
Yeah,
those
it's a
little
nice
holes in
spot.
here, or-
Well, that goes with the weathering, right?
Yeah.
Karst is just a
There's a
extreme
fish
version
in that
of
divot
weathering
of the rock.
effectively.
I don't know
I
if
kind of
Watchley
like to
saw it
throw
or
out
not.
that word
Fish.
because I think it's a cool word,
Give.
but
In the
what
big
does it mean,
divot just to
Jasper?
the left of center right now.
It's basically just the
Oh,
weathering. No,
There's a
yeah,
coral.
We do have
There we
corals
are.
on the-
So this is good. I don't know if we can image that little colony, right?
Yeah.
That little light, bright
So,
one. Yeah, this is kind of what I was hoping we might be able to see, but this is these overhang
Looks like I'm 25 meters from it.
rocks that
I'm happy.
I was a little worried
I'd like to come up
about
before
as
I
we
move,
came
but
up
yeah.
slope. So we'll have to be careful of that.
Co-pilot, try to figure out if this is overhung ahead
There's
of
a
it.
yellow
Oh,
one
there's a
right
bunch of
Right.
corals
Yeah.
here
I'm a little concerned
to look
about
at.
all right.
I can go.
Video, come on in.
Okay.
Try to do this floating.
So that's a partial.
All the coral people are going, yay, finally,
Yeah.
jeez, oh, weeze. All right, I have a handle on what this is, but I'm gonna go ahead and see
Yeah,
if
it's
we can get
basically
some of the
straight
coral
up.
people to throw out opinions.
Okay, good.
I can't tell if it's hung over or not. Yeah.
All right, video, maybe a little more.
Okay.
You got
Scott
bail out at
France
315. That's good. Okay.
threw out Sclerotinia,
That's
which I would
Bolzano.
agree, and he's also suggesting the genus
We'll come up and
Enolopsamia,
check it
and I
out
would also
before we move.
agree with that.
Definitely a big feature.
Enolopsamia is a Sclerotinian or hard coral. That skeleton you're looking at is hard, made of calcium carbonate, and some other things, I guess. Enolopsamia colonies are characterized by sort of a zigzag arrangement of their branches, which you can see here, and also the polyps all being on one side. Asako Matsumoto thought it could be a hydrocoral, but I think it looks more like Enolopsamia to me. No, she's changed her opinion, so she's got a little bit of a delay, so we have a bit of an advantage on her. So she now also thinks it's a Sclerotinian. I wonder if we could image. There's one right above it too. I wonder if
Yeah.
we could.
Video, come on out.
Okay.
Let's find another one.
Kind of a yellow one. Might have a commensal on it.
I think there's a crab or something sitting in front of it.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to see. We could get a twofer here, 2 animals for
And
the
a
price
fish.
of 1.
Yeah, there's a fish too. Do you want fish first or
The fish is moving, so maybe get the fish first, and then
copy that?
and then get the coral, because this is a
All right,
different
video,
fish.
quick zoom on
He's got the big
fish.
fin again.
Yeah, but he's different.
Pilot, be
So
careful
that's
of
a partial.
potential overhang here.
Yeah, copy that. I have visual on serials.
Well, maybe he's different. I'm
Yeah,
not
you're right.
positive he is. I think he's different. How's that?
Yeah, this is a darker, more uniformly dark species. It's similar. It could be in the same genus Nezumia, but it's definitely a different species, I think, because of the darker body and doesn't have quite the patterning on the fins that the other ones have. There might be some color changes in relation to the color of the substrate, but I kind of doubt
All right,
it.
video, come on out. He's getting kind of high
Okay.
for me.
So it's a rat
Yeah.
tail. I think it is a different species than what
Back
we've seen before.
down.
Yeah, and Bruce, I haven't had a
Copilot, you
chance to
still
look in
feel
the
happy
gallery,
with
but
that?
he's
Yep,
reminiscent
all's well.
of something that I
Nice.
thought Tomio Iwamoto at California Academy of
Zoom in a little
Sciences
bit.
thought was either a Kumba or a Nezumia, sort of a
Looks
sort
like
of
there's
brown
another fish
mottled
behind that
species
yellow
in
coral with
Hawaii
the
that kind
crab.
of look like
Oh
that.
yeah,
but
I see that.
I'll check the picture.
Get into a spot.
There's a fish behind the coral. We could get a 3-fer here.
All right, video, come on in.
Okay. So that's a partial.
The other thing is we're in a different substrate now, and you'd expect maybe different species living under different substrates.
That coral is being overgrown by zoanthids, I think, but I'm not really sure what the coral is. And
Probably the same as the
and
yellow
we've got a
coral
very
needs to do
different fish coming up too. We did get a 3-fer here.
Do you want to focus on
How about the fish because it's moving? Try to
Copy
get those
that.
down.
Yeah. All right, video, come on in on head.
Okay.
So this fish looks like it could
That's
be
full zoom.
a cusk eel, an ophidia, but it's a different type than we've seen in deeper
He's in a
water.
dark
I
spot,
can't get a
too.
good clear look at it since it's kind of back in the little cavern area.
All right, video,
Is that
come on
you,
out.
Todd?
I'm going
That's
to try to
a little more.
spin
Yeah,
and see if I can
I
get some
think you're right. I think it is an ophidiid,
light on
but I
it.
don't recognize it, Bruce. I
I'm
can't
not
go any
quite all the
further
way
than
out.
that.
That's fine. How you are.
Report lower.
So yeah, this
Then should
this
help.
coral's a little puzzling. Do we have any help? Scott thought it could be a Plexaurid acanthogorgia, so that is helpful.
He is really
Looks
up
like
in
there's
there.
another one over here.
It doesn't like our lights much.
Not at all. All right, come on in, video.
Okay.
Let's see if that. Nope. It's even. Yeah, he's snuck back there.
And get his tail pretty good.
Yeah, come on out,
Very
tail.
shy.
If you deploy port lower more, it will help. But you
So
might
I
not
don't know,
wanna do that
Bruce.
next to the cliff.
Yeah.
Trying to remember what picnic
Yeah.
craspedum
Yeah,
looks
come
like.
out if you want to
I don't think
play
that's
around.
it,
Feel free.
but
Okay.
trying to think of what's got a deeper body.
Yeah, that's
I can try. See what I can do for you.
Sinking
Go ahead, Bruce.
I think we also have
Should I
to
focus on the
consider this
coral
could
or
be
the
one of the
fish?
live variants
Sorry,
of
video, I'm
seals
just trying
in the
to
family
adjust
Spiny
here.
Eels. It's
Oh,
kind of
that's fine.
stocky body, although it's a little
really
reminiscent
establish
of
it.
that
Actually, video, come out briefly.
the one we saw in the geologist female, Epitriotus spreadia.
That's full
with
wide.
A deep body and a big head. This one's not coming out as well, but that's a short body.
Just give me
that
1
was a
second to
complete surprise,
balance.
when we saw it in the geologist females because it hadn't been reported in the Central Pacific before.
All right, video, come on in.
We're still trying to give you one more try at getting a view of this thing for you, Bruce and Ken and others. He is extremely shy.
Sorry, Washers. I think that's going to be the best we're going to get. He doesn't seem to want to come out.
No, he's... I don't know what that is.
So Les Watling also points or suggests it might be a Plexaurid, overgrown.
Plexaurid, yeah, I would tend to agree. I think the polyps are too big for Acanthogorgia, too big and squat. And that was Scott's first choice, was Plexaurids on this as well.
All right, Washers, do you want to focus on coral now?
Yeah, and there was a clean gold colony that was a little bit to the lower left. I don't know if that's...
Video, come on out.
Okay.
Lower left.
The actual crab was a type of squat
So we're
lobster.
full wide.
Should swap
Trying
out.
to remember exactly what we're calling those ones that hang out on the rocks.
Oh, you can see the next layer has a whole bunch growing.
Oh
on
yeah,
the
there's
edge.
a lot of corals going up along that ledge.
Should wash later. I'm going to do a quick change here.
I'm going to point out too, this is also the side facing the current, so these guys are sitting on hard substrate in the current coming up the side here.
I think that crab we just imaged was U munita in that genus. And yeah, there's a really nice little bunch of corals. Yeah, there's something out there. That's right. Yeah, that was halosaur that was hit up
Quickly out
and
of there
suddenly
again.
Molded, yeah. So it,
Didn't realize someone was watching.
right. We're doing a little bit of seat shuffling in the front row, and he's about ready to
Hey, come on in video.
Okay.
I think we got Josh, if I remember, we got that one already,
Oh,
Josh.
you did? All right,
yeah.
come on out.
What we're after is one of these yellow ones that are over to the left. And
Yeah,
I
copy
don't know
that.
how far over you want to go over to the left because it looks like pretty torturous terrain there. But we got the fish, we got the crab, and so just this yellow one right above the lasers. That's
Yeah,
it.
come on in video.
All right. So that's a partial.
I'm going to tend to agree with Les and Scott here that it sure looks like a Plexaurid to me, too.
Is that Max?
Yeah, that's Max.
Yeah, so Scott had made a comment the other day too. I sort of suggested we weren't seeing a lot of the members of the family Plexauridae, these considered maybe sort of softer sea fans, Oregonians down here, and he said that basically these Plexaurids or a lot of Plexaurids are in shallower depths. So that would actually fit because we are 1,000 meters shallower than we have been for most of the cruise here. So we're starting to see some of this now. So it's also useful to get a handle on what the lower depth of certain families of corals are as well. It's all very good information. Sako Matsumoto also thinks it could be a Plexaurid. There was a little discussion about Paramuricid or Plexaurid. Those two families were synonymized at one point, and then I think people are considering splitting them apart again. I'm not really sure what the status is. That's a pretty nice view of that guy. I think I can see the scales on the branches pretty well, so that would be Plexaurid-like. So we're good. We're good pilot whenever video's ready.
Yeah, come on out video.
All right. So we're full wide.
So yeah, pilot, I just want you to. We'll just
so
go
Josh,
up this
maybe
rock.
we could just cruise right along the
We'll
edge here and see what we
what's
can
at the top.
see without getting into too much trouble with that super steep terrain.
Yeah, copy that. So Levi, when Sean was trying to look at that fish, that would have been a good time to lower the swing arm.
You know, I tried, and it didn't seem to make let him up too much more.
You lowered the lower ones?
Yeah, the port. I lowered it. I didn't bring it in any.
Yeah, you got to bring it in a little bit.
Okay. I just was.
So I think
didn't really want to
right
build that
when
big
we
rock,
saw
but-
the fish and the coral and all of that, you were explaining what the definition of karst was, weren't you?
Yeah, and then I looked at this and I was wondering whether this is just altered. This is it's extremely black looking once we started looking closer up. So now I'm not so sure.
The manganese crust can occur at these depths, right? Because we're still within the manganese crust depth of 800 to about 2,500
Yeah,
meters.
I think we're really at the boundary.
Got something white down there, Josh. I wonder if we could.
It's
looks like
to
something
the
different.
right of the lasers,
Yeah, it's to
about
the right of the
halfway.
lasers.
In the background?
Yeah, your lasers are about to come onto it.
It's like a
Hey, RV
little
nav?
mushroom shape.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
We haven't seen
Yeah, this is
that.
the bridge. Hey, I just want to let you know,
I think
it
it's
does
a
appear that
close-up anemone, frankly,
this
but
squall is going to come right over us. We'll be watching for a
get a better view in a
possible wind
moment.
shift. And the wind
Yeah, go
velocity is
ahead, in
picking
video.
up at this time.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like it might be picking up off the
Yeah,
starboard.
that's a
what it
partial.
is, all right.
You think you might want to
And
turn
it's
into that?
Some type of a other cnidarian above it as well.
Yeah, let me
That's what
watch it
some
for a
of
little
these
bit
big
first before I
anemones
say
look
that,
like
but
when
it's a
they closed
possibility.
up.
Sure. Let me know. Thanks.
The reason they close up is they
I
just caught something.
I don't know. It's possible. I don't really know. They're sleeping, maybe? That was a joke, obviously.
Yeah.
They're not.
You got a possible overhang above you there, pilot?
Yep. Thank you.
And I guess that could be a hydrozoan, maybe, or Sako thinks it's an
come in
anemone.
tight.
Yeah, probably more an anemone. Can't really see. It's kind of hidden there in the rocks. It's hard to say. I think reasonably safe calling it an anemone. Scott thinks it might be a serianthid, and it could be he's looking at that little orange area right in the center. Serianthids are tube anemones.
I'm getting tether poles. It's about the best I can do, Chris.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Do we want to move Sirius?
No.
That looks
out.
like
Come
crest.
It does.
They're full wide.
More of these plexaurid colonies right on the edge.
You want me to turn a little bit or stay here?
You're good.
Good.
See how the branches are kind of waving around a little bit in the current, and that's another indication that it's not one of the hard corals like the Enelopsamia that we looked at
Do a quick
earlier.
zoom here. Just
Okay.
A snap. Come on in tight. It's just sediment, right? Come on out.
Yeah, that looks
Does
like
it come
crest
out?
to me.
Yes.
When you asked
Okay.
for,
Come
you
on
see that?
Yeah.
So we want to follow the boundary between the sediment and the cliff. Is that the idea?
Yeah, that's the idea, and we're hoping to kind of see both fish and corals.
All right, so we're going to have to move Sirius more to starboard, correct? Levi?
Yeah, I think my heading's going to have to be more.
Well, we got to move you sideways and forward.
Yeah, I was thinking we'll see what the top of this rock looks like, and then we'll know what direction that ridge is, kind of.
A little more of a sediment.
We
dusting
do have
here.
a squall
Of
picking
course,
up.
it flattened out a little bit.
Yeah.
It's
There's a
shifting
fish.
to starboard.
Well, there's a
so
fish
we're
right
gonna wanna
there,
change
straight
the heading.
ahead.
But we can probably move as
Get
well.
I can't hear you, Nav. Sorry.
Sorry, I'll speak up. We have a squall coming in. Wind is picking up, shifting to starboard. They're probably going to want to change the heading, but
I think
we
it's
can
a
probably get a
halosaur,
move
but
in
I'm
as
not
well.
positive.
So whatever,
All right, come on in, video.
whatever you would like.
Okay. That's partial.
Yeah, maybe
Yes,
turn.
Yeah,
it
go in
is.
tight on the head.
Nice.
Gonna be Aldrovandria again. Again, it's missing the scales on the top of the head. Could be a little bit of a different species, though. It looks like it's a lighter colored, but I don't know how important that is.
So co-pilot, would you like to move at something like 170, 180 even?
Yeah, that's
Bruce
what
Mundy also thinks it's
I'm guessing right
Aldrovandria.
now. Yeah. We'll scope out this top of this rock, and then we'll.
Okay, you don't want to move yet. Fine.
Nicole Morgan has joined us in the chat room. Hello, Nicole.
Judging by my sonar, I think we got to the top of it. So.
Wind is almost directly off our starboard.
Copy that.
So we're good when video's good, pilot. This one.
All right, when
Okay.
you're clear, video.
All right. Coming wide.
Do you want me to turn starboard? But
All right, full wide.
And there's yet another fish. There's fish all over the place.
Yeah, you can turn to starboard.
I
Copy.
think this
Going
is
over.
yet just another
ahead.
Aldrovandria. We could probably skip this one.
Just do a quick snap on it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, same thing.
All right, when you grid on a still, we can come out.
Okay.
yeah, 170 nav.
Full wide.
Copy 170.
And I'd be okay with the move now when pilot's ready.
Yeah, go for it.
Bridge, ROV nav.
Coming up.
Go ahead now.
Are you ready for a ship move, or did you want to make that heading
So
change?
they're dialing in another ship move, and while they're doing that, I'll do a little update. You're looking at a live video from the NOAA
RV
ship
nav, hold on one second,
Okeanos
please.
Standing by.
X4 that's operated by the
Not a
Office
whole
of
lot of
Ocean
tether left.
Exploration and Research in collaboration with the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration. We are currently on the north side of Wake Island, which is inside the Wake unit of the Pacific Remote Islands Marine National Monument. So this is the first deep water survey around the island of Wake. You are exploring with us.
As the squall continues to pass over us, prior to any ship move, I would like to move our head maybe 20 degrees to starboard. And then as soon as the squall passes, we can come back to this heading of like 075.
Right now,
yeah, I agree. That sounds like a good plan. We'll wait on the ship move.
Alright, I'm going to show you now. Abby is with the University of Hawaii, and she's working with Les Watling,
changing the ship
also
setting
on
to deal
chat.
with the squall. We're not
Both
going to be able to move
coral
for a couple
specialists,
minutes.
biogeography specialists. Bruce
Can you
Mundy
confirm
from
center
the NOAA
rotation is
Fisheries
A-frame?
Science Center at the Anoye Regional Center on Ford Island.
Bridge
David
ROV nav,
Jordan
can
with
you
the Nautical
confirm center rotation is
Nautical
A-frame?
Corporation. Deborah Glickson from Harbor Branch. She's a geologist. Dave is a marine archaeologist. We've also got Ken Sulak, another ichthyologist, spectacular.
That is affirmative.
Like,
we are
really
rotating about the A-frame.
deepwater fish expert.
Just gonna look around
And
a bit
Les,
while
of
we're
course,
waiting.
very
Thanks, Nav. Appreciate it.
very well-known coral biologist, Nicole Morgan, and we've got Scott France, who is another coral biologist from the University of Louisiana at Lafayette. So if we see any sea stars, we always find out that Chris Ma is also watching the video, and he likes to call in and comment on the sea stars that we see. We haven't seen any sea stars today, which is a little unusual. So sorry, Chris, we haven't been able to accommodate you there, but hopefully we'll see some before the end of the dive. Josh, there's some brownish-looking corals that are kind of in the lower left corner, right by the box, and I don't really know what those are, but I think they're a little different than what we saw earlier. I wonder if we could do a snap zoom on it.
Yeah, we can come in. We have to wait for the ship to reposition before we can move, so we have a little bit of time here.
Okay, great, thank you.
It's a squall coming through.
Oh, there is.
Yeah, shifting the winds around.
Pilot's already.
And you want to be on really vertical terrain right at that moment, don't you, Josh?
Of course.
Yeah.
It's awesome. Hey, come on in video.
Okay. We actually got a bunch of different corals here. Yeah, this is
the
different.
that looks more useful.
That one has a friend.
Yeah, so I think I know what this top one is.
Nav, Bridge.
He has a friend too.
Yeah, and there's
Go ahead,
an Elapsania over on the left. We imaged one of those already. Let's see what everybody says about this brown one. It's got a crab in it.
Standing by.
Okay, Nav, are we starting
Hey,
to
Nav.
move,
This is
that
Bridge. We're having
ship
winds. The forces are a little strong. We'd like to go ahead and stop if we can, and shift the center to midships, and then continue our turn to starboard.
I would agree with that as well.
Okay, we're going to need to lift up and talk to the pilots
looks like that to me.
Right.
Too,
Just let me know when that's possible.
That pulls us off the feature.
Scott also is on board with that ID, so it's kind of nice when we get
Okay, so we can stay here and they can change that now.
At least. Guess you could call it a quorum.
I was going to say, are we keeping a tally to see what gets most votes?
Bridge, you can change your center rotation
okay, Les is
doing so now, thank you.
He's going perhaps two different plexords and one Acanthogorgia, and I think he's viewing that as Acanthogorgia, what we're just looking at. And then these are these plexords down here.
That one looks more fluffy on the left.
Yeah, and the polyps are bigger on it,
Yeah.
so Les thinks there's two types of plexords here. And one
come
of
in
them's got
tight
an
if you can, video.
ophiuroid on it.
That's full zoom.
Can you stow my starboard lower swing arm, please?
Starboard, lower, swing arm.
Nav, Bridge, thank you. We're going to continue coming right to about 120 degrees.
Sorry.
Copy 120.
That's not a
starboard
it's
to
not a
stow.
pycnogonid, is it? The crab that's on the back side of it? You can't really see the body, you can just see the arms. Or the legs, I guess.
All right, come out a little bit.
Okay. How's that?
Deborah Glickson has just commented, also thinks this looks like a manganese crusting over whatever type of rock this is, presumably reef rock.
Yeah, it's a very thin layer, though, I think, because you can still see all the unevenness in the rock underneath. Doesn't look like the smoother surfaces we've been seeing at the greater depths.
All right, come on in,
trying
video.
to get a better look at this crab. I'm probably wrong about it, but
as long as he keeps hiding like that.
No, it's a squat lobster. Yeah, but it was good to get a better look at him. This looks like Munida, I think. Or sorry, it's probably pseudomunida rather than munida, but I'm not positive.
Can't really get it around anymore on that. Right, come on out, video.
Yeah, thanks, Josh, for.
Anything else you want to look at over here?
Let's see. Maybe we can pan left just a hair. See what we got else on this. So I think we got everything here at the moment. Wow, that is steep.
It's 20 sustained, gusting to high 20s. You're continuing to turn into it.
Yep, copy. Thrusters sound better.
Agreed.
So Les thinks it's a Galatheid, and actually pseudomunida is in the family Galatheidae, I think. So I think we're consistent there.
Why is the craft so far forward?
Lens flare.
Yeah, we were trying different combinations to improve the lens flares. We think
Yeah, the only problem with that is now I can't post up on a cliff.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, we can bring it in.
Yeah. You can bring that swing arm back out.
Anemones, which you think could be exosalactids, but don't exactly have anemone experts on. There's not very many of them in the world that could really identify what these anemones are, from imagery.
Both swing arms are out.
Copy.
Wasn't somebody talking about it yesterday? Was it today or yesterday where you had to kind of cut these things open to really know what was what?
Yeah.
So with the lens flares,
that's
Rich,
it.
When you're on a slope surface,
and we're about in the middle of the
and
squall,
it's
we're going
sandy,
to closely monitor
you get a ton of
wind speed and
reflection.
direction as it begins to pass over us.
So a lot of what you see
rotation center back to A-frame and
is
continue
just
on.
reflection back from
I
the
see
sand.
that
okay,
Amy
stand by.
Taylor is
Yeah, it was in the water column that we had.
She's from Florida State University. That is the chat room.
Pilot,
welcome,
they
Amy.
They think this heading's going to work a lot better. We
Perfect
can
timing.
change rotation center
You
back
missed
and
the
put in
fish,
ship
and
move
you
if you'd like.
came in when
Yeah,
we're
let's
getting
do that.
corals,
Okay.
and she's
Do
a
we
coral
still like,
specialist. So
170, 30 meters.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Get
Sound good to you?
Some of our animals,
I think
just
that
to get
was
her a
Might
little
wanna,
updated.
yeah,
We've got
170,
some
170,
Plexaurids,
180, anything like that.
Elopsonia. Got an Acanthogorgia so
Tether's
far.
just a little bit off. But
Bridge nav.
That's
my set points right there. So
pretty much the tally on the
Go ahead,
corals.
Nav.
Yeah, if you're comfortable, we'd like to change rotation center back to A-frame, and I have a ship move for you.
I'm going to shift my head another 10, 12 degrees to starboard, and then I'll give you a call for that position move. That's right.
Copy, standing by. They're going to rotate a bit more to starboard.
So Chris, we're just waiting for the ship. They want to rotate their heading a bit more into the wind.
Okay, thank
So
you, Josh.
we're sort of on a hold here for the time being.
Alrighty, thank you, pilot. So
getting a couple tugs.
so
in
close to the shore that the ship is making a little bit of a maneuver, and that's what we're waiting for here. And while that's going on, our current depth, I'll just give you an update. We're at 923 meters. We're at a dissolved oxygen of 2.01, so it's come down
Current's
a little
picking
bit.
up,
Yep.
too.
Is it
Our
From
temperature,
2.2?
yeah, our temperature's 4.5.
it's blowing east to west?
It's a balmy 4.5 compared to the
Compared to
temperatures. Yeah,
the barely twos.
yeah, barely 2's last
You come down a bit.
bunch of dives that we've had. It's a remarkable sharp demarcation between this terrain and the sandy terrain that we were just on.
Yeah.
How much do you want?
Well, just so we can look at something while we're waiting.
Got it.
Right where the lasers are, maybe that little grouping of corals there.
See if I can get close to that, Chris.
Sure. There are little clusters of different things there. We may have already seen them, but
don't want to go too much
not
lower.
really sure.
Tethers.
What are you worried about?
Tether. I just don't want the tether to be above me is all.
Okay.
It's below me. It's good.
Now, Bridge, I want to just give you an update. Right after I called you last time, we had the wind shift even further to the west. I'm going to try to settle in a good heading, and I promise I'll give you a call as soon as I can for that position move.
Yep,
I
take
think
as long as
same
you
for
need. Thank you.
these things right above. They're just sort of broken ones.
Right, come on in, video. Try to do a zoom from here.
That's all the tether got. The more heading changes we do, the further we're going to be away from this feature.
Well, they're rotating around the A-frame now.
Are they?
Yeah.
I believe we're still around.
That's what it looks like. So we see Acanthogorgia, the Plexaurids, Anelopsomia.
Yeah, we're still rotating around midships.
Characters,
Oh, we
I
are?
think,
Yes.
that we've already imaged. There's kind of this
To confirm,
leggy,
Nav, yes, we are still rotating about midships.
Thank you, Bridge.
Okay, copy.
leggy thing there. I'm not sure if it's the same.
And I've got a little bit more zoom if we want it.
Yeah, thank you. Stand
You
by.
know, Pilot, there is a sort of a leggy, scrawny little thing between the white one and the yellow one. Down, right there. Oops.
Yeah, copy. I'm just way at the end of my tether here, so.
Okay.
Yeah, come on in, video.
We're up to 30 knots sustained.
Alright, copy.
Trying to decide
is
whether
off
that
the
could
cliff.
be
I'm
a
not
Swifty or something
too
like
worried.
that. Swifty
Not
could
respecting.
have a really leggy
Copy.
appearance. I think that's pretty questionable, that ID. It's like there's a brittle star on the coral down below it.
We at 30?
30 sustained, yes.
That's a lot.
Yeah, come on out, video.
Okay.
Does
So we're full wide.
Does Bridge see an end to this squall? Like, I'm assuming it's...
They think we're around the middle of it.
Okay.
So if they lose DP, you're gonna turn starboard and then haul up at the same time.
Copy.
Yes, I'm monitoring that carefully, as I'm sure they are.
This ridge-like feature actually is the target of today's dive. There wasn't a whole lot of interesting topography coming off of the main slope of Wake Island. A lot of it was just sort of a smooth, even
Sediment slope.
like what we were just on initially. And this northern end here is one of the few areas where you actually had what appeared to be interesting topography. This may even be a little more interesting than we had banked on, because it's pretty hairy terrain over there.
Yeah.
We've got an eel.
Let me
down
turn to
below
keep you in
on the
view.
sediment.
Come
Yep.
down.
Go for it.
Coming down a little bit.
Okay. Come on in, video.
Another sea cucumber.
So that's a partial.
Might be the same thing. It's like he's smiling.
I think that's not smiling.
I don't think it's smiling either.
I think he's saying, get out of here.
I don't know, Bruce, what do you think? Same thing?
It could be, since we're looking at it from a different angle, from the top of the head instead of from the side. It's a little difficult to tell.
Yeah, I think it's the same thing. So it's turning sideways a little
It
bit
looks
now.
like it's got the blunt.
Go ahead.
Looks like it's got
Nah,
the one
Bridge, I just
snout
want to continue to
and
update you.
draws
We're seeing
about
sustained
equal
30
length,
knots of
so,
wind. We thought we were halfway through the squall. It's just
it will
continuing to worsen
elongate,
at this point. We're going to continue coming right
so the,
to reduce the load on our thrusters and thrusters, and I'll continue to update you as necessary.
Understood. We
are
are
and the genera
we're off the
uroconger
slope in a
and
pretty stable
bathyuroconger,
situation
the,
here, so just
part of the name
continue to do
uro
what you need
means
to. Let me know.
tail.
Thank you.
Excellent.
And
Thank you.
conger is
I'll
a type of
continue to
conger
update you.
eel, so these genera are named because of their long tails. Now this one looks, I think it is the same. It looks like Bathyuroconger bicenis is what I'm identifying this as. But again, all identifications are tentative. I think there's only one species in the genus, Bathyuroconger in the Pacific, although taxonomy might need review. So we'll send the images off to Dave Smith, the conger eel expert at the Smithsonian, for verification.
Great, thank you, Bruce.
Yep, and there you get the sea cucumber.
One of the sea cucumbers. Also see that Diva Amon has joined
Coming
us
out
in
video.
the chat room. Hello, Diva. I think she's joining us from Trinidad.
Yeah,
And Diva, as many of you may recall, was the biology lead for leg one of the Marianas cruise, or cruises, that were completed. Oh, here's a fish we really need to zoom. This guy down here, we have not seen this before, and this is great.
Yeah, come on in, video.
Okay.
This is a good one,
So
Bruce.
that's a partial.
Yeah, I can already tell it's a different family than what we've seen before. It's in the order, the same order as the codfish and the rat tails. This is a codling, family Moridae, and waiting for it to come up. I can't tell what genus this might be.
Bruce, it's got
first dorsal fin.
It's got split. It's got.
Is not that elongate.
It's got a split pelvic, Bruce. It's got a split pelvic filament. So wouldn't that put that in the Limonema?
Yeah, I think you're right. You know, and it's from the shape, and it doesn't have a flattened snout, flattened pointed snout, so it's not antimora. So Limonema. There's a species, Limonema robustum, that this could be, but I shouldn't guess at the species because getting the genus is probably as good as we're going to have.
Well, you let it out, Bruce, so I'm writing it down. It's a robustum. I don't know that one, but I mean, I'm just going to put a question mark by it because the Limonema is probably the way we'll put it in the dive summary report, but
Let me do some quick checking on that and see what I can come up with for the possibilities.
Great, thank you.
All right, when you're good, video.
Yeah.
All right.
I can't get any closer. That's.
Thanks, Josh.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
It's the problem of going downhill backwards. You don't see it until it's all the way out there.
Well, it's so steep. You're sliding backwards, right?
Yeah. Downhill skiing.
Yeah.
Backwards.
Backwards.
Well, without any
Without
eyes
skis.
going that way.
Josh is very experienced. He can do backwards, forwards,
Yeah.
sideways,
upside down.
Upside down.
That would be impressive.
So a quick
there's a
zoom on
crinoid.
this.
Yeah, maybe the
Okay.
crinoid. There he is. It's a comatulid crinoid.
I can come down with you here. Hold on.
Yeah.
Another one of these types of animals, these
Right.
feather
If you have
stars.
any more, go for it.
Okay.
That's the common name for unstocked crinoids. These are echinoderms.
That's about all I want to give you.
They're really
Now, Bridge,
difficult
another
to peg
update.
down.
Rather than simply passing by, the
species.
squall
We're
has
getting
actually
good detail
continued
here.
to
I
build
see
and
it's got
develop as it's
extremely long
moved over
cirri. These are
Wake Island.
the little
We're
legs, if you
steady
will,
right
that
now
it's
on
propped up
160. We're going
And
to
that'll
observe for a
help.
few more minutes and watch the conditions.
Also, the tips of
and
the
then
arms
decide from
are
there.
bare
Understood,
on this
thank you.
one, so that also helps in the identification. I just don't know these well enough to go any further. It could be
Something
something
in the
like,
water column there.
Yeah.
You can try to zoom
Yeah,
in on
yeah.
it.
What's it called? Something
where
with a
is it?
conifer.
In Sirius.
HD.
Oh.
Sled HD.
Well, it'd be a wild guess anyway, so I won't even bring up what it could be.
The self chain.
That's about as good as we're gonna get right there, I think. And zoom out for me.
Come out on Zeus, the HD
ROV. Shell fragment in the bottom there.
Yeah, I was actually
come out of
thinking
mine
of a Telecrinus conifer.
Thanks.
Or Telecrinidae. It could be that. They typically have the naked tips to their arms, which that one had, plus a very long cirri. Yeah, Diva is also, she's going to Comachulid. That was a little bit of a tough one.
Watch lead nav.
Roger, Nav, go ahead.
Just a bit of a weather update. As you probably saw, we had a pretty significant squall that picked up out of the south. Winds were sustained at 30 knots. It's backed off a little bit, but we've had to turn the ship's head into that. And the bridge would like another few minutes to make sure everything's stable before we start moving ahead again. So that's why we've backed off a bit. Hopefully we'll be able to get moving again in a few minutes.
Thank you very much, Dave, and I'll go ahead and relay that to the listeners.
Go ahead, Bridge.
Further update
what
for
are we
you.
doing right
I've
now?
been in discussion with both CO and Dive Soup. We're in a really good configuration as of right now. Only concern is as the squall continues to develop, hopefully it'll dissipate, but as it does so, our concern is that the wind will shift quickly back to its original heading, and in doing so, we'd have to do the exact same thing again, back off, and then rotate accordingly. So we're going to continue watching conditions, and I will again continue to update you.
Right now that you want a close-up of.
Understood. Are you
or fire off something in the chat?
Ship now,
we'll get you
or
close-up.
do you still want to hold off?
Be patient with us, and we'll get going as soon as.
Negative. We want to just watch as the system develops just a bit longer.
Copy. They would like to watch the system develop a little more. You copied that. Great.
USB's jumping around quite a bit.
Might be a good time to zoom a rock, Jasper. Just out of curiosity, you see any rocks that you think would be valuable collecting here?
At this point, you're looking at collecting a carbonate, and so the question is mostly what kind of carbonate would be interesting. This is not the kind of work I do, so this becomes more of a community effort for sure to decide what kind of rocky material we would like to collect.
Yeah, and I don't know either, just because we don't know what the age of this material is, since it's coming from uphill, right?
Yeah, but I mean, you might be able to tell from the particular bit of coral whether that is still alive today or not.
Maybe we could zoom this anemone since we're heading over here anyway. I'm not sure we've seen this before.
Copy that.
That's what happens, Jasper, when you don't go look at that rock right away.
Yeah.
Biology appears.
Biology shows up every time.
Okay, I'm stopped here.
That looks like a big fuzzball on a rock.
It is.
Okay, come on in, video.
That's a partial.
Another name for these are pom-pom anemones.
I wonder why.
How strange.
What a strange name for such a
you can come in tight.
pom-pom.
Yeah.
That's a full.
Yep. Scott also concurs it's a pom-pom.
No, he has a question mark there.
He thinks it is, I'll bet. We both enjoy saying pom-pom better than we do the scientific name on it. He knows what the scientific name is as well as I do. And Diva comes in and just goes, you guys. Try to have a little professionalism
That's
here.
right.
So she fired off the correct name. Liponema is the genus that we think this is this animal is a species of. They're really hard to collect because they kind of come apart when you sort of grab them. Those tentacles are extremely fragile, and they look transparent because they're mostly water inside. They're very, very thin-skinned anemone, very thin body walls along the tentacles, and very tenuous attachments of the tentacles to the body of the anemone itself. So they're not a very good collection option. Therefore, we don't know tons about them.
Well, this guy is perched on a rock.
That's true. In fact, that's a good point. I hadn't thought of that. Let me ask the group, since we're sitting here. Guys, Josh has just pointed out that this pom-pom anemone is on a decent-sized rock, not a huge rock, but one that could be grabbed and put in the bio box if, well, that's kind of big, isn't it?
I don't know if that'll fit in the bio box.
About 30 centimeters long.
And that pom-pom would not survive a rock box ride to the surface.
Well, it was a
shove it in.
Almost a good idea, Josh.
You could fit it in, it would just not do so well.
There's a long-legged shrimp coming.
Yeah, that guy's photobombing the image
rock
again.
is. We break part of the rock off and then.
Actually, we keep going to long-legged shrimp, but they're actually officially called thread-legged shrimp.
I think today we could have a little highlights video of shrimp photobombing all the other footage.
Yeah, the wind is starting to back now. We're starting to move back eastward, although increasing slightly. So I'll be shifting my head now back to the left, kind of trying to lead that wind on to minimize load on the thrusters. Again, we'll continue monitoring and get going as soon as we can.
Copy.
Still turning around midship.
We are
see
still
that gray
turning around
thing
midship,
down there?
and that will
I
move
think
us
that's a
into the
fish.
slope.
He's coming right by the lasers right now.
Be aware if you want to do something different.
I bet it is a fish. I'm probably full of beans.
That's fine. Come on, tight.
I think it is.
Ooh,
yes, it is.
Yeah.
That's not
So
quite
another frogfish.
Co-pilot, did you copy that?
Yeah, I got that.
Okay,
Thanks,
Bruce, we got something else for you.
Wow.
So keep an eye on your sonar. We might start
This is
hitting
really
into
interesting.
the
I
slope
haven't
again.
seen anything quite like this before, and this is going to be a little puzzle that we're going to have to figure out. I think this is in the family Lophiidae, the goosefishes, or anglerfish, and I'm not sure exactly what we're looking at here as far as the genus. I don't see the lasers right now to get an idea of how
Just a
big
little
this
bit.
is.
Get the
It
lasers.
could be a little tiny Sclerotinia. We've seen bigger ones if it's a very small specimen. It could be a goosefish. It doesn't look quite as flattened. But the other possibility is that this could be something that's completely unknown. I'm not going to jump on this and say that it's a new species or anything like that, but this is very different looking than the other goosefish or anglerfish that we've seen. Again, with Chris or Ken, if you have any thoughts about this, it'd be quite welcome. This is an unusual-looking little fish.
Yeah, I agree, Bruce, and I'm just looking at the gallery pictures here right now, and he's kind of, I know exactly what you're saying. There's a genus Sclerotinia. He doesn't quite match that, and then there's Lophioides, and he doesn't quite match that either. He's sort of somewhere in between or something. So I don't know either. It's got a very prominent proboscis. I don't know what you'd call that sticking out, where his lure is. I don't remember them sticking out quite that far from the mouth, but maybe I'm wrong.
Right, come on out, video. I'm going to get closer.
No, you're absolutely right about that. That's an unusual feature that I don't remember seeing on any of these. The goosefishes, the Okeanos and Lophioides,
20 degrees, you should be
more flattened and broader.
Yeah, copy that. I feel that. I got them at
the
56
Sclerotinia
degrees
don't
now.
have that proboscis. Now, there may be some other
delta.
possibilities that we haven't considered. It
And
could
the slope
even
is
be a
25
weird
meters
fish
out
in
on
the
sonar.
coffin fish or sea toad family, Chaunacidae, but it doesn't look quite right for those either because those have a very short lure placed between the nostrils at the front of the mouth, and this doesn't seem to have that morphology. So that's quite a puzzle. Since I've been talking, I haven't been looking to see where the lasers are to see how big this fish is, if it's a very small one, a juvenile, or if it could be an adult.
Right,
this is a real puzzle.
Yeah, they're getting you a really beautiful close-up right now where you can see his lure, and it's a very unornamented lure. It's might have little threads on it, but I don't really see them right now. He's got two little branches, the two lures. I can't remember whether these things typically have two coming out. They probably do, but
in the family Lophiidae, they do.
Yeah.
And the nature of the lure, that long, slender elysium, they call it, that's pointed upwards, is characteristic of the Lophiidae among these benthic families. So it's not in the family Chaunacidae. It's certainly not in the family Ogocephalidae, the bat fishes that have the lure underneath the snout. This is a really different-looking little angler fish. This may be well, I said I wouldn't say this, but there is a possibility that this is something that nobody's ever seen before. But going to be a little cautious about that.
Yeah, so if you're looking at the chat too, Ken's sort of leaning more toward Chaunax. So now this is great because now we got a real puzzle to everybody. You know, I'm sort of leaning more toward
tail
Lophiidae with you, Bruce, but I'm not really sure. I don't know these fish very well either. Getting just gorgeous detail, so you can actually count the fin rays on the tail and from the second dorsal. So Josh is trying to document this fish as best he can. To
Co-pilot, no further heading change.
Will certainly help for coming
Thanks,
up with
Nav.
an ID on him.
Hey, when you're good, video.
Yeah, thanks very much.
All right. If we could get a full specimen from this angle, that would be great.
Well, that's certainly given us something to work on and
lasers
something that
back
I
on.
think a lot of people will be interested in. We'll send pictures of this one to Hans Ho over in Taiwan, who's an expert on the Lophiids and Chaunacids and Ogocephalids, and I think he'll be really interested to see these
I
pictures.
think video's good.
Hey, kill lasers.
Lasers going
Again,
off.
thank you, Bruce.
Okay, coming out.
Or full wide.
So we're just hanging off of that ledge a little bit, still presumably waiting for the storm to pass us by, but we're moving uphill a little bit. So play it safe for a few minutes. See if we can find some other interesting stuff here on this sort of rubble sediment part of the slope.
So these flares are definitely from
Reflections of the
reflections
rock.
from the rock
Yep.
and the sand. Sand tends to reflect a lot.
Yeah.
So
Looks like a polychaete worm there, kind of drifting along in the water. So the dive supervisor, Dan Rogers, is updating Josh and the navigator right now, so we'll presumably have an update on the situation shortly. While they are hashing this out in the front row, just a little reminder, it's just a live feed from the NOAA ship
Coming in
Okeanos
video.
Explorer.
That's a shell. Okay.
So Nav, what,
That's a partial zoom.
where do you want to put me on the map?
Looks dead.
Really,
That's full
I
width.
kind of overheard that, Josh, but I didn't quite catch all of it.
maybe more
The
east of
prep-
what you were talking
Go
about
ahead.
earlier. I'll let
Yeah,
Josh
so it looks
update
just like this storm is about 12 miles wide. So we're going to be in it for a while. So we're going to be a bit more cautious with where we put the ROV, so that we can allow the ship to change its heading relatively rapidly if the winds were to shift. So like in the course of a couple minutes, the wind shifted 10 knots and changed 30 degrees. So we need to be ready to adjust pretty quickly. So we're gonna, if we approach a large cliff feature, we're gonna sort of try to avoid that a little bit. But we're gonna continue upslope cautiously.
Okay, thank you, Josh. Did everybody hear that, or do I relay that to everybody?
Dave, I was thinking more east, or west, excuse me.
It couldn't come across the teleconference.
So cliff edge, I would go left.
Right, so I'll go ahead and
left of it,
update everybody
yeah,
on
on
this.
sandy slope.
So this storm, this little squall,
Yeah.
is actually 12 miles wide.
So maybe
and it's changing
like,
rapidly.
200 or something.
They had quite a significant change in
Just to get
direction
us-
and in wind speed just a little while ago. So what they've decided to do is continue
Bridge.
heading up slope.
Go ahead,
but
Bridge.
they're going to try to avoid that
Talked with
wall.
CO and Dive Soup up here
Fortunately for the,
on how we're going to move forward.
People and
And
to
I'm
the
ready
delight of
for
the
that
fish
first
people.
position move.
But maybe we'll
Copy,
get
Bridge. I'll
peeks
have
of
that
it,
for you in a minute.
but they just need
Standing
to
by.
play it safe.
So yeah,
because of the
Josh, I'm
changing,
thinking
conditions
that's the cliff
here above
edge
us.
where that big
So,
rock was. So
we're
I'm
gonna
thinking
go
we
ahead
come
and
west
start
of it.
moving up
And then
close
that's
as
a nice
possible
sandy
to this
slope,
wall as we
and
can,
we're staying
but
away
you're
from the
probably gonna
steep
see more
stuff. And if
sediment
anything,
for
we
a
get
while,
blown away from
at
it.
least
If
until
we go
the
on this
storm
side, then we're
system
under.
passes.
Yeah.
Sounds great.
Okay.
Is 210 far enough west of it for you, or do you want to go?
Is that where your
more
cursor is?
dramatic?
That should be fine. Yeah.
I think I have my cursor at 210. That's 210.
Yeah, I'd be happy with that.
Okay. 30 meters.
So we found a lot of cool
Yeah.
stuff on this
Right up.
rubble and sediment
I'm
already.
I'm right at 210 right now, so that's perfect.
Bruce wants to pick up
Bridge
the
nav.
anglerfish.
Go ahead, Nav.
Have that ship move for you. 30 meters, bearing 210 degrees at
Okay,
0.2
they're sitting in a
knots.
ship move right now. They have the
Ship
sort of
move 30 meters,
scoping
bearing
out what they were
210
gonna do.
degrees at 0.2 of a knot.
So we'll
Good
be
copy.
off and running shortly again.
Yeah, Nav, can you move the map up a little bit so I can see waypoint 2?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Other up.
Yeah. There we go. Okay, thanks.
Ooh, this is pretty on the right there.
Oh yeah, there's nice
Can
little
we look
fossil
on the-
coral to the right on the edge of the right. Look at that. While we're waiting, and there's even a fish right next to it.
Come in video.
That is quite pretty.
Yeah, that's...
Nav, Bridge. I've changed rotation center
the-
about the A-frame and
the
move
lasers.
initiated.
Copy, thank you. Rotation center is back to the A-frame.
Who knows what type of corals that is? Maybe Sako can identify what this is. I assume we're looking at the bottom side of a table coral of some kind, but
40 centimeters across.
Sako took a stab at that other fossil coral we saw a few minutes ago. Maybe she'll take a stab at this one too.
This is a nice one.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Pilots, if you guys are not actively
Yeah, it's
using
kind of a look
HD2,
at
can we center
coral
it up?
that you normally don't get to see, even snorkeling
Co-pilot
again. I think it's the underside of the colony.
Yeah, pilot, can I take the mini zoom, center it up for video?
Sako
Or
has
do you want it there?
no idea either.
Yeah, you can
Yeah.
center
I
it
think
up. I
we're
had
all on
that
the
up
same
for when
page
I was
here.
on the cliff.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Ken and Bruce are in a mortal battle regarding that fish.
And it might be a stock.
And this is kind of always fun. Everybody's trying to figure out an unusual fish. I don't know what that is. I think it's still some type of a piece of a coral.
You want to go full screen with lasers?
Yeah, stand by one.
Yeah, it looks like
Yeah,
Ken
come on
may
out.
also be coming over to the. I didn't read the earlier ones, but looks like Ken may be
Minis
moving
is back
over
to you.
to the Lofeidi camp.
Now, Bridge, we've
which
about
is where
20 meters
Bruce was,
remaining.
so,
Conclusion of this move,
getting
I'd like
closer
to
to
come
at
left
least
about 12
identifying the
degrees
family.
about the A-frame, if that's all right.
Copy, that should not be a problem.
All right, I'll let you know when
It's
we
clear.
Yeah, we can come out. Yeah, I'm going to move up a bit. Are you centered on direction of motion?
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct. 210.
After this move, we're going to start bringing the heading back to port, but we're going to keep it on A-frame center of rotation. Should have no effect.
Copy.
Sounds good, Nav.
Some of these longer pieces have a shadow that looks just like a fish.
Yeah, I know. There's another crinoid. Looks like the one we just imaged.
Yeah, I think we're moving back over the same little area here.
So we're moving up slope a bit. There's something on that rock. I'm not sure what that is. Maybe we could take a look.
All the way at
Up
the top
ahead.
there.
Yeah, that black thing. And I think it could be a fish. But
Come on in video.
may not be. No, it's one of these knocked over penachlids. Another one. A sea pen.
Well, it was kind of stormy here a few days ago.
Yeah. That's sea pen. Let's see, is anyone
It's a
weighing in
partial.
on that sea pen in the chat? I'm going to see if I can look at the. Well, I'm going to look at the Okeanos Deepwater Benthic Animal Guide that's online.
Yes. Oh. And where do we find this? Is this on the OER website
It's
by any
on
chance?
It's on the OER website. 1,700 pictures of gorgeous images, just like what you're looking at right now, of deepwater animals for everybody to paw through and
Excellent.
be amazed by the strange, weird creatures that live thousands of feet below the surface. All right, where are my sea pens? Here they are. All right, anyone? Everybody's going sea pen, and that's it. I'm going to throw out. Could be Anthoptilid. Might be one possibility. What else?
Scott's going for Protoptilum.
Protoptilum, okay.
We're taking bets. We're not going to decide which one's best, probably, but.
I'm going to take Scott's here. I'll just put a big question mark by it, but it seems quite reasonable.
Now, Bridge, we're approaching the end of that move. After
And
watching
you
the
can
wind
see
direction,
the
I'm
piece
going to
above.
maintain the
There's
heading.
a shell
this current
fragment
heading,
inside
for now.
that
Copy.
piece of carbonate.
Oh, yeah. It's embedded in it.
Mm-hmm.
We're actually going to maintain this heading. We're nearly done with this first
Excellent.
move. If you want to think about another, we could probably do that.
Still got the pearl or whatever you call that
Yeah.
part of the shell. Hasn't been replaced, so it can't be that old.
Yeah, Nav, what's the distance from sled to at angle 210 to go even with cliff edge? Yeah. How many meters is that?
Bedding window is closed.
I'd do another 30 at 210.
Les pointed out, yeah, its attachment site was not too
And then
good.
once we get
and,
there,
it's floating even.
Then we can go a little more south.
Okay, another 30.
So do we know roughly how deep those normally occur?
Those can go down pretty deep. Those sea pens. as a whole, I'm looking at this. Is that a sea cucumber, that kind of silvery thing, Josh?
You comfortable
to
with
the right
another
of the
30 meter
lasers
move
and down?
this direction?
Yeah, I'm comfortable
right
with that.
there.
Come on in, video.
Bridge, Nav.
Go ahead, Nav.
Are you
it's
ready
another
for
one of these Orphanergus again.
partial
So we're
zoom.
seeing this one
No,
type
go ahead and
of
send it.
sea
Okay,
cucumber here.
it's repeat of the same
Surprised.
move. 30 meters,
Tight, if you
bearing
have it.
210 degrees at 0.2 knots.
That's full zoom.
Repeat of last move. 30 meters, bearing 210 degrees.
I think he just noticed us.
Copy.
I'm
Hey, where did
starting
all
to see
that
the base of
light
that
come
rock
from?
that we were by. So we'll stay.
Now, bridge move initiated.
Pretty cool the way he's bending
Stay
up
right
like
of it.
this. Be interesting. These things can come in different colors too, so I suspect that the same species can be almost completely clear, but can also have that sort of brownish red tinge to it.
Co-pilot, we're starting up.
Scott's wondering whether or not it
Copy
could
that.
be the exact same one, and it's possible. It was the same sea pen. I don't think so, though. We're at 941 meters right now.
When you're clear, video.
All right. Or full wide.
Thank you.
Wait, I'm checking the time here, and I could swear it's about time for a shark to come swimming through. Isn't it?
It's shark time?
Yeah, it is.
Probably 10 or
It's
15
quarter of
meters off
shark.
report.
Well,
So-
it is. I think it's actually a quarter past shark.
Yeah, copy
Quarter
that.
past shark? So
Yeah.
we're late, actually.
I think he's running late.
Can you brighten this up a little bit, video?
Sorry, we need a shark. A big one, too, not just a small one.
Not just a little one. And just a big one to swim right into the lens.
More pom-pom
What
in
is
it. There's another
that?
fish. Yeah, this is another one of these morids. Maybe we could take another look at this.
That's probably a big anemone.
Yeah, come on in,
Yeah,
video.
big anemone. It's a different perspective, so it might help nail down the ID. I sort of think it's the same species. I don't think it's the same individual, though.
Yeah, I see bifurcate or double pelvic fin rays on this, so my guess is it's another Limonema. And in looking at the
Tight if you have
possibilities
it.
that have been reported from the area, there's a little bit of disagreement among the taxonomists about how the species should be split up, but seems like it's a good possibility that it's Limonema robustum. Some people call the Pacific population placed in that species a different species, Limonema philodorsale. But I think that's what we're looking at.
Thank you, Bruce. And those of you who have just joined us, that's the voice of Bruce Mundy over at the NOAA Fisheries Science Center on Oahu.
Come out just a little bit, frame it.
Bruce, I'm seeing a really long filament on his port side, if you will, that's missing on the starboard side. And I don't know if you see this too, but it could have gotten chewed off, but I think it's kind of important.
I didn't know fish had port and starboard sides.
Go ahead, Bruce.
Hey, we gotta come up. Come out, video.
Yeah,
See
so I
this?
see that too. I also
Yeah,
see
it's
the
12 and a
second
half meters out.
pelvic fin ray
Yeah,
that's
that's
shorter
getting
on
very
that side
close.
as well. But you're right, it looks like something
We gotta come more to
maybe grabbed hold of the pelvic
west.
fin on the
Want me to
starboard
send this in
side,
that direction
okay,
now?
and munched on it a little bit, and then it grew back.
I mean, coming up will.
So coral
get
people, you
over
can
it,
see that we
but-
haven't totally abandoned the rocks. They're right there on our left side. So
But I
there's a
think a
chance we'll
little
be able to
closer,
occasionally take a look over
yeah.
there. And
For comfort.
there's something very
Yeah, the
large
wind
that's
is
floating
down
in
to
the
around
water. You see
15
that
knots,
shadow?
but it
Ooh,
is
is that a
still out
big-
of the
I don't
south.
know if we
Oh
could.
yeah,
See that
it's
red
It's
ray?
going off to the left, the lower.
Yeah.
it's on. Yeah,
Whoa!
it's a ray.
Look at that. It's a ray.
It's 18 meter delta sonar, 15 meters out. My port side.
I'm coming down to
Not
follow
a
this guy.
fast moving ray.
You want me to come down with you or stay?
You can't come down.
Copy.
come on in video.
I think Chris is familiar with this. Don't have a totally good look at it. There's always a possibility of seeing something new, but there's a deep water stingray or stingery
Kill the
called
lasers.
Lasers coming off.
That's my guess. Chris?
Yep, that is exactly my guess. The pointed snout, I haven't seen the tail very well yet, but it matches for the depth, and there's the tail, and it looks identical to the Plesiobatus daviesi from Hawaii. This particular stingray actually has a filamentous tail and extends past the stinger on it.
Now, bridge, move complete.
Thank you, Bridge.
So,
Co-pilot,
I'm not really sure, Bruce, you'd know more than I would, but
like to move to the
this
west?
could be the first record of this species in
Come on out.
in wake in this part of the Pacific. It's probably Pacific wide, but certainly it'll be the first record here.
West to just
Now we're at about 930
Move
meters.
a little more west, away from the wall.
Yes.
Come on out.
Directly west.
No, Chris, I agree. And again, there just hasn't been sampling or observation of the deep water fauna around Wake Atoll, so I'm sure it's new for the island. The species is a widespread Indo-Pacific species. It's not found over in the eastern Pacific, and that's not an unusual biogeographic
We have another
pattern.
ship move. 20 meters,
That are found from
bearing
East Africa
270
over through the
degrees,
Hawaiian Islands
0.2
and French
knots.
Polynesia, but not further east.
Ship
But
move,
it is,
range 20 meters, bearing 270 degrees,
People
2 tenths of an
living in
hour.
Gray species in tropical and subtropical waters anyway.
Go ahead.
It is quite widespread.
Bruce, we got another fish
So
that they're
co-pilot, that's
imaging right
20
now,
meters
and
to
it's
west.
different. We haven't seen this guy before.
Now,
It's an
bridge,
eel, I
move
think.
initiated.
Thank you, Bridge.
Thanks, Nav.
I don't know.
Tail end is missing. Yeah, he's got a piece bitten off of him.
Yeah, he does.
Fortunately, I can't spend a lot of time on him.
I appreciate what you did get, Josh. You're still
Come on
getting.
out, video.
Thank you.
Full wide.
This looks like another congrid eel. I'm not sure about the genus.
Now,
It's
bridge.
somewhat similar to the ones we
Go
saw
ahead.
on the
I
bottom.
thought I should continue to update you on the conditions here.
Yeah,
I think
something
as
definitely
conditions have
chopped off
continued to
the
develop, it's
tail.
perhaps
So,
less of a squall line and more of a front line. Winds have now died down to
I'm not sure.
the levels they were at about an hour ago, but the direction
Okay,
is
thanks,
now out of the
Bruce.
south. I think we have
Oh,
good
we're getting
conditions, and if
some
anything
hard
changes, I will
substrate now
definitely
on the right side,
Yes,
so that's
I'm
good
looking at it, I
news.
agree. Pretty consistent and out of the south now. Thank you.
Yeah, let's start coming up.
Coming up with you.
This is a little bit flatter and not quite so vertical as the cliffs that we were on previously, so we might still be able to get some corals over here.
Conditions are starting to stabilize, so maybe we'll think about being able to get in closer again.
But it looks like there's more up there.
Yeah, looks like we could be getting into
There's
a
more,
very
there's
large
more
boulder.
rocks. Yeah, there's more rocks above this particular piece too.
I'm just gonna come up and take a look at this, just to see how tall this feature is.
On the high pack screen, the contours are starting to close up on each other.
They are.
It's getting steeper.
Yeah, so maybe we're getting closer to the base of the really steep wall. There's something.
All right, so there's something out there at 20 meters.
Would you like me to zoom out on your sonar?
Yeah, just give me one zoom out. So 30 meters out is another feature.
A little update on our depth. We've come up
Yeah,
a little
let's
bit
come
off the
back
bottom
out.
while they're doing
Back.
a sort of a sonar scan. With this type of topography, need to be a little bit careful. But we're currently at 895 meters, so we've broken 900. Are these just large chunks of reef that have broken off?
I think
and
this
fallen?
is just this is debris of the large kind.
The large kind.
Co-pilot, just about done with that west move. Your situation look better now?
Yeah.
Good.
Thanks.
Yeah, bridge, move complete.
Thank you, bridge.
Alright, so I see something that's moving upper center, very tiny. And if you zoom now, we'll probably see it because he's close enough to the center. There he goes. He just
Yeah, come
flashed.
on in.
So that's a partial zoom.
And it's a fish.
It's one of those macurids again.
Yeah, it could be this thing we thought could be Nezumia or
The rock is
Ventriposa or
25
something
meters
like
away
that.
from me right now.
It's a lighter colored one.
Okay.
I thought it most looked like the Nezumia, or excuse me, Malacocephalus baritzi. Actually, Malacocephalus could be.
Yes, ship is holding.
Yeah, come in tight.
So again, if we can zoom in on the head, if that's possible, that would be very helpful.
Yeah, they're doing it right now, Bruce. It should be coming to you just in a few seconds.
Lose lasers.
Lasers coming off.
Thank you.
Some little. Is it a? I don't know my little midwater crustaceans very well at all. I don't think it's an isopod, is it? Scott knows these a lot, much better than I do. He's really good at some of these things.
And you sort of see the transition.
I guess it'd be
A mysid, yeah, maybe that's what it was. Doink! Ouch! He just bumped his nose.
You sort of see the difference
I call
in
that
rock too.
food myself.
Macruid food. And you can sort of see the rock behind it. You see the stuff sitting just out of the sand is sort of this same yellowish color. And then as you go up, it turns black.
Yeah, so Bruce is basically saying we need Tomio Iwamoto to take a look at the photographs. So Tomio Iwamoto is considered one of the world's authorities on this particular family of fish.
That's it.
The rat tails in the family Macuridae. And Bruce consults with him. I've consulted with him. I'm sure Ken and many other people have gone to him to try to get his opinion on these fishes. And so that's who we're going to go to. He's there right in Menlo Park, in the California Academy of Sciences. Very, very helpful. California Academy of Sciences also has some real experts in deep water invertebrates. There's Gary Williams, who's a sea pen expert. He's there. There's Bob Van Syock, who's a barnacle specialist at the California Academy of Sciences. He's there. John McCosker for the snake eels, Ophichthyes. Right? He's there. So they've got quite a wealth of experts at that place, and certainly worth a visit if you're in the San Francisco area. Beautiful, beautiful facility. And I almost forgot Rich Mui, who's actually been helping us out on this cruise. He's a sea urchin specialist, one of the world's authorities on sea urchins, and he's the one who actually came up with a potential ID for that weird green spherical urchin.
Co-pilot, do you
that
see any way up this slope?
we saw
other than
earlier
up
in
the
this
rock?
cruise.
Come on out, video.
Negative, I think.
Rich Mui has already been very helpful
Right
on
now, I was
previous
thinking maybe
cruises
just
as well
go
as this one.
what our sonar tells us is uphill, and then maybe a little bit try to wrap it around to waypoint 2 or
Yeah.
that general direction.
You're
I was thinking
that was great
maybe
video
190,
of that
but
McClure, and I really want to
was gonna
thank
look
the
at it with sonar
ROV
first.
drivers, the videographers, and the crew
Yeah,
on the
I think
vessel
that's about
for
right.
getting that, enabling
see if I can
those videos to be
talk
taken.
to Dive Super about that and see.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that, Bruce. That was a wonderful video. Hopefully we got a chance at figuring out what he is.
Go ahead, Nav.
So now we're seeing
Is
some
Dan
sediment
Rogers up there
on
with you?
top of the
That is a negative. He is
on
not
top
at
of
this
this
time.
rocky
All right, thank
area with some ripples in it. So this looks at the bottom with the yellowish rock had some shells and shell fragments in it. So these are limestones probably. Oh,
We've got a jellyfish in the upper
Pilot,
right
can you
corner.
call,
That
Dry
might be
Lab,
pretty
see if
interesting.
yeah.
Upper right.
I don't
Upper
know
right,
that
keep
button.
going up. There he is. He's coming to center, still upper center.
no, up
Oh,
a
I
little bit
see.
in the middle.
Okay.
There he is. The only reason I saw him is I was remarking how beautifully clear the water was. Here.
Alright, come on in, video. Hold that.
Looks like a little spaceship.
Yeah. Either closed up or he's missing some of his tentacles.
You can come in if you want.
All right.
So let's see if the chat's going to help us out a little bit.
Come out just a little bit. Yeah, hold that.
I thought he had a little pink arm sticking out that's gone now. Maybe he rotated.
Yeah. So, I mean, I can go to, it's coronate jellyfish, I
You gotta pull the
believe.
string. See what happens.
That's exactly what Diva just finished typing in as well. That's as far as I can go on it.
Looks like a hot air balloon, according to Les.
Yeah, this is a particularly lazy one. A lot of them are really working out. When you see them, they're pumping away,
Yeah.
swimming. You know, the bell is undulating. This
Perch shot
guy,
now.
nah. He's taking a break.
Yeah, is Dan around there?
Les says he looks like a hot air balloon, and he does.
If you wouldn't mind, sure.
Yep.
Yep.
Thank you.
Hey, come on out, video.
All right, ruffle wide.
Okay.
Really nice sort of
Okay.
overview
We'll
of a
just,
deep
proceed
sea
up.
Winds
scene
are down
here.
to 10 knots.
Yeah, it seems pretty stable. It's 10 knots
Nope.
on the south.
What heading do
Something
you
rolling down
see?
that hill.
Pilot?
On the right.
Yeah.
That doesn't look like
the
ripples
next
because they're
move.
not all
Thinking
in similar
waypoint 2's
direction.
down here, so
Seems
maybe
to
give it a-
zigzag down.
Could have
Maybe
been
just
a sea cucumber
stay
that was
west of
sort
the
of
waypoints, maybe.
plowing along there.
But yeah, what do you see is uphill? I was thinking like 200.
Yeah,
Some nice
south,
layering in the
maybe.
rock
Yeah.
there to the
That's
right.
And you
Far,
can see
east
it's
is
yellowish
comfortable,
color
I think.
again, and these
Yeah.
these are
I want to do.
definitely carbonates made up of all kinds of fragments, probably.
That'd be
So
okay
there
with
is
going
a
due
shrimp
south.
or something
Due
on the
south.
seafloor
you
there. I
pilot.
don't know if you could see it.
Who's that?
Over to the right. It's about middle right now. That sort of black.
Would you be
pink.
okay with going due south?
It's either
for the
that
next
or it's a
move?
beer bottle.
180.
I'm
Come
not
on in,
sure.
video. You want to go due south.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is a really weird shrimp.
That's a partial.
I could tell already. This is one where we're going to have to send this to Mary Wickstein because I have no clue what this thing is. And maybe someone in the chat has seen one of these before.
Trying to give it some more tether here.
Let's come in tight.
That's full.
Maybe this one. So there's something it could be. And again, I'm consulting the Okeanos Explorer Deepwater Benthic Animal Guide. could be something that we came across last year that's in the family Glyphocrangonidae, and it's genus Glyphocrangon. I'm not positive about that, but I think that's a candidate. You guys are there, you know, if you got your Google open, you could go ahead and Google the guide and look in the shrimp group.
See how probably would you be okay
and
with
see if you would
180?
agree with that.
I don't know yet. I'd have to pull up and look at it.
Okay. Yeah, I got it.
You're just picking that based on the map or in the bathymetry that we're seeing in the sonar?
Both bathymetry here, and it would be kind of right towards uphill.
There's a pretty good return on
That is a gorgeous picture. It's a better picture than we got last year.
25 meters out, looks like.
I just wrote that in there for
Yeah.
people to Google.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
Just come out just a little
Yeah,
bit. Get the
let's
lasers.
sort of commenting those spines are
I don't think the lasers are on.
probably designed to ensure that it doesn't become a
Lasers
veal.
Yeah.
You're going to need some floss if you're going to take that guy on, I think.
Is there any other zooms on this guy you would want, Chris?
I think that's good, Josh. Thank you.
Coming up video?
All right. Or full wide.
All right, so you want to go 180.
Yeah, I think that's uphill. What do you think?
So this is looking uphill to me, 206, something like that. I mean, 180 would be okay. That's going to take us more back towards that other cliff.
You could do 200, 210.
You could do 190.
Yeah. Nice.
All right, I'll do 30 meters swim lanes. Or would you like less?
I would do 20 right now.
Right.
That'll put him where I am right now.
Perfect.
So
Bridge, Nav.
200.
Go ahead, Nav.
We'd like a ship move, please. 20 meters, bearing 190 degrees, 0.2 knots.
So,
Ship
I
move,
think
20 meters,
Scott
bearing
and Les and some
190
others have
degrees
commented
at
on
0.2 knots.
some observations we've made on some of these atoll dives, that if you have substantial amounts of sediment coming down slope, even when you got rocks like this, it could be inhibitory to corals, just because it's
Bridge
they
move initiated.
prefer sort of sediment-free areas, and this may be as simple as that. Why we're not seeing more corals on these big, huge boulders that certainly are stable enough down here, and we are right on the slope, very close to the reef, so you might expect a certain amount of sediment continually coming down here. What do you think, Jasper? Is that how it might be working in your mind?
Yeah, I think there's probably just a stream of stuff coming downhill, a new
There's a
rock every
fish
day
right
kind
in
of
the
thing.
crook of the boulders there.
Sediment every day, too,
Yeah.
maybe.
You got to give me direction.
Coupled with some good
to
cross
the
currents.
left,
maybe
up
there.
against
It's just
the dark part of the
you
lower
get these
boulder,
episodes of very
next to
high
the yellow rock,
sedimentation in the water. That,
like between the dark
Well,
and
you
the
can
yellow.
tell from the fact that there are ripples that the sediment is moving
Come on
in general.
yeah. Oh, what do we got?
That's a
Oh,
partial
we've
zoom.
got a different fish. We've got something else here. And what are you?
Let's kill the lasers.
Lasers off?
I think I've got the family, but that's as far as I've been able to go right now. If we could get a side shot of them by any chance,
Raise
Josh.
my starboard swing arm. Just keeping you
Looks
busy,
like an
Levi.
Ophidia
Copy that.
formed in the Customary
Lower.
order, Ophidia formed.
Outboard a little bit. And
Can't quite tell if
starboard
it's
stow.
Ophidiidae or Bathydidae, the live-bearing
Starboard
family.
stowed.
I suspect Ophidiidae, but we'll have to get that side view to see.
Yeah, Josh is working his way around as best he can to try to get that view.
That's about all the tether you got.
You can see in the limestone in the
You're
back
moving.
is
Come on in.
full with shell fragments.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Yeah, you'll get more tether in a minute.
Tight.
There we go.
Okay. Yeah, it's an
Yeah,
Ophidiid.
I'd really like to see the gill the gill cover and the lateral line morphology on this one to figure out what it is.
Well, you're going to see it, Bruce. It's coming up any second.
Okay, I think I've got it. I think this is actually in the live-bearing Custeel family, Baphididae. And it looks like it's got a flap on the upper part of the gill cover that's a little bit separate from the rest of the gill cover. It also looks like it's got a segment of the lateral line from behind the head that then kind of stops, and then there's a little gap, and it picks up again. The lateral line picks up again along the tail. So I think this is the live-bearing Custeel in the genus Diplocanthopoma. Relatively poorly known genus. Again, I'll see what Ken Sulak thinks if he chimes in, but it's a little bit different from the other Custeels in that sort of two-part lateral line and the flap on the gill cover, on the upper part of the gill cover, are distinctive for this genus. Again, no records of this genus from the Wake Atoll area, although they're known. There are several species known from other parts of the Pacific over in Japan and down in New Caledonia and Hawaii.
Thank you, Bruce, and really good spot, Josh, on that one. That was terrific for whoever spotted it.
Oh, that was Annie on video.
Yeah, thank you, video. Way to go, Annie.
It's a little guy on his tail. I don't know if you saw that, Chris. Little tiny guy hanging on. All right, let's come on out, video. Let's get the lasers back on.
All right, we're full wide.
Let's continue up.
Lasers are on. You want that swing arm back out or leave it in?
Yeah, you can put that back out.
Okay, deploying starboard lower.
The one little interesting thing about that, they're live-bearing fishes, but the young are born at a fairly small size and a relatively simple stage of development as larvae that drift around, unlike a lot of the other live-bearing fish like sharks or guppies that have, or the surf perches on the west coast of North America that have relatively large young that are born alive. So an unusual life history strategy in this group of fishes.
Yeah, thank you. We've got another Aldrovandria in the image here. I think he's going to be just the same guy that we've been seeing. I think he's the same species, but not positive.
Hey, go ahead.
Not much help in this shot anyway.
I like the way he rotated there, so we thought that we've gotten enough video of his dorsal side.
Yeah.
So do you guys want my, you want my stomach a little bit? Here we go.
And he knows that gets him more video time.
Yeah.
Do you have any more zoom, or is that it?
No, that's it.
That's it.
This guy's a showboat, clearly. Look at this.
I'm just waiting for that shrimp to come through.
Look, pal. Okay, you got six-pack abs. I get it, but you know, I've seen other of these guys that are more ripped than you are. I'm sorry.
All right, if you're good, Chris, and if video was good.
I'm good.
Yeah, video's clear.
Come on out.
You may be in fish overload by now, and looking at my notes, it seems like we've been seeing a fish every 5 or 10 minutes on this dive. So you're probably going, oh no, not another fish.
Yeah, I am. I'm totally bored with fish right now, Bruce. I just not a chance, Bruce. As you remember, my early history, I was a fish guy. And I was only a later convert to sponges and corals. So I thoroughly enjoy the fish as well as the corals and sponges and everything else. And I think everybody is too. I think some of the coral people are really enjoying seeing some of these other animals today.
Beautiful layering of the carbonate here. We saw a nice zoom in next to the fish a few minutes ago. You can see it here too. They are just chock full of fragments of whatever was living on that reef.
Long-legged shrimp.
Come on out.
So do you think the
done with that move?
Think the macrurids might be eating some of these long-legged shrimps, Bruce? seems like they don't have nearly as many spines on them. They do have a rostrum, but seems like they might be more palatable than some of the things we've seen down here.
We need to come back eastbound, so
I would guess
or should we
so,
just
but
stay
I'll ask Ken
west of
Sulak to
waypoint
chime
2?
in on
You know
the
what I mean?
chat room about that, because again, Ken was a co-author on a review of feeding in these deep-sea demersal fishes that appeared a few
Maybe
years
the next
ago.
move, maybe
So he knows
south, and then
more about
keep
that
going
than
south,
I do.
and then maybe turn.
Yeah, we can do south.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. I'll be interested to hear what he has to say.
I'm fine with south.
You want to come up a little bit and just
Getting a
verify
beautiful
that.
scenic right now.
Yeah. Coming up with you.
Again, really deep sea floor here. We're at 893 meters. Clearly the slope has increased as we broke 900.
Yeah, we could do another 20
Okay.
or 25 meter move. What do you think, Levi?
Yeah, I'd be comfortable with 30 even.
Yeah, we can do 30 then.
Yeah.
30 meters due south.
Yeah. I'll turn my head 10 degrees a little bit to line up with that.
Bridge now.
Okay, my set point right there is due south. Pilot.
Copy.
And I can try to give you a little more, but you're at the end of your tether.
Yeah, you sort of see that transition from the yellow to the black color, so it definitely is getting coated in the water. You see that the parts that are close to the sand are still sort of regular limestone colors, and then the stuff that's sort of sitting out longer gets coated.
Bridge, ROV nav.
Go ahead, RV.
We'd like another ship move, please.
Nice
Just-
anemone.
30
I just
meters,
like this
bearing
view. It's just a really
180,
attractive
0.2 knots.
view of these formations here.
Can you repeat the range in that?
Range is 30 meters, bearing 180 degrees.
That's the end
Ship
of this
move.
one.
Range 30 meters, bearing due
Quite
south
dramatic.
180 degrees at 0.2 of a knot.
Good copy.
That's all the leash I can give you.
Yep. Let's zoom out in the distance there, video.
Nah,
You
bridge
want me to
move
zoom in?
initiated.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, that's an anemone. Okay. Coming out.
Yeah, that looks like another anemone all the way down there.
Kind of look like a fish.
Really obvious layering. Nicely highlighted by the sand on top of each ledge.
Just do a snap zoom here.
Pilot, would you be okay
It's
if
a
I
partial.
zoomed in on Sirius?
It's just a rock,
come
I
on
think.
out. Come on out, video. Yeah, you can zoom on Sirius.
Video, if you want, you can zoom in on Sirius, get a shot of D2 real quick.
Okay.
Couple swells come through, but maybe.
Probably too much heave to get a good shot.
Every once in a while we get a good break. See like that? And that's about all we're going to get. Maybe get one good shot out of there, maybe.
Watch your delta.
Yeah, he's way out. Okay, video, you can pull out.
Okay.
Thanks.
Well, thank you.
Looks like you're starting to move a little bit.
Gapping. I felt it too. A disturbance.
Let's do a snap here real quick.
Okay.
Come on out.
We are actually a fair bit behind due to that storm. We're about 220 meters from waypoint 2, and then to waypoint 3 is another 300 meters. To make that biorecovery time, we'll need to average 0.12 knots, which I'm not sure we can do up this terrain. If making it to that end waypoint is very important, we can maybe talk about some other option. Yes, I agree.
So for those looking in on the footage you're seeing, we're making our way up the side here. It's getting steeper, more rocky. We see these layers that are made up of debris full of basically anything that had a rocky bit inside of it, anything that had a carbonate shell or a skeleton turned into these layers. And that makes up these nice layers right one on top of the other. We have Deb Glickson asking what the rough strike and dip of this would be. It's dipping towards our right, and that would mean it's dipping towards the northwest, which would be away from the main structure. So that would make sense, I think.
Looks like there's a fish in the rock up towards the upper right of the boulder.
I see him. Come on in, video. There's a few in there.
Yep.
That's about all the tether I can give you.
Hey, come on in.
Yeah, I stepped out for a minute here. I'm back.
Actually, we are done with that.
And what do we got?
I'd be okay with another move. 30 meters on that move.
We've got a couple fish in the...
they're hanging out inside the rock.
Right, the hidden fish family.
Yeah.
Come out just a little bit.
He's backing out.
Yeah.
The other one's forcing him out.
Yeah, that last move was 180, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
I wonder if this is the same thing that we just saw just a moment ago, this Diplopoma cantha. It's hard to say with just a partial view.
He's stretched out.
Top right, I think you see the
that
bottom.
impression, though, because I think I saw the
up and
distant
to the right a little
line
bit,
on
somebody's
this
head
one.
was
The body
sticking out.
shape's about the same. There's also the one that I saw had an odd shape to the stomach area and the vent area. And since these are live bearers, this family actually have different. They have sexual dimorphism in the vent area. They probably have internal fertilization. There I get a good view of that, and they have a few seconds lag. So I think, even though I can't, well, I can kind of make out the gill cover, I think that this is Diplocanthropoma, the same genus. Don't know what species. This genus is badly in need of a taxonomic revision, but there aren't a lot of specimens in collections in museums. It's interesting, you said that there were a pair of them. I looked away at the wrong time, and I didn't see that. But since they're live bearers with internal fertilization,
my heading's right at 180.
together.
Just to give you a reference.
Thank you, Bruce. This one's got a very white mouth, Bruce. You're going to see this in a moment because he stuck his head out just slightly. You know, very unusual, at least in my mind. I can't remember seeing
And you do have a
Any of
little
these
more
fish
tether
that
if you
had
wanted to get
quite
closer.
such a bright white mouth.
Yeah, if I get closer, I lose the light. That's the only problem.
Copy. Yeah, you get the shadows and
Yeah,
stuff.
a white mouth, and it's also got a white area
Lasers
on the snout
off.
around the nostrils and in front of the nostrils. Whether that's abrasion of the skin, I don't know, or if it's a species difference, or if there's some sort of a sexual dimorphism in the color around the mouth and all. We just don't know enough about this genus of fish to say. And we, again, we really don't know what species we're looking at because they're so poorly known.
Yeah, come on out.
Yeah, thank you, Bruce.
It's her full wide.
Another nice spot by Annie.
Thanks.
Annie spotted that another one? Wow, Annie, you're on a roll today.
There's one coming
You
out
know,
of the
three's
top of the
a
boulder
charm,
now.
Annie. I think you're up to 2 now.
There's one sticking his head out of the top.
Yeah, come on in.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and quickly back in.
He looks different. He looks a little... He looks like he's got a more elongate snout. I think this is a different fish, Bruce.
This is a partial zoom.
He's not cooperating all that well.
And that's an understatement.
Yeah, this is really unusual. This has got a depressed head, highly flattened
What if we turn the lights
I'm going to leave this one for
and there's
Jeff.
two possibilities for this in 2 different families. My suspicion is it's another customer.
Or full wide.
I could get surprised if we see the entire
That
fish.
was funny.
There
Get back in the hole.
is a Ophidea genus, Lucibratula, that has a flattened head like that. And there's a decided genus, Cateatix. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. It has a similar head morphology. And unless we can see the entire fish with the lateral line structure and all, we will never know.
Yeah, well, he wanted to remain a mystery, clearly. That was all he was going to show. We're going to have a little short pause here. We're getting a front row change right now. Okay, good. Yeah, Jasper's just showing me an email that Bruce had received from Ted Peache, who thinks that toadfish or goosefish was in the genus Sclerotinia. So we were waffling between Sclerotinia and Lophioides. So go ahead and mark Sclerotinia down. I just corrected my notes. Again, look at how clear this water is. It's a pretty scene.
You can see some of the tracks in the sand there too, in the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, and the ripples, you can see how the current's been the water has been moving around these boulders. And update on depth, we're at 872 meters. Our dissolved oxygen is right at 2. It really hasn't changed that much, but we haven't come up too far up slope
Go ahead,
today. We're still
is that
pretty
ship
deep.
move completed?
Yes, looks like we're holding.
For I think the oxygen minimum in general is somewhere around 800, 700 meters, and perhaps it's shoaling here. It could even be further up, but we would see that from the CTD data when we take a look at it later on today.
Watch lead nav.
Roger, Nav, go ahead.
Yeah, that storm cost us quite a bit of time, as you know. To make our dive end waypoint, at this point we would need to average about 0.13 knots, which I'm not sure we can do up this terrain. Is it very important to get to that waypoint, or do we just proceed as quickly as we're comfortable?
Yeah, why don't we just proceed as quickly as comfortable, and I'm aware of that. The topography coupled with the storm sort of set us back a little bit, so no problem.
And a little bit late start.
Great.
Yeah, coupled with the late start, that's right. Because we had a bit of a transit last night to get here.
Only 130 miles.
Right.
Nautical miles.
And there's the tug. Maybe we could get a ship move underway
Yeah,
before you guys trade off.
You're stretched out all the way.
Sure. You want to go south again?
Yeah,
Great.
that's fine.
I'll call him 30 meters south.
Thanks.
Bridge
Oh,
nav.
that sounded like the voice of Jeff Lanning. I
Go ahead,
think he's
Nav.
on
I think that's
the
Jeff,
pilot.
yeah.
The last ship move, please.
This is
30
Jeff Lanning on
meters,
pilot.
bearing 180
You know what, Jeff, when you have a chance, if you can introduce your new front row, maybe after we get this fish.
Zero
Yeah,
speed
of course.
decimal
Go
2,
ahead,
stand
zoom
by for
video.
input.
Okay.
Thank you.
So that's a partial.
Thank you.
I think he's pointing down.
Yeah, but he's different. This is, believe it or not, Jeff's first fish today, and it's a new one. Jeff did not image something that we've been beaten to death here, the old halosaurs.
0 speed decimal 2.
Good copy. Thank you, Bridge.
So I don't know what this fish is right now, actually.
Do you have any more video?
We have sort of an odd view of him. We're looking, he's pointing down and we're looking right at his top of his head.
Yeah, right at the end of my tether.
Oh, he just took off.
So I don't have a lot of
fish.
Well,
I'm gonna zoom
Bruce
out.
is
He's
watching,
really close
so he.
now. Zoom on out.
Where is he?
Oh, he just went off to the left of the vehicle.
Yeah, this is very odd. I'm still seeing the dorsal view. He said he took off,
Try
but
to-
it looks like one of the lizardfish relatives, and it might have even, I don't know if it could have been a Baphysaurus mollusc that was hovering in mid-water.
I
That
come
would be
down a little bit,
very
Pilot.
unusual behavior.
You got a little down?
But it could have also
Little
have been
bit. Yeah,
a
okay.
fish in a
Take
group
it.
called a pearleye, family
Tilt back down
Scopolarchidae,
out
or
of my
something
light pool
similar. Unfortunately, we really needed to have a side view of that fish to tell.
Yeah, he didn't want to show us his better side, either one of them, left or right better side. So.
All right, so you ready for me to do introductions now? We got everybody in the seats here.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay. So we had a watch change in the front row now. Piloting is Jeff Lanning with the Global Foundation for Ocean Exploration. To my left is the navigator, Fernando Aragon. To my right is the co-pilot, Nick Polenko. We have Annie White shading down there, and Emily Narrow is doing the clipping in the back.
And I should probably add, we haven't mentioned our names for quite a while. I think we did in the beginning, but I'm Chris Kelly with the University of Hawaii, and I'm serving as the science lead on this cruise. And to my right is
Jasper Conter, also from the University of Hawaii, Department of Geology and Geophysics, and I am serving as the geology lead for this particular leg. And we have been transiting some steep terrain.
And you came down a little, right?
Yeah, I did.
And
Nice work.
today's highlights probably have been definitely in the fish groups.
Pilot, it looks like there might be something.
we've seen a
in
lot
the
of fish,
sediment
and that's
to
really
the
great.
right
We've seen
of
a lot
this
of
big boulder
corals
in
and
front
few
of us.
fish on
the previous
Up
dives.
above
previous
to the
dives.
right.
So
I see it.
Yeah,
Possibly a feather star, maybe slow out.
Yes.
Looking at that.
We can go take a look
right.
real quick. Doesn't seem to be a
Chris,
fish.
I don't know if you're seeing the event log, but Ken wrote some nice information about feeding of these fish just in the last
co-pilot.
few entries. I have difficulty
ahead,
reading
co-pilot.
those.
How many
and
meters
talking
was
into
that
the
last
microphone
one?
because
See
of my
what it
head
is.
up
That
here.
was 30
I can
meters.
try it if you
The-
want.
we wanna
but
get
if
it,
you
then
can
we'll
see
talk
that,
in
you
about
might
1
wanna
minute.
comment
Go
on what
closer.
he's
Copy.
written.
Yeah, we're just a moment, Bruce. We're zooming in on a feather star here that Jeff spotted,
That's a partial zoom.
Actually, Annie.
or Annie spotted. Annie, so she's got her 3 in. So
Yeah.
there we go.
So, is there any interest to get any closer, or do we know what it is? We
I
keep
think
going.
this is pretty good. Usually we can only go to something like Camacho
Okay.
on this thing, so that would be
Bridge,
great.
this is Nav.
All right.
Go ahead, Nav.
I'm ready when you are.
Can you give
Could
me
be
an
something
update
in the
of the conditions?
Telocrinus
We just
group,
had
but
a
I'm
change
not
of personnel
sure.
down here.
So we've got a lot of the
Roger, I'm
fish
sure
here, Jeff. and
outgoing
I'll
Nav
sort of
gave
point
you a pretty thorough update on the
stuff out that we
situation we
haven't
had here
got
about an hour and a
images
half
of.
ago.
Fish?
Yeah, we
Conditions
beat
have laid down
we
pretty
beat
well.
the halosaurs to
wind
death already.
direction
There aren't
has
any
been
alive
steady,
anymore on the site.
as well
maybe
as
1 or
wind
2
speed for the past
stragglers.
30 minutes. We're looking at between 8
So-
and 12 knots.
This guy right here is probably a halosaur.
Swells are insignificant, but coming off
Come on
right now our port
Do a
bow
snap zone.
and current.
Yeah, he's one of the
is minimal.
stragglers.
Right now, I
Yeah,
think
we beat him to
conditions
death.
are excellent.
These guys.
Not
Okay,
him,
so
obviously.
we've got plenty of that.
Yeah, we got plenty of those.
All right. Then I'm
Yeah.
clear when
Copy that,
everything's
thank
clear.
you.
All right.
We've got a bunch of them. These stored in the closet. We got them out in the
Pilot,
garage.
yeah, you got a ship move.
From all over the place.
You want to keep us going on the same heading? Maybe
There's probably one in the trunk.
Yeah, we're gonna
take a look at your sonar and mine and make sure that
Yeah.
keeps making sense.
we're gonna
I
find
think
something really
think it's
cool
coming
for this
more
group
one
to
nine.
image.
off of waypoint 2 there. At some point, we want to curl around and get going that direction.
Dark color in the right.
Yeah, I don't
is
know if you
almost
want
a
to keep
little
riding
ominous.
this ridge.
Yeah, that may be starting.
I'll
this
come
may
over
be
this
this
way and
ridges.
get centered up and stretch out.
Seems to be.
starting to get closer
Why
to
don't you come
the
up with
drop
me?
off.
You don't
Yeah.
mind. And, Yeah, I'll settle port. It seems like we want to start heading more
Okay,
like
Ken
190
chimed
to
in
get
on
to,
that
or
pale
even
whitefish
more
that
so
we
than
saw hovering in the
waypoint
water.
2, right?
And he
That'd
also
be-
thinks
that'd
it
be
might be
more
a pearl in the family
150 or
Scopolarchidae.
150.
Although they
Yeah,
usually aren't seen
190,
alive,
yeah.
they're seen when
Okay,
they're
well, we
hauled
can-
up.
Or 130 is that bearing?
Mid-water. It's too bad we couldn't have
Okay.
gotten a better view, but both he and I think that the
well, let me
pearl
take a
eye
little
is
peek
likely
here.
Yeah, if you
identification.
look left, it looks like.
Thanks,
over
Bruce.
here there
Yeah, I
might be-
hadn't looked over at the chat
local
room,
highs,
but
but
yeah, I see his message now. So thanks very
This
much to you for
should
relaying
report.
that, and also for Ken for writing that message.
yeah, I mean we could kind of head a little bit more east.
Look at the size of this coral.
Yeah.
Maybe we could zoom in on this, Jeff, in the center, just to the right of this big boulder.
In
You
the
see that
center,
big?
just
Yeah,
to the
see
right of
that
the big
striated rock? That's a gigantic coral head, fossil coral.
Okay, well we can go for that.
Boy, that's something else.
That is giant.
That's a big coral. This is not something you're going to see in your gift shops in Waikiki Beach, I don't think.
Nah.
No? I should also say Guam. We're closer to Guam, so you wouldn't see it in your Guam gift shops.
Actually, I have a toe.
Wow, look
opportunity
at
for
that.
This, so I'm gonna get my toe pinned here, and then we'll get a shot of it. All right, video. You want it?
So that's a partial?
Thanks.
I don't know, maybe
Free to go as far as you'd like.
something
All
like
right.
a Parides or
part you'd like.
something. I'm not really sure what the massive corals would be like out here.
Yeah, maybe some of the brighter stuff up towards the top.
Okay.
So we're looking at a dead coral, and it's probably it's hard to say how old it is. It's probably fossil coral as well, but that could be
Still a few
hundreds to
layers.
thousands of years old. We're not really sure.
The Neapolitan
Beautiful detail.
coral.
And I might zoom out a little bit to get
Scott suggested
perspective.
massive rain coral. Yeah, absolutely. He's looking at these curlicue kind of textures over on the left, and I hadn't even thought of that, but that may be it. The brain corals can get to be this big easily. Yeah, we're good, pilot, when you are. That's
okay.
And Sako Matsumoto also agreed
Right,
that
yes,
this could
clear.
be a brain coral.
Okay, Nav, let's
Very-
try a bearing of
I don't remember what
170.
group the brain corals
Okay,
are in.
rifle wide.
70?
And let's try another 30
I
meters.
think they're in
and
the
see
Parides. I think they
where
maybe
we end up after that.
is it Montastria? I don't know.
Okay.
Forgotten all my shallow
Do you want to line
corals.
up on 170 for me so I can?
Copy that.
It's on the map.
Bridge, this is Nav.
Go ahead, Nav.
I'll come over with
Let's get another move in. That's gonna be 30 meters, bearing 170, speed 0.2 knots.
That rock on top there, I think.
Should move 30 meters,
cracked,
bearing
broke
170
open when it
degrees, and
landed or
2 knots.
something.
Yeah,
There's
it
all
looks
kinds
like
of
it.
pieces
Good
there.
You had a hard stop, in other words.
That came rolling, stopped.
Now, bridge move initiated.
Thank you.
Yeah, it serves it right. He's probably running the light anyway. We've seen a lot of these sea cucumbers as well, Jeff. This is a little Orphanergus.
Okay.
And see if we can.
Just
and long-legged shrimps. Yeah,
chasing the uphill here.
yeah, and I'm trying to find you something really cool. Yeah, so we're getting a fair amount of sedimentation here on this part.
Yeah, we have the layers themselves, which are sediments made up of all these pieces of formal reef inhabitants, and then we have the coral sand or shell sand, whatever it is, fragments that are sliding down over the top of that.
Another shrimp in there, I think. Maybe. Yeah, probably.
Looks like it.
Yeah, it's a long-legged shrimp. And see what we got. It's a little barren in this little patch. Jeff shot out of the gates really fast. Now he's sort of slowing down a little bit. In fact, he got a fish that I'd never even seen before, the Scopolarcus.
Yeah, can you zoom out? Where's waypoint 3?
I could come up with. Never even heard of the fish before. Not to mention seen it before.
Yeah, it's
so that was
right here.
And here you can see that nice change in color again between the more exposed rock that's more black coated, and then the stuff that's hidden right next to the sand that's got the more normal yellowish color for limestone-ish carbonate materials.
I don't see anybody hiding out.
No, I don't either. I see a lot of rocks that look like they had abrupt ends to their rolls down slope.
Yeah.
Probably some of them may have just broken off from this little edge.
Yeah.
It looks like.
Oh, here we go. Look at that thing. Got some tall overhanging type.
So if you look in a serious view up there, for the viewers at home, that's a different video link. You can see how steep this terrain is. You see the ROV in front of this wall.
So, pilot,
this is what a lot of the atolls look like. Their slopes, or we suspect they look like, don't we, Justin?
Can line up with.
I mean,
there's
very
multiple
steep
slopes. And
I was going to say I can't confirm that because I haven't actually looked at the atolls this shallowly with an ROV. But yeah, most of them are very steep-sided.
Floaty, yeah, the little red. Try to stop my track.
Yeah, there's a little something, that was moving, a little red thingy.
Yeah. Please don't tell me it's spooge.
No, it's not. It's alive.
Okay.
Sure.
Come on in video.
Trying to figure out what it is. Maybe a jelly? I don't know. Worm?
It's a worm.
Worm? Yeah.
That's a
Whoa, that is
partial
one
zoom.
chubby worm.
A well-fed worm.
No, it's a ctenophore.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's a ctenophore. Beautiful one.
Is it alright to zoom more? Or should I wait?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
It's kind of upside down, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Where'd he go?
There it is.
Yep, Tina agrees. Scott France, Sako Matsumoto, everybody's coming in on this.
Okay, come on in.
Beautiful. And Tina Molitsova has joined us, so welcome, Tina. She's at the Shirshov Institute of Oceanology in Moscow. So now let's see if anybody can go any further than Ctenophore. We're not all Ctenophore experts here, but
he's doing a dance. Why don't you come out so we can see him here? Just to grab him. There we go. Yeah, he flipped a 180 on us, and he did again.
Yeah, and then he's doing it again.
It's really pretty against this background.
Yeah, you can come in now.
Yeah, no, that is cool.
It's almost like he's got little lights going up and down now and then. It's just reflections probably, but still.
No, he does. That's what, well, yeah.
He is almost on top of us.
Yeah. It's right in between the...
So he's got his
between the
teeny
arms at this
retracted.
point.
These are these two little things that are hanging down
Right,
below
pilot
them
and
there. I
co-pilot,
think that's
the
what they're
ship
called. They're the
just,
feeding appendages,
That's
and
finished
they're all
with that.
kind
As
of
close
rolled
as
up
I can
inside
do,
of his
as
body.
I
You can
can
see those
focus.
dark areas
Yeah.
right there.
Okay. Well, if we can't
So
focus
he'll extend
anymore,
those
then
and he'll
let him go.
fish with them.
Zoom out.
And so Scott
There we
says it looks like
I'll give him
a
a little push with the
sidipid,
thrusters. Get him out of here.
sidipid ctenophore, a typical sea
We'll wait till
gooseberry.
D2 gets a little bit ahead of Sirius, and we'll put another move in.
Yeah, you keep it going. I'll
Keep it going?
Yeah.
Okay.
So Jeff, you have imaged the gooseberry.
Let's do another move, nav 170.
I think
I couldn't be happier.
This was on your
Okay.
bucket list,
What do
I
you think? Or
presume.
do you think we should come maybe
I'll bet
more
he
left,
never thought he was going
160?
to image a gooseberry
Yeah,
down
just
here.
left of center. I think there's a sponge or something.
Watch
Yeah,
me. This is nav.
Caliphate
Oh,
maybe
yeah,
or
yeah.
something.
Roger,
Yeah.
Nav, go ahead.
You see the
Yep.
sponge?
Right now, waypoint 2 is not at the same bearing as the slope. I just wanted to ask you, how close to waypoint 2 do you want to be? Do you want to be as close as possible?
we'll
Do you
keep
want to
running
get
here.
there, or
Keep making
Yeah,
way.
let's-
Trying to make up time.
Let's try to aim for waypoint 2. I think it's kind of closer to the edge there, right? Nav?
okay? Copy that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just
So
the only thing to take with a grain of salt, and we will head for waypoint 2, but you got to remember that there may or may not be a small offset on any bathymetry.
okay,
So, you know,
Okay.
as long as
because
think.
bearing
So I
of
got a
waypoint
quick look
2
at
right now
the
is 1,
sponge
2, 1. If we
right
keep
before I
on
was
going
speaking
at
with
170, we're gonna.
the navigator here, Fernando, and we were
So
just
do you wanna
discussing
aim for waypoint 2?
how we wanted to approach
1 to 1,
heading toward
even though that
waypoint 2.
might not be the slope.
And it was a stocked hexactinellid, I'm pretty sure,
we
but I
can-
didn't.
I mean, if
didn't
that's what
see,
Watchley wants, we can try to make it happen. Let's before you call
Maybe-
it in, then let's just see what it looks like.
Yeah, go ahead.
If it's out in the blue water, that's not what they want. Then there's an offset. But if it's
Yeah.
in the general right direction, then we know that
Okay.
we just might be on the wrong ridge or something. So let's just take a look. What's the direction that you have?
From you,
I'm just
it should
listening a little bit
be,
to the discussion there between the pilot and the nav. They're
one
talking
between
about
110 and
the
120.
strategy here, moving up slope.
110 and 120.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll take a look out that way with the
So we're
sonar.
continuing up, a little bit of an
See
update. We're
what
about at
110 or 120
850
looks like.
meters right now. And see the latest update we have on our environmentals. Our DO just broke 2. It's 1.97 milligrams per liter.
So
Temperature's
there's
about
120.
4.6.
I don't think we want to. Well, you can check
So-
with Watchley. Tell him that's 120 and see if that's the way he wants to go, or it's kind of more along the ridge rather than up it.
Watchley,
Roger. Nav, go
right
ahead.
now the ROV is pointing towards waypoint 2, and that doesn't seem to be up the ridge.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. We're getting a little closer to the sharp topography there, and I would just try to like to hug that as closely as we can while still being safe. So maybe if we kind of angled over toward the direction the ROV's facing right now,
Okay.
then
We'll get set up for it.
So let me know. Heading.
we
you
haven't
feel
seen. We
comfortable
had a
with
nice
pilot,
rock
and I'll put in the
outcrop
move.
that we were following there for a while.
I
but
still have it right
we
here.
had, yeah, I know, but we had no corals on it. That we were getting corals over toward the port side.
Okay.
That's why I was thinking maybe I'll have better luck over there.
Let's explore that way then. We
Yeah,
can
we're
call in 120 and
We're getting some great fish
Is
over
that kind
here.
of downhill, pilot?
no, it's still uphill. It's just sort of at a slight diagonal.
Okay,
We've got a
copy.
bunch of
Rather
other
straight
people
uphill,
here.
and that's
Patty
okay.
Fryer has joined
Alright,
us
well,
from
get
the
lined
University
up.
of
Make
Hawaii,
it
and
work.
she was the geology lead
yeah.
on the last leg in the Marianas. So,
Get lined up on it.
you know, greetings, Patty.
120, 30 meters at point 2.
And
Yeah.
Okay.
That's fine.
Copy that.
everybody that had started out this morning is still here. Abby Lapointe,
You can do
Lapointe,
even
Asako
40
Matsumoto,
meters,
Bruce
just-
Mundy, Dave Jordan,
I'm
Debbie Glipston.
stretched out.
Okay,
We
copy
got
that.
Ken
40 meters
Sulak,
there,
okay.
yeah.
Nicole Morgan, Patty,
Bridge,
Patty I
this
just
is
mentioned,
Nav.
Scott
Go ahead, Nav.
Fentz, and Tina
Let's get
Molitzola.
another
So
move
we've
in.
got a
it's
really
gonna
nice
be
group
40 meters,
helping out in
bearing
the chat room
1,
today.
2, 0, speed
And,
0.2.
they're already contacting other experts to get opinions
come in
on some of the
partially?
animals. They're taking quick snaps of the imagery.
120 speed decimal 2, is that correct?
Oh, there's
That
a
is
nice
correct.
fish. Okay, we got a fish coming up, Bruce. A rat tail.
Yeah, have we seen plenty of rat tail?
Yeah, we have.
You want to look at this one?
Yeah, I think we've seen this one, but let's take a quick look. He's
I
got
don't have
something.
a lot of room, but you can go in a little title from here, video.
Yeah, he's got something weird on the side of his cheek.
Nav bridge.
Not sure what's going on with that.
Meters, bearing
Nice.
120 speed decimal 2.
Copy that, thank you.
He's floating towards us, luckily.
Not sure these fish have cheeks. I'm not sure that was the right word, but on the side of his body, below his eye and behind his eye.
I'll mosey towards him here. Got a little bit of tether. You can come down a little, co-pilot.
Come down.
Thanks.
This could be a tough one to get too close to, Bruce.
Bridge to
But
snap.
hopefully you're seeing enough.
Yeah.
We'll get out there in a second.
I'm not sure what's going on
Ship's
with the
gonna catch
tail
up.
areas. Fish certainly do have cheeks. The area on the head below and behind the eye before the gill cover. I don't know if that would have been
Bridge
damaged
doesn't
from
have-
parasites or maybe even parasites themselves. Interesting that there's another one of these long-legged shrimp, too, in the vicinity. Ken sent an email in reply to your previous question. He was saying that these little macruids probably don't eat large things like this. They wouldn't chase them down and munch them. They'd eat smaller things, maybe copepods. He didn't really say what exactly it was that they would eat, but copepods, little amphipods, and things on that order. This thing, well, I wish we could get a closer view of the head and the mouth. It almost is reminiscent of something called Hoplomacrurus. Maybe
Still at
not.
full zoom.
Yeah, he's got an awfully high
I think this is
dorsal.
another one for Tomio Iwamoto.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether
I'm
he's
saying
another.
It would be the larger.
Yeah, I was sort of
It would be the
thinking
larger
Ventrifosa
macruris.
there, Bruce. No, Ventrifosa or Nezumia, but I'm not sure.
It's different from what we've seen before. This is a different species. I don't think we've seen this one.
He's swimming towards us a little bit, so we're going to get a closer look soon.
Yeah, so Ken was saying it would be the very large macruris that might eat these shrimps, or
Right,
some of the
the
larger
snap.
predatory fish that would go through the really
ahead,
active
Nav.
predators that could chase them down.
Can you
and,
give me your
catch
best
them. I'll have to
estimate
look at his
of the
emails again. He gave quite a lot of
currents at
information
surface?
about feeding in his,
Best
his
estimate
chat
right now,
room
I have
entries.
a half knot of
But
force coming
unfortunately,
off of
again, I
the
can't-
port bow,
I'm not in a
2
situation
points
to
of
read
port,
those and talk to them.
and currently have winds
Okay.
at 10 knots.
Yeah,
coming
so
almost
Bruce,
out
this
of
is
the south
reminiscent of one that we
180.
imaged earlier that I thought could be
Copy that.
similar to the
Got a
hurl
little
gallery
room, I
fish
can
that
sneak in.
either a Kumba or a
Come a little closer.
Ventrifosa, I've forgotten what Tomio said, Kumba or Malacocephalus. But anyway, it's kind of this model color and sort of a nondescript brown. And I don't know what you think about that. I'm going to go see if I can look it up at the gallery here and refresh my memory.
Yeah, it doesn't look like what we've been calling Kumba. Kumba is supposed to be distinguished by the lack of scales on the top of the head and over the snout. I think I do see scales on the snout of this fish and on the top of the head, so I don't think it's Kumba. Malacocephalus maybe, and there are a lot of species of Nezumia, so that's always a possibility.
Yeah, and the one I was thinking of, yeah, I'm questioning it right now. In the hurl gallery, it's Kumba / Nezumia as far as Tomio would go on the ID here. So this doesn't quite look the same. I agree.
Sorry about that video.
Oh, he's getting spectacular video here, Bruce.
Pilot and co-pilot, we should have
The
about
scales
20
on the
meters
top of the head and the top of the snout definitely eliminate
that.
Kumba.
20 meters
There
left.
might be some other rare genera
That is correct for the ship
could be
to stop.
considered too. So I'm going to withhold an identification for the genus, but Nezumia is always a possibility.
Well, the video right now is extraordinary, so I'd be surprised if somebody couldn't nail this down, at least the genus. You know, Jeff, I found that these things never smile. They just have this deadpan look to them all the time, as though like they're angry maybe or something a little bit at the
Where are
world.
they
but
angry at?
No,
wonder.
they just never smile. Here they are. They're on film. They're on video, and you think you'd smile, right? Because everybody smiles when they're on.
Everybody smiles.
And look at him. He's not doing anything. They've got an attitude for sure.
It's that's another grumpy fish, I think.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, you can see in the background
getting
how the
close to
sandy
me.
stuff
Time
is
for
really
me to
made
run,
up of all
so-
kinds of pieces of things,
Give it a
corals
couple
and
more seconds
shells
to
and
this,
everything
and then
else.
I'll take
Yeah,
off.
as though we're going to look at that. Of
course.
Take our eyes off the fish. Yeah, right, Jess, for sure.
I am.
Good.
I'll hold here and let him swim by.
I think Tina had the
You're
right
at
idea. She
75
says
degrees
it's bright,
pilot.
and I don't think I'd be
here.
smiling either if something the size of a minivan dropped down on top of me with bright lights and whirring
Yeah,
engines
it's
and a big arm with a claw. I just think, oh man, I wish that thing would go away.
All right, that's all right.
Yeah, maybe we'll pull off of this thing. We've got science is good on this one.
Yeah. I was trying to do a video appropriate
And that
swim off,
rounded
but
snout
there we
without
go.
a pointed
I did it for
projection
him.
of the tip of the snout, and
He was
makes you
done
think
moving.
It's not in the zoomia, so
Alright,
I'm not
careful
sure what
wide.
this is.
Well, we're pushing ahead. Got a pretty good return on Sirius, so I'll push out towards that, see what it is. Come up with me as we go. Oh boy.
There's something dark
Yeah,
and odd shaped in the.
there's another
the
one of
center.
those.
Yeah. So we have another fish here, Jeff. He's coming into the middle here, that
Yeah.
black blob.
I see him. Ship's moving, but we're going to take a
Bruce
second.
wants this
Go
to
ahead.
be our first biological collection, I think.
Come on in.
It is a leaf. I can't believe it. It's not one of the fish. It really
Okay.
is a leaf. Never mind.
Thank you.
That made a good long way down.
Yes, it did.
Continuing
I
on.
thought we were going to find Bruce a fish again.
That's just a shadow under a rock. It threw me off. This fish worthy. Alright, we've got a little outcrop out this way, it looks like, from Sirius sonar, so we're going to take a little peek. See if
We got a good image of this shrimp, but we could take another look at it if you got a moment. I think it's a shrimp, but
which shrimp?
maybe it's not.
Bottom
The
screenish there?
dark thing.
Yeah.
No, it's not a shrimp. It's spooge, I think.
Oh, you come in partial.
Technical term again.
Looks like the bottom side of a rock to me.
Yeah, so I
It's a
think you're right.
shadow,
It's not
yeah.
even spooge. Okay,
That's a shadow.
Light tricks.
yeah.
They can be tricksy.
That's two bad ones right in a row. Jeez. Having one of those moments, I guess. I was doing pretty good earlier, but
It's like the phantom vibration for your phone, you know.
Co-pilot, the ship just reached the end of that move.
Copy that.
get a little carried away here. We're really straining our eyes here to try
Keep
to
going
find
on this.
stuff. Since we got
Heading, starting heading towards that
Yeah, I
waypoint.
mean, keep an eye on this. Make sure it doesn't curl around and become really tall.
Sure.
See that hard return right there
Right.
and right here. I mean, we're really doing, a diagonal move along. So this is where you need to be looking to make sure we don't.
Looks like there's a fish in the upper left corner.
Upper left corner fish.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
another
so
rat tail possibly. Yeah.
Tina was asking about the corals.
Nav, if you
Yeah,
wanna put
Tina,
a-
there were some
another ship
corals
moving,
over
same-
toward
Just double check here.
rocky escarpment. We
Come
had
on
to
in.
pull off of that because of a squall that came through.
Copy that.
And we're gradually working our way back.
Oh, look at that little guy. Have you seen him already?
Yeah, we've seen him already, but he's got the really tall dorsal. It's another one of these rat holes, just another variety.
Okay.
Yeah, we could probably pass
I
this
see.
one
I'm
by.
seeing him from the back. That's what it is.
Pilot, are you
Eyes
comfortable
Okay.
with the same
I'm
move?
happy.
40
Alright,
meters
I'll come
at
out.
0.2?
Say again. Sorry.
Are you
Yeah.
comfortable with that move.
Yeah, so
40
Tina's
meters
asking
at
if we are
0.2.
in the OMZ, and Tina, we're still
This
at
is-
around
this
a
is
DO of
not
2,
fun.
so we're not in the OMZ already.
We can change the
We're
heading.
at 842 meters.
I'm going to go
so
over and take a look at it.
Okay.
And we're going to come up it a little bit, I think.
Sure.
And then I know it's a little bit out of our way. Maybe we could cheat and go parallel to it a little more, or something like 110, or get away from that outcrop, or do a short move, see if it gets better. Why don't you do like a
20 meters?
10 or 20 meter move, and well, not 20, because that's pretty much where it is, but you could do a 10 or 12 meter move or something, and see how it gets, if it gets better or worse.
20 meters in the same heading?
Or 10 meters?
10 meters going one. Yeah, same heading, 10
Okay.
meters.
All
Just
right.
give us a little bump and let's just see what happens, because 10 meters is still safe, but I don't want to.
Copy that.
Why don't you come up a little, co-pilot,
Come
see
up.
if it backs off or if it stays as you come up. So that's a huge cliff right there. We don't want to, I mean, serious. It's going to go here and stay clear of it as long as it doesn't curl around, you know?
Right.
So it seems safe, but let's just see what it does if we take a little move here. If it curls around, it's going to be out in my neck of the woods, so I'll find it. And I'll cheat to the starboard here. And
Bridge, this is Nav.
Go ahead, Nev.
Let's get another move in. It's gonna be 10 meters, bearing 120, and speed 0.2 knots.
All right, let me read that back to you. I've got 10 meters at bearing 120, speed decimal 2. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Copy that. Stand by for input.
So is this about as fast as we can go, pilot, or can we go a little faster?
yeah, we're just because of the funny terrain, we're moving the ship 2/10 still. So
Harvey Nav Bridge move has been
what we
initiated.
generally
10
move.
meters
And
bearing
I'm
120,
just,
speed decimal 2.
keeping up with it.
Copy
as we
that,
go.
thank you.
Because we're running off at 120 instead of along the wall, we're just making sure that nothing surprises us as we go diagonally. But we'll get you there. We have another ship move underway now.
This is another heterocarpus shrimp that we got earlier on.
Okay, I thought you were asking for another one. Sorry, another shot of it.
Could get it if you wanted to do another shot while we're waiting. That's fine. Pretty sure we know what that is.
Okay, I'm happy to keep hunting. Don't want to miss a fish. Looking at something we already know.
Yeah, we can't miss a single fish. Actually, what we're lacking here are corals on this one.
Here's a little outcrop over here. We can peek at it, see if there's anything hanging off. We'll be closer to it soon. Oh, big fish, big fish.
Where is
big
the
fish,
Oh,
big fish.
yeah, there we go. I got it.
He's going fast. And I can't go fast in that direction, but we can snap and get what you can from it as he swims by.
He's going awfully fast.
Yeah. He scooted in and out just like that. I can't go in that direction. It's the end of my tether.
So, Bruce, you'll come up with a new one here we haven't seen on this cruise
There's
yet.
a
I
little
don't think.
jellyfish on screen right now. Is it alright if I zoom in?
Yep. Yeah, go ahead. I'll go down to the jelly.
Okay, again, I looked away at just the wrong time, but this looks like an oilfish, I believe, Rosetta's prediosis, which is more of a mid-water type of fish. Chris, is that your take on it?
Absolutely. I'd actually written it in my book before you commented.
Thanks.
Yeah, so this is
That's
a type of
wide.
snake mackerel. I think it's one of the largest species. They're also called walu.
Emily, I don't know if you can hear Pilot, but I would go back and clip Sirius cam on that too. That was where I saw it first, and it was a pretty good view from
Don't
Sirius.
necessarily want to eat too much, but they are served in
when that big
restaurants
fish
or
came
sold
by.
in supermarkets here, and there's a fishery. There's not a targeted fishery for them that I'm aware of, but they are caught on long line fisheries. But it's interesting that they are seen occasionally by ROVs or submersibles near the bottom. we saw a couple of these at the Line Islands during the dives that I
So
did
pilot,
in
probably come to the end of that
2005,
move.
very close to
Do you
the
want
bottom.
to try to move this
And they're
direction a little bit
definitely
more
a
away
top
from that?
predator in this
Maybe
system.
110.
They
look at all
definitely be
this.
able
Let's go
to
for that
nail
stuff.
any of these small
Yeah,
fishes
let's
or
do
shrimps with
maybe
their
100?
large
Yeah,
teeth, large
110
fang-like
is
teeth.
waypoint 2, right?
They also have an
So let's do
unusual
110
scale structure that
and head
creates
for
a
that
sort
stuff.
of
That looks great.
I can't remember if it's a turbulent
And
flow
with
or
30
a
meters,
laminar
once that
flow
last move
that
is
aids
done, we
in
can get it
swimming,
going, or
We're-
we can
we're-
stop
the
this one
unusual
and head
scale
that way.
structure
We're
for
already
fish.
done with the
It's
last
kind of
one,
a
so
tuna-like
it's gonna
shape,
be
easily
a little bit
30
bigger
meters
body
that way,
than
yeah.
a lot of the snake mackerel.
how many meters?
Yeah, thank you, Bruce.
30 meters, good pilot.
30 meters, 110.
So again, that fish was
Happy with it.
Revetus prediosus. It's
can
an
keep
oil
up two
fish in the
tens.
family Gimpilidae. And they're quite delicious. There's two different varieties of apparently of these fish, and one of
Bridge,
them is
this is Nav.
good to eat,
Go
and
ahead,
the other
Nav.
is not quite so good to eat.
Let's
I've had
get
the
another
good,
move.
good one
It's
to
gonna
eat
be
at a restaurant,
30
and it's really
meters,
quite delicious.
bearing 110, speed 0.2 knots.
Copy that. I've got 30 meters bearing 110, speed decimal 2. Stand by for input.
So we're definitely getting into more rocky terrain here. We're still not seeing corals.
We're picking stuff up on the sonar too, so that's getting
RV
we
nav
found
has
the
been initiated.
rocky
30
stuff
meters
out
bearing
on
110,
the port
speed
side that
decimal
you're
2.
asking for.
Yeah, that's right.
So
That looks pretty
we've got
steep.
ourselves reoriented here, and we're gonna
Right.
work our way up it.
Yeah, and hopefully we'll see a few more corals since we got plenty of coral people on the chat and probably elsewhere today.
Fingers crossed.
What is that's in the sediment? I think it's an octopus, but I could be wrong. Could be junk. Could you
All right.
take a look at that?
Yeah, we can come in partial.
You mean in the middle of that?
Yeah, what is
That's
it? Or is
fine.
it just rocks? Is it just an
I think
optical?
it's just
It's
Come in
just
partial,
rocks.
I think it's just
It is.
carbonate.
Oh, brother, that's
Yep.
three bad calls.
Oh, that's very octopus-shaped rock. I would have.
It does look like it, doesn't it? There's the eye up there.
There's the eye. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it could be.
It's even got little
But no.
bubbles for tentacles.
What was? Can we look below the rock too?
below the rock?
And yeah, below this big rock. I thought I saw something on the right in the sand.
In the sand?
There's a
Not
shrimp.
the shrimp.
Shrimp.
No, another piece of carbonate. Never mind.
Uh-oh,
Tricky
it's
stuff.
catching. He's sitting next to me. I breathed on him, so now he's making. He's got bad call-itis too.
Okay, you can come out, video.
All right.
Thank you. So we'll move up this.
There is. Boy, I'm about to make another bad call, but there's a leggy thing that's over to the left, middle of the screen to the left.
Yeah, I can see it.
I think it actually
Start
could be
in
something
video.
real for a change. It is.
Coral.
So that's a
Thank
partial.
goodness.
Okay.
Well, that should make the coral people happy again.
Yeah,
So
it'll
that-
make a couple of them happy because I think it's a
What was that?
bamboo coral.
So actually, I don't know if it's any help for you, but I can tell that the current has picked up a little bit here.
In what direction is it?
It's going from my starboard to my port, so sort of southeast to northwest.
Southeast to northwest. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I am making notes on that, so I appreciate it.
Could go in a little more video.
There's a little shrimp photo bombing again.
So that's a full zoom.
So, internodal bamboo coral. Couple more seconds here, and I want to get centered up in front of Sirius for this cliff type feature.
I'm waiting to see if anyone wants a hazard a guess on this bamboo. And there's a single polyp scleractinian. There's a polychaete scale worm. There's even a couple of them. Hydroids right below it.
Scott's going for scraggly looking keratosis.
Okay.
Okay, that's good.
Come out wide, please. Okay. So I'm going to push up and out this way towards Sirius.
Well, it was a coral, Scott. You know, we did our best, right? We got him a coral.
There will be more.
Yeah, Scott's just looking at a gift horse in the
guarantee that
mouth.
kind of
That's
thing,
what's
but
going on
That's
here.
right.
In
I'm
fact,
not
we
sure.
got-
I'm not sure how much I had to do with this particular find, but sure, I'm going to go with that too.
All right, video's gonna switch out.
Okay.
Is that a sponge or is it just a rock on top? I wonder if we could.
Yeah, we can. Video's
It's like a
gonna
piece of
swap
carbonate to
in a
me.
second. We can.
Yeah, it's probably a piece of carbonate.
Snap zoom.
Snapping.
Yeah, wishful thinking again.
Piece of carbonate. Okay. A wonderful piece of carbonate.
It really was.
That's
It
right.
was
Super piece of
one
carbonate.
of the best I've seen today.
You're good at picking them today.
Yeah, I really am.
Yeah, Chris, it's your best yet.
Alright, co-pilot, we should be coming up to the end of that move. Should be just a few meters left.
Scott basically is saying that the scraggly
this
was
heading
he was
is
trying to be as descriptive as possible.
us head
He wasn't
towards,
cutting down his
waypoint
own
2.
coral groups
So
there.
another 30 meters.
Alright, copy that.
So
stand by
he's
on
pointing
that
out
just a
that
second.
some of the members of
Copy
the
that, standing
Cratoicidinae in the subfamily Cratoicidinae have these
Yeah,
thin,
okay. See,
yeah,
I guess
scraggly
we can see
type
some
of
stuff back
branches.
here,
The
right?
scraggly's pretty
Yeah,
descriptive.
that's what I was going off
Sorry,
of.
I just wanted to double check.
Sure.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we can do another 25 or 30 meters.
Okay, I'm gonna
Why don't
put
we do
in-
25?
Okay, 25 it is.
Not quite stretched out, and
If you want to,
we do see some
No, I'm good.
No,
back there, but just
we'll
want to make sure.
pass on relaying that
Okay, copy that.
text message. I'm well aware of
25
that,
at 110.
Ken. I was trying to
Bridge, this is Nav.
dance around that because I already made one stupid
Let's
joke earlier
get
today.
another move
but
in.
slightly
That's gonna be
inappropriate.
5 meters.
So
Okay,
Tina's
110.
asking how many
Speed,
species
0.2 knots.
Scott still has to describe, or still have to be described.
110 speed decimal 2, stand by for input.
How many species you have yet to
Thank you.
describe?
Yeah, it's trying to pin him down.
Yeah, I suspect he's not going to give a number.
Come in partial, real quick video. This is just a rock playing tricks. That's a very fishy rock. And I'm joining the crowd.
That's fishy rock.
I think the whole room's getting infected. All right.
Yeah.
Copy that, thank you.
I think rock is just
No.
fish-like.
Yeah.
You know, our brains are very trained to see eyes.
Yeah.
We'll find eyes in anything, so
That's right.
it's hard to look at a bunch of round things and not make eyes out of them. And there's a good-sized fish in the Sirius cam. I think it's out
Is
of
there really?
my reach, maybe, but I will try.
Oh yeah, on
Where
the
is
right
that?
of the
Oh,
on the right
yeah.
of the vehicle.
On the right of the vehicle, I see it.
And the Sirius
he's kinda-
camera.
Yeah, I think
There was a
he's
fish
better off
swimming
from
out
Sirius.
of
You want to try to get from Sirius?
the light pool. It's
Yeah,
still
that
in
sounds
there
good.
a little bit.
Sure.
You can see
Yeah,
it.
but
line
he's
it up.
to the right.
he's
yeah,
upslope.
no, he's not going to be able to see it
Yeah.
with D2 now.
No, he's coming in on Sirius, though. Maybe you'll
Yeah.
get his view.
Folks
ahead,
that want to check on the Sirius feed, it's they're zooming in right now.
It's a good fish too. What is he? Wonder if he's similar to the one that you imaged right off the bat, Jeff. I can't really. It's a little dark. It's hard to see.
Bridge, this
Yeah.
is Nav.
Not quite the light pool we can get on D2.
Go ahead, Harvey, now.
Okay,
Can
video if you can
you
zoom out.
let me know what's the bailout
quite
you
make
have
'em
at
out.
the moment?
Good
Thanks,
work.
video.
I'm sorry, say one more
Yeah,
time. I have
well,
an algorithm
got
running through my head.
something.
What do you need?
Yeah.
The
Might have
bailout you
gotten
have?
be able to pull a still or something out of that.
Bailout right now is 330.
And
Copy that.
photobombing.
So we're in a little bit of a barren patch for fish and corals and everything else actually at the moment. That's why we're making up animals. We're desperately trying to find some interesting stuff to show you folks. At home.
You went a long way with the whole octopus thing.
Well, I was convinced it was
that
an
would have been
octopus.
a big octopus. That would have been awesome.
And it would have been a unique one, a light color. It would have been wake version of Casper. That's what I was hoping for.
Yeah.
Don't a lot of them change color based on what they're sitting in?
Yeah, they can definitely do that. Something's drifting in the water column. There it is.
There it is. Yeah.
Try to match it here.
Yeah, this could be a little different. Hard to say.
Holding partial.
Thanks.
Maybe the same thing we've seen along the bottom. This may just be a smaller one.
Yeah, we know what these
water
are,
column.
right? We've seen these a bunch of times. The shake of the head and all that.
Okay to zoom further?
Well, this isn't
sure.
This isn't one of the synaptobranchid eels. This is actually a conger eel.
Oh.
But we could have imaged this already. We'll wait for Bruce to comment.
He's doing a weird dance, but I'll try to keep him tracked here. And
Yeah, I think this is probably the same thing that we've seen before with the blunt snouts and the jaws that are about equal in length and the large teeth. It looks lighter colored. We saw a lighter colored one a little while back, so there may be some size difference and some difference in coloration with size. But I think it's in the genus Bathyuroconger, and the Indo-Pacific species is Bathyuroconger bicinus.
Yeah, they're getting beautiful video of it right now, Bruce. So
at about 70 degrees tilt.
Really getting some wonderful images of these fish today.
Okay. And I'm going to have to let them float off.
This could be something else, though. This could be in the genus Bathyconger. When seeing that this one has dark spots all along the body. And if this is a small individual, that might be a remnant of a larval color pattern. There are a group of Bathycongers that have 3 rows of dark melanophores, large dark melanophores, when they're in the leptocephalus stage, the larval stage, and those are retained in the juveniles. So I'm going to change my guess about this and think that this is a Bathyconger species. There's a Bathyconger gutulatus group that has the spots with a number of
Look at that big fish in Sirius.
Oh my goodness, there's a shark or something. There's a shark in Sirius view.
Oh, in Sirius view, yeah, on the left of the, it's in the bottom left corner of the Sirius view. There's a large fish. They think maybe a shark.
How many meters we got left in that move now?
And he just swam out of view.
Yeah. Take my upper swing arms and turn them down. You might be able to light up behind me and see it.
About 4 meters left.
Yeah, I think it's probably out of view by now. So.
Well, shucks.
That was a big shark.
Yeah, that thing was about as long as the ROV.
Yeah, that was an 8-foot shark probably.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, Bruce, we missed it too. Jasper, you got a glimpse of it.
I saw it. It looked like a big fish. That's about all I could make out.
I would be willing to guess from the fins that it was definitely some sort of shark.
Yeah.
And it had the right shaped nose and head and everything.
Are you
well, maybe it'll
are
come
you
in
on
again.
the feed, or should we repeat this?
I'm not on OK yet, so I
Okay.
want to repeat that. So.
All right, so the pilot's saying he thinks, based on the fins and the shape, that it was a shark.
Moving. Thank you.
Yeah, we missed, and it was about 8 feet long, he thinks. So it was a good-sized shark. But maybe he'll come back in. A lot of times
what's
these
the
are
heading
curious.
to waypoint 3?
Curious sharks.
Yeah, they come around.
Currently, from Sirius, it is 127.
Yeah, at this depth, a big
And
shark
how about
like
waypoint 3,
that could
the
have
next
been a
waypoint?
6-gill shark, but of course we won't know without actually seeing it.
Well,
yeah,
it was on Sirius for a while. You might be able to grab it and take a long look and see.
Waypoint 3.
Tina apparently saw it on
137.
camera too.
Did you see it, Emily, when you were clipping?
So
The
looks
shark from the Sirius view?
This is where we kind of want to go.
Yeah, possibly.
What's that?
And
that's headed back in
like 1 minute.
Yeah, just a minute ago.
I mean,
Is that the right way for waypoint?
If you zoom out of
I'm going to take my headset off and just look at the Emily and the Clipper station, see if I can
that's
take a look
headed
at
more
it.
towards waypoint 3. That's a bearing of 130.
Yeah, so I've got a pretty good drop off on my left. I don't know if you can see it in Sirius.
Yeah, yeah.
It drops off beyond Sirius's light pool there. There's a couple things in the sand here. I don't know if you want to take a zoom on either or both. The top one looks like maybe better lighting. Want to go on partial video? So we have.
So Nav, I don't think we have to get right on top of waypoint 2.
Piece of shell, okay.
And waypoint 3 is a little bit to the right more, which will get us going on this.
Come on, partial so I can find you. Oh, there it is. Yeah, 2 pieces of shell. Okay, I'm happy. Thanks.
Did look very suspicious.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm looking right now, and it seems to drop off considerably in that direction.
How would you feel about going towards waypoint 3 at 135?
Yeah, 135 looks perfect to me.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll do that, and then we should be pretty close to waypoint 2 on our way there.
Great.
I thought I saw it there for a second.
Well, you know, like I said, a little offset if we miss by a little bit.
Yeah. So how many meters would you like at 135?
It's about 25 right there.
You got lots of stuff, you know, a lot of backscatter here. You can just let's get lined up, and I'll get pushed out, and then we can call in maybe another 30-meter move if it looks clear.
Copy that.
And I've got a couple of fish here, so if you want to get lined up on 135 Copilot, I'll try to get one of these. Come in partial.
Yeah. Top fin
Tiny
on
little
top.
fish. These are going to be difficult. The terrain is not going to allow me to run around with them like that without bumping into things.
I lost the other.
Yeah, why don't I come up wide? Thanks.
Okay, pilot lined up on 135.
Okay. As am I. So we can. Oh, that boulder's gone. I could have gone to the right. Yeah, so we can. I don't see any reason why we can't do a 30-meter move in this direction.
Sounds good.
Is that a fish? There's a fish.
30 meters at 135.
Come in partial video.
Bridge, this is Nav.
There's something. I'll get the one that's probably going to move first. And there's something down
We're
below
both on
that
I see.
looks more stable.
All right, so we did. Emily did rewind the Sirius view, so we actually got to see that shark.
Bridge,
And
this
it's
is
got
Nav.
a heterocircle tail. It's definitely a shark. Heterocircle tail. The
Stand by, Nav.
dorsal is in a normal position for more modern shark, and it had a pointed snout. So I think it's a sand
Go ahead,
tiger,
Nav.
just a big sand tiger.
Let's get another move in. It's going to
So
be
this would be
30
put it
meters,
as
bearing
Odontaspis ferox,
135,
if I
speed
remember the name
0.2.
correctly. That's my best guess on it.
And Bruce is going to get to see the head on this eel because he's backing out.
I have a bit more zoom.
You can take it.
It's full.
He's got a lint in his throat or something.
He's coughing up.
30 meters, 135, speed decimal 2.
Good copy.
This one has a slightly longer snout, I think. Looks like the upper jaw is longer than the lower one, so I'm guessing this is another one in the genus Bathyconger, not Bathyuroconger. Also, it seems like it's got a higher, more diaphanous dorsal fin than the Bathyuroconger that we saw. So, the names are a little confusing, but Bathyconger is a fairly common genus of conger eels at these depths, and there are a number of species. I'll have to check to see if that's Bathyconger or Bathycongress. I'll have to do a quick check on that.
Okay. Thank you, Bruce.
Have you got this one?
Yeah, we're good on this. Thank you.
All right. There's one other thing in the sand here.
Yeah, I saw that. It could be a different type of a sea cucumber or something.
Oh, I thought it was like a flat fish. Maybe it is a sea cucumber.
Could be.
Was that
kind of
move
red,
already
right?
initiated?
Yeah, he's a little bit down below the image.
Yeah, I'm backing up towards it now. I'll tilt down a little.
There he is.
Oh yeah, I think you're right. I just thought maybe it was like a tonguefish or
Well,
something.
let's zoom in. I think he's a different one than what we've been seeing all day. I may be mistaken, but
come on in, video.
And it is different. And it is not a sea cucumber. No, it's a worm. It's a polychaete worm. No, sea cucumber. Worm.
Worm cucumber.
Worm cucumber. Could this be a big scale worm, but at this shallow a depth? We need some help. Tina says worm. Thank you. Whew.
Some nice fragments next to this again. And I'm just pointing that out so that I see if I can distract you away from the biology.
Where would you like
you
it?
can't.
It looks hard to focus on, huh?
Yeah, one of the edges. That'll work.
Just a gigantic polynoid worm. It's in. Yeah, we're all kind of commenting on it.
It's weird.
Yeah, it kind of looks like the really, really deep, big worm, and not nearly as silvery. This is a little more transparent.
The lower half was doing some weird, like, opening and closing.
Yeah, I saw that.
Stopped. I was hoping he would do it again. Or she, or it.
Yeah, so Diva is pointing out, you can see the Kide underneath, and I guess she's referring to those projections. I don't know much about
You can see the scales
these worms
too, right, along the edge.
Oh, I see. You can see the scales right along here, in the body here.
Yes, you're right. Little armored plates.
Wow, that's pretty amazing. How big is that, Jeff? I wonder if the lasers, we get a view with the lasers on it.
Want to zoom out? So we get the lasers.
Looking for him. There we go.
Yeah, the thing's at least 10 centimeters long, so that is one good-sized worm.
We got that
Clear.
fish.
Yeah, the fish came
Tina
down to
says
say hi.
the sea moth is one of the hairy worms.
Onward and upward.
Wow, that's a good spot, Jeff. Got a couple good animals there.
About 60 degrees still.
Sorry we couldn't chase the shark.
Yeah, that's okay. I actually wrote a record down for it in any case, because I did get it. I'm pretty sure of the ID.
I got pretty excited about the shark. I wanted to chase, but I had to. Ooh, here he is. Look.
Oh, here he is. He's right there.
Just
Come on,
above
just
your
above
view.
the.
Yeah,
just
I'm
look
trying.
up.
Pen up. Yep, there he is. That's him.
Well, he's even looking your way.
And he absolutely is Odantaspis ferox. He is a sand tiger. I think Bruce will agree.
He's agile.
And the question is if he's going to just swim around us the rest of the day, just in hopes of finding something to eat.
Yeah, be pretty cool.
Where'd he go?
Off to your left.
Yeah, he's off in Sirius Camp still, but it's not going to be a great view from here.
Yeah, that was, even those few seconds there was marvelous. That confirmed it.
Awesome. Thanks, Shark, for coming back. That's cool. It's like we called to him.
Yeah.
Sorry to
So-
get the shark. We really wanted him. Here he comes.
Right.
And Bruce agrees, Odantaspis ferox, now that he's gotten a look at it too, so that was great.
Nice. You're about 70 degrees tilt, pilot.
Thanks. I'll catch up.
Nav,
Watch
is that-
lead, this is Nav.
Roger, Nav, go ahead.
We are less than 20 meters from waypoint 2, so it should be on view.
Yeah, terrific. Thank you, Nav.
There
And
he's
then,
still
we'll
ominously
just
hanging
keep
out in
moving
Sirius
as
Camp.
far as we can toward waypoint 3, as long as the terrain is safe.
Copy that.
Yeah, thank you. So Nav just informed us we're about 20 meters away from waypoint 2. For those of you who have the dive plan from last night, to
Co-pilot,
give you an idea of where we are
the
on this
ship
particular
just stopped
feature.
moving.
So
Copy
we are
that.
about to get into some much
Let,
steeper terrain, and I think it's
Right there.
I think I didn't need to say that, did I, Jasper?
There it is.
Now this looks karstic to me, doesn't it look karstic to you, Jasper?
It does have nice little parts missing, looking like it got dissolved away a little.
Pilot, how do you feel about a 20-meter move? The same direction.
I'm under, or what are we at?
There's
66.
an enemy down there on the
I
wall.
can get up over this, stretch out a little.
Let's see where we're. Okay.
Do you want to see either of those animals?
No, that's okay. It looks like the same big anemones that we saw earlier.
All right. I thought so. I just heard you mention it, so I want to make sure.
Some sand on top again. Can't be that steep if there's still sand on top.
Yeah, I know. That was. There goes another one of the halosaurs that we imaged earlier.
So Jeff got to see the shark. He got to image the shark. That must count for something.
Well, he's got a couple good fish under his belt today.
That's right.
And that giant polychaete worm is pretty cool.
That's right.
It's another these big anemones.
Go big or go home, I suppose.
Another halosaur again, kind of hanging out. There.
Okay, I'm happy if you want to do a 30-meter move on
30 meter?
Yeah.
Okay.
We've got to find some more corals for the
Okay,
coral
copy
folks.
that.
I feel badly for them.
Mission coral.
We have not delivered for
What
the
is
coral
this?
folks.
Is this another of the same?
This is a pom-pom anemone. We got a
got
close look at one of these things earlier too. And a giant anemone up above that.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just track along here. Let's see what I can find. There's a little crab living in this hole.
Where's the crab?
Bridge, this is Nav.
Take a quick
Yeah,
zoom
crab
before
or
he
a
runs
shrimp.
away.
Yeah, we
Wait,
can
Nav.
take a look.
Let's get another move in. It's gonna be 30 meters, bearing 135, speed
A
0
spot
decimal
lobster,
2.
maybe?
Yeah.
I think it could be.
All right, it's good copy. I got 30 meters,
Go a little
bearing
further.
135, speed decimal 2. Stand by for input.
Yeah,
Copy.
Oh, look at you. Okay, come on.
It's coming out.
He's challenging.
I accept your challenge.
So
All right, we got bridge.
those are
Movement
really
initiated,
big
30 meters, bearing
claws.
135, speed decimal 2.
So what does that
Copy.
say about its identity?
Also, I feel the ship
just
moving
trying
a
to
lot
find the
more.
bottom
Has the wind or current
Hard
picked up?
pressed to call this thing a Munidopsis,
That's a
but a
negative. Wind and
Munidopsis
current
has
are
got really
out of the
thick
same
claws,
relative directions and at the
short,
same
thick
relative
claws
speeds.
like
I have
that.
9 knots of wind
Oh, hold
coming
on,
out
we got
of
a
due
fish.
south.
Zoom out
I've
real
got half knot of current
See if
coming
this is
out
a
of
fish we've seen
just
yet.
Oh,
slightly
no, it isn't.
southeast of
Yeah,
100.
let's get this fish.
We are getting a intermittent
think I
large
know what it
swell
is
off our
already.
port
He's
side,
floating in the
right
current.
off the beam. So that's the roll that you're feeling.
Big skills.
Copy that. Do we plan on stay on this heading for the rest of the dive?
Yeah, possibly.
Well, got that
Yeah,
soup
take
up
it.
here. We got a couple things we're conversating over.
Hey, we got a different fish
but
coming up,
it's
Bruce.
For the rest of the dive right now, how much time do you guys have left in the dive?
Yep.
I see it. This is in a family called the Neoscopelidae. I think they might be called lantern belly.
Got it.
It
Over
has
an hour left.
a row of shiny spots along the ventral edge of the body and the tail that are actually photophores, light-producing organs. These are related to
That
the,
is, we have 6, over an
lantern
hour
fish.
left.
And no, I was wrong. Lantern bellies are a different family. I'll have to look up what
You have
these are
1 hour
called.
left
But
right
anyway,
now, so
they're
we're going to be
related
pulling
to
up
the
past
lantern fish,
16:30.
but they're in a different family. It's probably
Time off bottom is going to be
Macrolepidotus,
16:05.
long
16:05.
pectoral fins
All right, copy that.
has.
Yeah, as of right now,
they're
this heading
a little bit
seems
more
to be the
bottom
most
associated
functional.
than
If
the most of the
conditions change, it may
Atlantic
not
fish.
be.
Come out
But right
a lot
now,
of
this heading
specimens
seems
have
to be
been
the
caught
best
in
of
bottom
force.
trawls rather than midwater trawls.
Copy that, thank you.
They don't seem to occur in big swarms, but they're very pretty fish with the iridescent scales.
Fix the
Yeah,
camera.
thank you, Bruce. I
Get a
actually
better
blew
zoom.
the idea, I'll admit it. I went immediately to Allotrichicles, but I agree with you on second
All right, coming on in.
glance here. Neoscopeless is it's a better fit.
Yeah, so a common name for these is the black chins, and don't ask me why. I don't know.
Kill lasers, yeah.
Thanks.
All right, you can take it as he gets centered.
Roger.
Nice shot.
It's a relatively small family with less than a dozen species and about 4 different genera, I think, or maybe only 3. So not nearly as diverse as the sister group, the lanternfishes that have hundreds of species. Large eye, we're getting into the depths where there might be more light downwelling from the surface, but also, again, maybe for sensing bioluminescence. Here you can really see the light organs, those reflective organs along the ventral part of the body, the bottom part of the body. The iridescence on the scales, the blue iridescence, is really beautiful. That's not bioluminescence on the back.
Understood.
The lights from the ROV would overwhelm any amount of light produced by the light-producing organs of this fish, so we're not actually seeing that with the bright lights of the ROV.
Yeah, thank you, Bruce. And just to remind everybody, that's the voice of Bruce Mundy at the NOAA Fisheries Science Center on Ford Island. So he and Ken Sulak are our fish experts today. And they are joined by a bunch of coral experts, including Abby Lapointe, Asako Matsumoto, Scott France, Les Watling, who was on earlier, and we got Tina Molitsova now as well.
D2 gets a little
and we got a bunch of geologists too. We got Patty Fryer, in addition to Jasper Contour right next to me. And we've also got...
Deb just signed off a minute ago.
Oh, she did? Deb just signed off? Okay.
Here.
So...
heading.
So I was pointing out to you, I think the last time I looked at the dissolved oxygen, it was around 2, and it's now at 1.769.
Right, and we're at a depth of 775 meters, so we're moving up.
Oh, is that a sponge?
Yeah, we got a sponge here. And you can take a look.
Do you want to look?
Yeah, absolutely. We only just the second sponge we've seen today. I mean, come on, Jeff.
Okay.
Jeez, oh, wheeze. Boy,
I'll have to take a look, take a sample.
Are you going through sponge withdrawal?
I am.
If we'd seen the sponge on either dive, you would have.
This thing got sort of broken off, I think. It looks like it's ferronematid, possibly in the genus Poliopogon. I think I'm just going to...
Any zoom?
I'm just going to go... looks like it could be a Semperella. It is not broken off. You know, we aren't exactly getting a lot of corals to sample here, coral folks. I've been holding off. You know, oh yeah, I've been holding off on, what have I been holding off on? I haven't seen any sponges either, so I guess I haven't been holding off.
Right up to the end of the ship move.
Ship's still moving.
Could we maybe...
might be a little bit of swing. I think the ship might have just stopped.
A little worried we're going to get any collections at all if we don't grab this thing.
We have about an hour left on the bottom.
The ship's not in a great position for collecting unless we make a decision and back it up a little now.
Let's go ahead and skip it.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah, the ship is stationary.
I'm going to put down Semperella question mark.
Yeah, but we're going to keep swinging, so we don't want to... We don't want Sirius.
Even though this is on rocky substrate, it has the divided atrial face.
Oh,
and I think we've got this one already, so maybe we'll pass this one by too. Or a
good
snap zoom on them, maybe.
All right, quick snap. We're not spending a lot of time.
Yeah, I think it's the light-colored one that we just imaged a little while ago, but I'm not absolutely positive about that.
A little tighter. Hold it for a few seconds.
Could be something that we used to call conger white fins, at least in Hawaii. So he's got the white edging to the lower, the rear half of his dorsal and anal fins.
Yep, I think this is another eel in the genus Bathycongrus, and there are several species. Maybe the conger whitefin is also in that genus. But
there's a shark sitting again.
Yep, it's coming by again.
The shark came by for another visit. And away
There
he
he
goes.
goes.
Yeah.
Can you zoom?
A few more sponges there too.
He's
Yeah.
way off.
He's way
So
off out there. I was hoping he might turn
these
around.
are
in
Semperella.
interest.
Mm-hmm.
Come back around, Mr. Shark.
He's clearly curious.
So getting a few more sponges. Maybe we'll start to see coral.
Actually, these look like what we're calling, we originally thought were Semperella, and we changed our opinion about them once we looked at the spicules.
I see
yeah,
something
I know,
coral-like.
Yeah, I know, Tina. We're in kind of a, oh, here's a coral coming up, so let's take a look at this.
More than one, I think. There's some on this rock here as well. This one here and here.
Yeah. So yeah, we are getting more corals here. So maybe we can take a look at this first colony.
It's a teeny little fish.
Yeah,
Is,
Tina was saying that we
vertical.
really need to take a piece of the sponge. Maybe we'll see another one upslope. But let's zoom this kind of larger white one first, I guess, Jeff, if
Okay.
you would mind.
Yeah, you can come on in video.
Let's
Personal.
And I'm waiting to hear what the chat has to say about this.
Yeah,
I got an idea.
take more zoom.
Tina Molitsova has identified it as a primnoid, and Scott's gone a little further and thinks it's a possible Narella. So, and we're at 760 meters. So the primnoids do get up, at least in Hawaii, to 350 to 400 meters. So this is an unusual depth for them. You've got, the family has quite a depth range.
I can land here and get a real good shot. I'm gonna put a toe down real quick. Stand by.
Sacco also agrees that it could be Narella.
Little brittle star on there.
Yeah, and I'm
another
not,
one.
I'm not
Yeah,
seeing
take a bit more zoom.
any
That's cool.
suggestion to try
We
to
just
collect
hold
this
that for
thing.
a second.
Maybe they want to see some of the other colonies right around here. Grabbed several primnoids so far on this cruise.
Slightly wider. Okay, thanks.
And
It's, well, that little white bushy thing that's right next to it to the right.
to the right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a little different. I'm not sure what that is. There's
Alright, video, you can come in.
probably a hydrozoan, I think, but I'm not really certain. Got some junk on the wall as well.
It almost looks a little bit like our kebabs.
Oh, now that's an imagination.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so these look like hydroids, these white branchy things to the right. Patty Fryer thought so as well.
Okay.
So we're good in science. And then I wonder if we can look at maybe that bushy, lighter one to the right. I'm not sure it's the same thing, kind of thicker one.
Where are you?
To the right of where you were just looking.
Sorry. Oh, down on the rock there?
Yeah, on the rock again.
Oh, down, like, come on in video. Sorry.
It could be the same thing, just is illuminated a little bit differently.
I think I'm not seeing it, but.
Well, it's you think it's the same coral, this white one that's right dead center right now? It's kind of on edge.
Yeah, come on in.
This guy here you're talking about?
Yeah, I suspect it is. It's another primnoid, but
I think it was just a light looking
Yeah.
brighter on it.
Can you come down
Yeah.
just a hair for me? I'm sure you are. Thanks.
Can take a bit more zoom.
yeah, it looks like it's got Narella scales, I think. So the plates on the sides of the polyp. Also, the polyps look downturned, typical of Narella. I think we're good there. Pilot
Thanks.
whenever video is good.
Okay, Nav, you ready for another ship move? Let's do the same
Just
headings.
make sure,
Looking.
let's just make sure they're done with looking around here
Yeah.
before we call
Jeff,
it.
Jeff, we've got kind of a
Copy
big
that.
red crab, maybe upslope a little bit.
Yeah, I see that. I was just eyeballing that guy.
Tina, notice the sullen gas there. I think that's a hydroid. I'm trying to remember.
Just because we have a little colony here, I'm gonna take a little look and then we'll. All right, you can snap in video.
Oh, it's a shrimp. Okay, the Heterocarpus, probably Levigatus. We just had a head-on view of him.
Okay, thanks video.
Thank you.
All right, so you're all done with this area?
Yeah, I think so.
We can get the move going.
Okay. Is there gonna be another 30 move at
135.
135?
Too short.
Dead ahead. Looks good.
Okay. Bridge, this is Nav.
Go ahead, Nav.
Let's get another move in. Same move. 30 meters, 135.
It's a little
at
grouping
0
of
decimal
the
2.
primnoids right on that little
Copy
ledge
that. I've got
sticking
30
out.
meters bearing
And
135. Speed decimal 2. Stand by for input.
May get some more
Copy.
upslope a little bit. Another one of those Heterocarpus. There's a bunch of them on the seafloor, these shrimp. That are edible shrimp, by the way. There's
All right, now bridge
potentially a
move. Been
different
initiated.
coral, that
30
larger
meters
one.
bearing 135. Speed
Wonder if we
decimal
could
2.
take
Good
a
copy,
peek at
thank
that
you.
one.
Just up and left to center.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
These layers are just amazingly
here.
standing out. Sort of little
Yeah, this is
overhangs.
cool looking.
They're knife edge
Yeah.
layers, aren't they?
Yeah.
All right, video, you can start in here.
Is it the same thing?
It looks like it.
Yeah, I guess it's the same thing. Just a slightly different colony morphology.
Do you want a closer look?
No, I think it is the same thing.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. There's a crab.
There's some sponges too. I think they are, or it's just scrapings on the wall.
Snap
There's
on
a
the crab
large
here.
Yeah, the crab might be
Crab.
good to take a look at.
Right in the middle of your screen.
Snap in.
Snap it.
So this one definitely looks like a homolid of some kind. May even
take
be
a
in the
picture.
genus Paramola.
Oh, and he's turning for you. How nice.
Is he homolid? I don't know. Maybe not.
Seems to have something going on with one of his
I don't know,
legs.
Bruce. You want to weigh in on this crab? He looks like he's got the two back legs he's got suspended. And I don't know how many different families of crabs are doing that.
Chris, I'm not going to weigh in on this because it's been years since I thought about the deep water crabs. Missionary Wickstein was on the chat on the teleconference, but you know these far better than I do now. I'm way out of practice with crabs.
Well, we'll maybe do it as a tentative homolid. This certainly is something that I've never seen before. So this will be something that definitely Mary Wickstein from Texas A&M is going to have to weigh in on, I think. She's our crustacean expert who's been following along on these cruises. So hopefully she'll have an idea of what this could be. And so we just got a little bit of an update from Brian Kennedy and Dan Rogers. We're gonna need to cut this dive a little bit short. They're getting awfully close to land here, and there's a little bit concerned about the angles and what they need to do to recover the ROV. So we're gonna have about 15 more minutes on the bottom. And of course, this is when all the coral starts showing up. Again, Murphy's Law is definitely in effect. So I guess we'll just see what we can see in the next 15 minutes until...
yeah, I guess this is the call for a sample.
That's right. If you want to collect something, it would be now.
Yeah, just the problem with this...
Let's just keep strolling.
We're seeing this primnoid, but I'm not seeing anybody really remark that this is potentially new or novel or new record or anything like that. So
yeah, I'm happy to just
I thought everything was a new record here because nobody's been looking down here yet.
It could be. We've got sort of a jumble of branches over there to the center left, Jeff. I don't know what that is. Maybe they're all just dead branches.
Take a look.
If we could just take a...
Maybe we should use the scraggly term again.
Scraggly branches.
Come on in, video, partial. This.
Yeah, that's what they are.
There's a coral to the left.
This is the one you're looking for, right? Or watch the...
Yeah, so Tina is suggesting that we could collect that primnoid. It is a dominant species right here, at least.
Ship, please. Sorry.
Bridge this nav.
And there happens to be one right in front of us,
Bridge
too.
this nav.
Go ahead,
over
nav.
to the upper
Let's
right.
hold position right now.
Copy that. We're holding position.
Let's
back up.
back
10.
up 10 meters, please. As well.
Bridge this nav.
Go ahead, nav.
Let's back up
So good
10
point,
meters.
Tina. So I think we are going to try to
10 meters.
try to grab that thing.
At 330.
Yeah, and we've got other candidate colonies.
that
If we
speed to
see
be
something
decimal
that would
two as
be
well?
easier to grab, they seem to be all
That is correct.
around in front
Copy
of us.
that. 10 meters.
Yeah,
bearing
so,
330, speed decimal 2. Stand by for input.
Just gonna make a
Yeah,
mental
zoom
note
up.
here, but we're just gonna look look right up this way real quick because Sirius is. We're just getting Sirius position. I want to make sure that this is safe. for him. And there seems to be a whole bunch of them here too.
Yeah,
Any
so
of these okay?
Yeah, these are okay. So you can just take your pick, except for that bright white one. That's Enelopsania.
Yeah.
You can skip that one.
No expert, but I could tell that was different.
Yeah. It's also pretty well known. That's the reason I was sort of pointing away from that. Big giant anemone we're passing over, maybe an exosalactid, but we're not really sure.
There's a fish in the crevice, but it's not what we're focused on.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and there's
That's
a
a fish in that crack there.
Have we
in
seen
the
it
middle.
already?
Yeah, pretty good sized fish too.
Do you want to take a look? at the
Yeah, I
fish?
can do a quick look.
Okay.
I think he's
Quick look at the fish.
He's
Go
trying
ahead.
to hide.
see if we've seen him before. It's a big ophidiid or Diplopomacantha bethydid.
So you've gotten this?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that'd be good, and then Bruce will see this in a couple seconds and render his opinion.
Yeah, I think it might be a Diplocantha palma. I think I see the flap on the top of the gill cover, and interesting. Zooming in like that, the position of the nostrils actually helps distinguish the two families, the Bethydidae and the Ophidiidae. So from that view, my best guess is another Diplocantha palma.
Great, thank you, Bruce.
All right, so we're trying to find a good spot to grab. Grab these guys. And I think that this is going to work if I can get myself positioned well. Think the ship's backing all right?
Yeah, I think it might actually be done with the swing.
Okay. Yeah, we were just putting off landing for the sample for a little bit. Watch lead. We were, now we're going to, but just to make sure the ship got positioned properly and Sirius got positioned safely. Don't want to get all landed and situated and find out we have to run.
Sure, yeah, thanks, Jeff.
And actually, this is okay to just land normal.
Pilot and co-pilot.
Yep.
I just stuck to dive soup, and we're coming off bottom in about 8 to 8 minutes.
Okay. Snag this and then
so you haven't been following the conversation. We are going to go ahead and collect one of these primnoid corals that are right in the center of the view right now, and that may actually finish up the dive.
That sounds like it, yeah.
Thank you.
So the surface of this is on. You see very irregular surface. It's one of these continuing layers of
do we have any
fragments from the reef at one point. That's further upslope still from here.
Okay.
So we're getting all situated to get this last collection, or this first collection and last collection done.
Yeah, it's going to be an easy specimen prep for processing this today.
We should have picked just the one rock. That would have been even easier.
Yeah.
Copy that. That's current 150.
Part of the issue too is if we don't see anything that really could be a new species or a new record, then which we didn't really. They were all fish all day long.
Yeah.
Then we're not just going to collect just to collect. We really have to have a good reason why we're collecting, particularly since we're in a monument. So that's part of the equation.
Yeah, so Patty's pointing out on the chat as we are looking at this and not collecting it, so we are allowed to look at the geology too, that these layers look pretty, there's like little holes in there, and so that may just be the result of some dissolution happening, or having happened when the limestone was exposed to probably to fresh water.
And the definition of what that process
is,
or what's the name for that process?
Watch lead pilot.
Yeah.
I am back.
Sorry. What type of rock is it called?
Then you'd form karst kind of materials, yeah.
It's karstic, right?
Hydraulic syrup.
Hydraulic syrup. All your bits are open.
That's such a fun word.
That's such a fun word.
Yeah, so you can make entire landscapes from this, right? So the sinkholes that you hear of and things like that are usually part of the same sort of dissolution process of taking, slowly dissolving some of the limestone
like
away.
Some video in situ.
And redepositing it potentially somewhere else.
Yes, please. Zoom away.
Doesn't need much, just a little bit.
Co-pilot, this is Nav. Can you copy?
Yeah, so we think this is the same
the ship wants to
one.
bring
We
the
think
heading
it's
to
a Snarella.
60 right now. Is that okay
We're
while
too
we
busy
sample? Or
talking about the word karst to actually request
they want to
to
bring
zoom
it
in
to
on the
260
specimen.
now?
No,
Can they stand
060. They're standing by right now.
Can they stand by 5 minutes?
RV Nav Bridge, that is 160, starboard to 160.
Do you want to be specific about the field ID or just from NOAA or
starboard to 160 is perfectly reasonable. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to wait till the sample's over?
Everybody was sort of.
No, 160 is
Snarl,
small.
so I think it's safe.
Current
Yeah.
now coming out of due south at
Okay.
0.4 knots.
All ears.
Ship's holding fine right now, so it's not an emergency situation or anything.
Can we
of
put
that
the
nature, but
lasers
I
on
want
it
you to be
too? I'm
advised
sorry.
right now I have both
To make
forces
sure
on
we
the
got an
starboard
idea
side.
of the size.
Go ahead and
There we go.
move to 160. It's okay.
Yeah.
Maybe just a tighter shot of the colony, if possible. Just the whole colony.
Yep. Go ahead on in video. Just frame up the colony.
Okay.
Bridge, this is Nav. Did you copy?
Perfect.
Yeah, I copied that. We're still evaluating the situation.
Tina's
up here,
asking
so
that we
stand
clip
by.
as
I'll
low
let
to
you
the
know
base as
before
possible.
we move.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's his
Copy that.
intent. It's a fairly small colony.
Yeah. If you can look at the craft, you see that
Nav Bridge.
block
We'll
on
go
the
ahead and
bottom
bring
below the jaw.
Call it
That's the limit.
165,
So we'll
and,
get as
hold
close
it
as we
there.
can.
So stand by. I'm moving my head now.
Oh, yeah.
Copy that.
I can turn the arm like this to try to alleviate that a little.
So while he's doing this collection, we're going to go ahead and do the post-dive call immediately right after the dive. I'm assuming that Lindsay may or may not be available for this. I'm really not sure how this is going to go because we actually can't show the dive position.
Yeah.
Since we are doing an archaeology dive tomorrow. So are we just not going to show anything, Brian? We'll just talk? Okay. That'd be fine. So Lindsay isn't necessary and we can just go right into it. Apologize for that, but NOAA has some pretty strict rules regarding revealing the sites of cultural heritage sites, in particular archaeology sites, wartime archaeology sites and so forth. And the fact that this is potentially a war grave site as well makes it even more sensitive. So we are not going to show that position.
Is this okay here?
Yeah, that looks good. Yeah, it looks like you got the whole thing. Looks like it came right off.
Beautiful
The base
pilot.
too.
Okay. Yeah, so which box do we want to go into here?
Both are open, so whatever's easier
All
for
right,
you.
let's
pilot.
go into the port side box then. And I might have to take, I do have to take off and fly, so let's get...
So Jeff, it's port inboard, right?
I haven't stuck it yet. Probably
Okay.
inboard is fine, yeah.
Okay, just getting the...
Just going to come off bottom to get it stowed here. Did you drop your target already?
Nope.
Just so we don't...
Should
yeah,
I do it right now?
Yeah, you can do it now so you don't lose the position because I'm going to fly away. Good?
Yep.
Super. I'm just going to mosey out this way.
Yeah, so we got some questions about the watching the video, and I think Brian Kennedy is going to come in
Come on
and
out.
participate on the post-dive call, Tina, because of the nature of this next dive. So if you can hang in there until we're just lifting off bottom and listen to the post-dive wrap-up and the pre-dive for tomorrow, I think he'll give you instructions as to what
Trying
needs
to
to be done for you
put
to
the autos in, so
participate
hoping it
with
will
the
hold
video.
here.
Okay, copy that.
But yeah, you can open the drawer.
Open the drawer.
Okay, the coral is superbly placed inside the...
Okay, and close the box.
Okay.
That's dive 8, yes, that's right. Well, that That's going to be Narella species. So Brian Kennedy has just entered in the room, and so he is most definitely going to participate here. So those of you who are interested in watching this dive, he'll let you know whether you need to sign anything or not, and he'll probably instruct you what's going to happen tomorrow.
Okay, co-pilot.
Ramping down hydraulics?
No, you can leave them up and start stowing swing arms.
Okay.
And you can switch to your view because it'll certainly help you with stowing. Yeah. Yeah, so now you can see, oh, the uppers are, one of the lowers need to come in, right?
Right.
So just make sure they come all the way outboard before they stow, and keep a good eye on all the cameras to make sure that that happens. All right, you're all set, Nav. I can continue on.
Yeah.
Okay.
The boat is holding position. We can start getting ready to come up.
I think dive Super S that be the end. Okay. Yeah. Of course. Sorry, Nav. Say again.
Harvey Nav Bridge, what's your ETA to come off bottom?
Bridge, we were just taking a sample. We're getting ready to come up right now.
That's a good copy. Thank you, Harvey.
Okay.
145 meters.
I'll come off bottom here.
Final dissolved oxygen is 1.7.
Nav, you'll come up and give me a little room, and then I'll drive under you.
Did you mean Nav or co-pilot?
Co-pilot, I will drive under you.
Yeah, copy that. So both swing arms are stowed?
Yeah, I'm going to have to come around. Well, are we coming up with a positive turn today?
Not that I'm aware of.
Because we put a turn in.
We did.
The other day. Yesterday.
So are we keeping that turn?
Yeah, we should double check with Dice Super if he's around.
Oh, while they're coming off the bottom, just a quick sum of today's dive. Saw a lot of fish. So I'm assuming that
well, without a discussion about which way to go ahead of time, I'm just going to go ahead and come up normal.
With this, saw a lot of variety, not just a lot of the same type of fish, but we saw a lot of variety of fish, which was really great. We got to look at some different substrate here, carbonate.
I don't think that anybody looked at it and sorted out which way is the right way to take it out, so I won't add any
sediment.
Extra
we had some vertical terrain as well as some sort of rubble, talus slopes. So it was quite a varied dive, and then we were just getting into some corals there. And there's a fish saying goodbye to us right now.
You can just
and now we're in mid-water, so maybe we can go ahead. Brian, you want to just do the
walk my way to hitting
post dive?